All right. We should be live, and I'm waiting to see it. There's a little bit of a delay, so we always kind of got to wait for the first few moments just to make sure that it's actually feeding through. People can hear us. Yeah, so just waiting. Oh, and I see it. I see that we are live. All right. Excellent. Excellent. So hello, everybody. This is Tom Linsky. And welcome. It's great to see a lot of people. I've been keeping an eye on the chat over the last few hours. We got 400 people tuning in so far. That number's going up. It's fantastic to see so many familiar people here in the chat. Been seeing you guys for years. Some of you are new, and it's just wonderful to be able to see everybody and spend this evening with so many enthusiastic folks. So we've got a very big lineup tonight, and it's our biggest one yet, and a lot of big names here. For people who are familiar with the Titanic, know the Titanic story, and these people, this lineup needs no introduction. We have so many people that you have heard of, that you have read their works, seen their works, but because we have a lot of listeners who just know my channel and are tuning in to see what we're up to, I'm going to walk through the lineup and introduce everybody. And when I do, feel free to just say a couple words about your work. Well, first off, joining us from Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, at the Titanic Museum attraction, we have J. Kent Layton, Tad Fitch, and Bill Wormstedt, who actually just got out of their own pre-show live stream. They might be still setting up. Are you guys with us yet? I'm looking at them on Zoom, and they look frozen. Okay, all right.
Everyone.
Oh, there's Tad. Hey, Tad. Can you hear me, Tad?
Yeah, this is Tad, Bill, and Kent, all here in the same room.
Excellent, excellent. How are you doing tonight? We got a bit of a lag.
Doing really good so far. Just wrapped up the pre-show.
Excellent. Yeah, I tuned in as much as I could, and it was fantastic stuff. So we'll start with you, Tad, since we've got you here. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your work and let people know who you are and your work with the Titanic so far.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for everyone for joining in tonight. So I'm Tad Fitch. I'm a researcher and writer. I've been working on Titanic and researching that for several decades now, and also a number of other historic topics such as World War One, Lusitania, and a variety of other things. I'm a member of Titanic Historical Society and Titanic International Society. I've been working with Bill and Kent for many years now, and then obviously with you, Tom, and HFX Studios, and we're looking forward to a fun night tonight. So many outstanding researchers and fellow friends here.
All right, excellent. And with you as well, we have J. Kent Layton, who has actually done a lot of the coordinating for this year's live stream, so I certainly appreciate that. How are you doing, Kent?
I'm doing good, Tom. We're just finishing our tech setup here so we can be live and in real time.
Right.
So you're hearing me off Tad's computer. We were showing on the pre-show that we're actually here at the Grand Staircase where so many of the events took place during the disaster. So it's, for us, it is quite a privilege, quite an honor to actually be sitting in this room, and yeah, it makes it so authentic for us. Maybe you even hear the echo, the same echo that would have been in the original space on board Titanic. So it's just an awesome thing to be here. We've had an awesome weekend, and we're just finishing our tech setup and getting ourselves situated and into the room. So thank you for starting and getting going.
Excellent. And also with you as well is Bill Wormstedt. How are you doing, Bill?
I'm doing fine. We're trying to get my video working.
Oh, no need for video. We're just streaming the animations.
Well, I can't even see you yet.
Oh, okay.
Down with Tad for a little while when we get you set up.
Yeah, The pre-show ran a little long, so they're just putting together some quick prep right now. Anyway, in the meantime, we've also got joining us Ken Marschall. How are you doing, Ken?
Oh, I'm fine. Thanks, Tom, and thanks so much, for inviting me again. Let's see. I think pretty much probably everybody knows what I've been up to for the last half century. First became interested in Titanic in the mid 60s. I've been an artist all my life. I did my first painting in 1967. Somebody saw that and wanted me to do a bigger one, and it just snowballed after that. And now all these years later, I've done way over 100 paintings. I've illustrated book covers, model box covers, magazines, well, let me back up a little bit. Because I'm kind of a perfectionist by nature, I collected all kinds of photographs and deck plans, everything I could get in order to make my paintings as accurate as possible. And so over the years, I've developed an expertise or a great familiarity with the ship's appearance, not the engineering, not the passengers, not who stood where or who said what. So I don't call myself a Titanic historian, but I am very, very familiar with the ship's appearance. And because of that, I was asked to advise on many model projects and so forth. James Cameron tapped me to be his, quote, visual historian, unquote, for the movie in 1995, starting in 95. And then after that, for Ghosts of the Abyss. And I've been on many expeditions, to Titanic, Britannic, Lusitania, lots of projects with Jim Cameron over the years, documentaries, illustrated Titanic and Illustrated History, of course, and Don Lynch was the author, of course, of that. And then following after that was Ghosts of the Abyss, which Don also authored. And I became really, really familiar with the wreck and what the wreck looks like after doing my research for the book Discovery of the Titanic by Robert Ballard. That set me off on a whole new path. And so in addition to being familiar with the ship's exterior appearance, I've become quite knowledgeable about the wreck and the debris field since then. And in the last 20 years or so, my main focus has basically been on the wreck. So I guess that'll do it.
Well, thank you, Ken. As Hugh Brown actually here in the audience says, this is the Avengers of Titanic historians that we've got here. Well, you sort of started to introduce him already, but we also have joining us for the first time and from the RMS Queen Mary Hotel in Long Beach, California, we have Don Lynch. How are you doing today, Don? I did see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you just fine. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. I illustrate. I wrote the text for Illustrated History, Titanic Illustrated History. I wrote the text for Ghosts of the Abyss. I've been researching the Titanic for over 50 years and have been the historian for the Titanic Historical Society and was the historian for Jim Cameron's movie and participated in several of his documentaries, his Ghosts of the Abyss expedition. And so just very pleased to be here. Thank you for asking me.
Well, it's certainly an honor to have you here. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Well, thank you very much for joining us. You're joining us from the Queen Mary, as I had just said, and as everyone here knows, ocean liners tend to not have good Wi-Fi on board, so I know we've had a little bit of technical issues already, but hopefully they're past, and hoping you can stick with us throughout the night. Like I said, it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. I'm told if I stay near a window, I should do okay.
All right. Well, we're in for a long stream, so please make sure you're comfortable too. All right. And now we also have, joining us for the second time, George Behe. How are you, George?
Doing fine, Tom. Thanks again for having me back.
Well, it's a pleasure.
I have been interested in the Titanic really since I was a kid. I first saw one of the 1912 Titanic books on my grandmother's bookshelf and was fascinated by the pictures and what I could read of the text and stuff. And after I got out of the Army in 1972, I finally had enough free time to actually start doing some research. And eventually I met Don Lynch at one of the THS conventions, and we started exchanging letters and information together, or with each other, I should say. And as the years went by, I actually started feeling competent enough where I could do a little writing. So I've written several books and some articles for the Commutator and such. And I'm mainly interested in the passengers and crewmen. So I guess that pretty much says it all.
Well, excellent. Now, of course, with everybody here that I'm mentioning, in the description, there are links to their work. Also joining us for the first time and from the Titanic Hotel in Belfast is Mark Chirnside. How are you, Mark?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. It's coming up to 3 in the morning, so I've got a strong coffee with me, Tom.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here. Thank you. It's much appreciated, the invitation. And just a shout out to everyone listening. It's great to have you with us, have your support. I think for me, I first got interested in Titanic. I was probably 8, 9 years old. And we did a school project. And then I think some months afterwards, there was a book fair at the school. And my first Titanic book was Exploring the Titanic. So it was the children's companion book to the discovery of the Titanic. And, that really got me interested. And of course, I still remember seeing Ken's wonderful paintings for the first time. And for me, I have family from Liverpool. So I remember as a child going to the Maritime Museum there. And, family were always very encouraging. And after a while, I started to go to museums, go into archives, started doing my own research. The early days, I was actually too young, so I had to have an adult chaperone because I wasn't allowed into the archives on my own. And I guess for my expertise or my focus is really the broader context. So I wouldn't describe myself as a Titanic researcher. My specialty is really the wider history of the Olympic class ships, and also the earlier White Star liners such as Oceanic, Big Four. And I found that by researching them, it really helps understand Titanic. There are so many things that click into place.
Yeah, a lot of the people here we have on the stream with us have contributed so much to just the legacy of the Titanic and the wider Olympic class, as you just said there, Mark. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for a lot of people in our audience as we go through the night to ask questions, get a chance to talk to everybody here. There's a lot of super chats already coming in, and I want to say thank you very much for that. What we do with that is we just kind of split it between all of us at the end of the night. It's just it's my nice way of saying thank you to them, and obviously that's coming from you guys, so that's very much appreciated. We're going to do our best to get to as many of them as we can. They're already hard to keep track of. I am apologizing in advance if we miss any. I'm trying to take a mental note of the ones I'm seeing to make sure that any questions can get answered and whatnot. So anyway, thank you very much for everyone in the audience joining us. And we do have a couple more quick introductions. Joining us from the HFX team, my company, my team here, working on the Lusitania project, these documentaries, we have Levi Rourke. We'll start with you. Levi, how are you?
Well, I'm doing all right, Tom. My name is Levi. I'm the, animator, modeler, programmer for any of the stuff that we do here. So like the Titanic animation we have here, that was done in 2021. And man, I think we pulled that together in 2 months or so. And then from there, worked on other stuff like Britannic. Was me and Tom are one of the main people that did that. And now we're doing the Lusitania, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And then also doing Empress of Ireland, and then other, commissions as they come along in that. And so it's kind of a bunch of different things that we do, but definitely honored to be here among such, well, heroes, as it were, as my younger years in that. So it's a great pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Levi. And then lastly, I really hope I'm not missing anybody. Correct me if I am, but Alex Muller, how you doing?
Hey, Tom, I'm doing really well. Thank you for having me here, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. I feel it's going to be a really fantastic night. I currently am working with Tom doing the documentaries. I do modeling of ships in those documentaries as well as the animations. I'm also working with doing the Lusitania project right now. That's our current big guy, I guess you could say. And then of course I got working with for Empress of Ireland. And yeah, no, we just been it's just gonna be an exciting night. And again, thank you for having me here, Tom.
And
Awesome.
Tom, just to be clear, there is one person that you didn't introduce, and that is yourself. I could speak for Tad and for Bill and myself and for all of us who've worked with you for so long. We really appreciate your willingness to host our endeavors with these projects and these annual live streams, and to make the working such a wonderful experience working with you and with Levi and with Alex. You guys do so much good work to help bring these ships back to life, whether it's Titanic, whether it's Lusitania, whether it's so many other ships. I know you did so much work on Atlantic. So thank you very much, Tom, for all the work that you do in making this avenue available to us. We appreciate it so much. We know that the live streams are stressful for you, and it's stressful for all of us, but we know that as the host and being on your channel, we know it's stressful. So we would just want to take a minute and do a shout out and thank you for your time and your effort too.
Thank you so much for hosting.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's always one of those stresses where you just get anxious and nervous. You always hear it in my voice in the first few minutes of these streams, but it's one of those things that when it's all said and done, it was a thrill. It was fantastic and an honor to be a part of it. And quite honestly, as we go through this, and it's been like this every year since historians have started joining me on these streams, I really prefer to take a back seat to this. I am not an historian, but obviously I am joined by many here. So I really want to make sure you all can tell the story, and I'm just going to kind of guide it and help facilitate it with the audience here. So really, the pleasure is mine. I very much enjoy that everyone is able to join. So I've been doing this stream for about 11 years, I think it was. I always forget, because I forget about this stream every year until about a month prior. 11 years, and I missed 2018 because I was in Ireland. And it was just too late in the night for me to be able to start it at about 2 a.m. So my hat goes off to Mark Chirnside, who is in that time zone, who is joining us at 2 or 3 a.m. and hopefully going to be sticking with us throughout the night. But like I said, if you get too tired or something goes wrong, anyway, just happy for you to stick it out as long as you can. Thank you. All right, so right about now, let's start to set the scene just a tiny bit. We do have a couple of announcements that I want to get to before we get into the real moments leading up to the collision, but let's set the scene a bit. The night is April 14th, and I should note that it was a Sunday, April 14th, and tonight is a Sunday, April 14th. So it's fallen on the same day. The temperature has been dropping. The passengers are winding down for the night and retiring to their cabins. And overall, Titanic is just beginning to go to sleep. So right around now, we have about 35 minutes until the collision. What are some of the things that are happening on board the ship in the 30 minutes prior to collision?
Well, things are definitely beginning to wind down for the evening. Titanic's clocks are an hour and 2 minutes ahead of us here on the East Coast. So right now it's 10:53, according to Titanic's clocks back in the day. And on cruise ships nowadays, we think of people staying up late and doing a lot of fun things at night, you know, whether it's casinos or entertainment shows or things like that. But Titanic was really a different breed of cat, as the saying goes. And most people back then, they tended to be more early risers than, you know, in many cases today. And so many of the public rooms would have closed at 11 or 11:30, depending on the space and the class. So really you have a ship that's beginning to settle in for the night. You have people getting comfortable in their staterooms or their cabins. They're saying their final goodbyes to their friends for the night and making their plans for the morning, maybe setting their watches for the time change that was going to happen overnight. You still do have some activity. We know that there were some people who at this point were still in the first class lounge. I believe there was a group that included, was it Dorothy Gibson who was there and who was with some others playing some, I believe it was bridge, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. And right before this time, shortly in third class general room, there had been an impromptu party with some musicians, including Eugene Daly, who was playing his pipes, and that's been portrayed in various ways in movies, but it was a little more raucous than what you might have seen in first class.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the first class smoking room was still open, so you still had gentlemen there having their highballs, maybe an after dinner cigar, playing some bridge with each other. There was a story, I'm sure that George or Don will probably be able to tell the story better than I can about that multilingual game of bridge that they were playing that Walter Lord wrote about, the delicacies of playing cards with people who didn't speak the same language. So still some activity for sure on the ship, but not as much as one might think nowadays from a 21st century perspective.
There were 3 card sharps in the first class smoking room who were trying to take Howard Case to the cleaners playing bridge whist.
Playing what? Bridge what?
Bridge whist.
What's that?
WHIST. A type of bridge. I'm not a card player, but apparently it was a type of bridge back then.
Okay, interesting. All right. So there's a lot going on the ship with just settling in. It's I imagine whenever I see the ship sailing and the lights blazing like this, it just seems very cozy and it feels warm, you know, like you're in a cabin on a cold night, but inside it's warm, and it's just that almost comforting feeling, that calm before the storm, which I know is trite, but that's really what these moments truly are. Anything else worth mentioning in these half-hour leading up moments before we jump off and talk about some of these announcements?
I know many of the people who were in their cabins settling in, you know, they would have been reading. I know some of the couples they were still playing games in their rooms, things like that. I remember one couple, the name escapes me off the top of my head, but I remember that she was in bed and she was watching the dresses jiggle from the engine vibrations. It was causing a vibration as she was watching them sway back and forth in her stateroom.
And there were some small bugs with the heating system on the ship, and obviously they were in cold weather at this point, but there's some sections of the ship where there's complaints about it being almost unbearably cold, and then some areas where there was too much heat coming in, and the passengers actually had to open up the portholes to let some of the cooler air in.
I seem to remember that it was the second class cabins were the ones that were getting cold.
It was second class.
Yeah.
Second class was where it was really the worst.
Was it Ludi Parrish,
I
believe, who mentioned that specifically?
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Anyway.
And Ludi Parrish and Eminita Shelley, who by seemed insufferable based on their own account of the disaster.
Yes.
Yeah. They gave the stewards a run for their money on that trip. But even up in first class, I remember a number of the passengers' accounts, they referred to how they had to put their furs on as the afternoon progressed, I believe it was Lucy Duff Gordon who said she had to retire to her cabin on A deck because it was just so cold. go to bed, crank the heater, and crawl under the blankets and try and get warm. There were some passengers who were in the Cafe Parisienne late, and they began to, the cold really began to hit them there, and so the group began to disperse. I think Edward Kent was in that group and Helen Candy, and so it was the cold was really seeping in all over the ship, and there was definitely something not quite right with the technical heating and cooling on board the ship during the maiden voyage. There was some discussion about that.
And very few, if any, passengers were up on deck at this point. They were all inside because it was too cold to go out.
And you can only imagine the lookouts up in the crow's nest with the wind blowing in their face and eyes. And that must have been very uncomfortable conditions to be up in that position.
That's right. All right, well, let's take a step back for a little bit. We have another about 25, 30 minutes until we have to start talking about the collision. We have a couple of announcements that we want to talk about in advance before we really get into the evening. I have seen a number of people asking about our Lusitania project. We do give updates on that, and every few months I like to do something to sort of tell people what's going on. I do have to admit to everybody, it's a background project. It's not something that we're focusing full time on, which is why it has taken 3 years to this point. If we were focusing on it full time, it would have been done long ago. But we have been taking other commission projects as well, doing large things that hopefully we will be able to show you someday, but they are for private clients. So that has taken a lot of our time. Plus, we're making these videos, and honestly, we're having a lot of fun doing it. Regarding Lusitania, though, I know Levi and Alex are going to be able to speak about the actual experience itself, but we have our 2-volume book on the Lusitania coming out in the first volume coming out in just a couple of months, and Kent here is going to tell you how you can find out about that and even pre-order a copy while I show up a couple of sample screens here.
Thank you. So we're really excited about this project. We're trying to cover the entire history of the Lusitania, and it's such an incredible history. It actually has to be broken up into 2 volumes once you factor in the artwork and the imagery that we're including. So the first volume, which is what you see samples of here from the inside, basically we're covering the planning for the ship, the design phase of the ship, the construction, and also the career up until the outbreak of World War I, so from 1907 through 1914. And really, if you're looking at these sample images, it'll give you some idea of how much work we've already put into this volume, because the HFX Studios team has cranked out a lot of CG renders for us, and we have really set the stage for showing Lusitania during every stage of her career, including this picture here, which is on the screen, the one on the left side. This image shows that we've also built parts of Pier 54 and Pier 56. And this image actually depicts Lusitania on one of her midnight sailings, which were very popular at the time. So it's not just the ship. We're actually trying to include like the scenery right around here in New York City, where the ship was docked before her voyages. So it's an incredible. It's going to be an awesome book. I know a lot of people are very excited about it.
And I can't say enough about not only the work of writing that's gone into this, but particularly Levi and Alex, what they've done with the graphics and recreations is truly astounding, and I can't wait for people to be able to see that.
Yeah.
And where can that be pre-ordered, Kent?
So if you go to my website, which is atlanticliners.com, and you go to the store, you'll see that you can actually pre-order signed and numbered copies of this Volume 1. It's going to be coming out in June. Not sure exactly the date, and it may also depend on the shipping speed that the publisher chooses, because the books are going to be coming over from the UK. So it'll be available in the signed and numbered format. We've already sold over a quarter of our signed and numbered run, and so we still have some spaces available, but it has been moving quickly. And so if you're interested in picking up a copy and see what we've been involved in behind the scenes at HFX, not only with Titanic, but with Lusitania and so many other things, this is an excellent opportunity for you to take a look at what we've been in the middle of.
And we're already very, very hard at work on volume 2. We just recently finally put a pin in volume 1, and volume 2 is already, we've been in that for quite some time.
Yeah. And of course, on the cover of this Lusitania volume is another name, someone else who is well known in Titanic and Lusitania circles, and it's Mike Poirier. A good friend of ours. In fact, we realized that Tad and Mike actually end up being distant cousins.
That's right.
We found that out not too long ago. But working with Mike and our team of authors, I can't say enough for the work that Levi has done on this book, because Levi has really, he's not just an animator anymore. On this project, he really became a historian, because he transcribed hundreds of pages of firsthand accounts in putting the information together for the sinking of Lusitania. And it's been such a useful resource and such a useful tool. He's helped us to be able to identify a lot of mistakes that have been made with Lusitania's history over the years. And volume 2 is going to rewrite the book on Lusitania's disaster.
That's right. I'll definitely second that about Levi's work. He truly has become an historian on the subject, with the ship visually, with managing firsthand accounts. And that's all just come from the natural course of developing this. So Levi, Alex, you two are the experts on our upcoming experience and how we're doing with that. What's new?
Well, I guess what's not new on the ship, really, and thanks for the praise, but I can't give it to myself. Everyone here has really helped with that, especially Alex. None of this would have been done in time and possible without Alex, so I got to give Alex the full props to that. Like Kent said, the sinking itself, that's actually what the last while's been on, because really, like he said, the whole story is almost being written, because there's been some major we thought we were done. And then there was some things I went, oh my goodness, that's going to require a lot of changing. And so that's what we've been working on. And then also, like with physically on the ship, getting it ready for something what we like to do has been a lot of work. And so I know, like for last year, for example, it was just the amount of work was incredible, because the hull and the work on that hadn't been finished and handed in as we thought. And so me and Alex had, I think, like it was like 4 weeks. We had to cram the whole thing to get the hull crammed into something that is absolutely gorgeous. Like I can't compliment Alex's work on this enough. And then with the interior spaces, as I'm sure Tom will run through here in a second, some of the changes that are, I think, even if you're not a Lusitania person, I think when you see this, you're going to look at this and say, this is something special. And I know Alex has some things he wants to talk about with some of the room and the changes that were done. But compared to what we were originally thinking, that what some of these spaces are going to look, the changes in the work is this is it for Lusitania. This is the be all end all of her, and it's going to be, I think, any ship fan, Titanic, even if you're just a Titanic fan, I think this is something which, when you see the whole thing, when it's done and it's packaged, and the work and the quality and all the help from everyone that we've gotten, it's going to be something really special. But Alex, I'll let you talk about working on that, and when Tom shows some of the images of some of the progress that we've been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. It's been, working with, just the team, and working with, just it's been a really, really fantastic experience. I don't think I mentioned it last year, but I had joined the Lusitania project back when being part of the Titanic Historical Society of Atlantic Canada. Tom had mentioned it, and I emailed Tom. I was just saying, if you need help, hey, I'd love to help. And I guess that's where it all started. And it's been such an experience, and so fun since. And with so much in that time we've learned and discovered so many things with Lusitania, to a point that, I mean, when I first started, I have to say, I was very not that well known. I didn't know the Lusitania as well as, I mean, compared to now, it's just like it's incredible just some of the things that we started from to what we know now. Currently on the screen, this is the reading and writing room. This is just forward of the entrance of the top of this the staircase. And this is, I think, one of my favorite rooms. This was one of the rooms when it all was finished. There's a few things that need to be adjusted and tweaked, and that's kind of all over. There's things that are being adjusted and whatnot. But this is the room, I think, when it was done and it was finished, I look back and I was just like, yeah, this is good. I was we were very happy, and just how it came together, and just all the props and the furniture, and just, it's the fireplace and whatnot. It was very exciting. It was very exciting to see the space.
And you basically redid this whole room from scratch, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, no, this was one of the rooms I just started altering some things, and it kind of went out of control. And I just and then with the help of our fantastic historians again, it's just, that's, I think, the biggest thing. Without these guys, we wouldn't be where we are now. So again, a massive thanks to them, and a massive thanks for them just being so supportive, and so just helping us, and just being there, and I can't thank you guys enough for that. And here is the smoking room. This room is also a very nice room. This is this current one. I think this one's actually pretty well all finished. I can't think of anything else in here that's needed. This one's also, it has some nice surprises. It gave us some interesting surprises as we're working on it, some interesting discoveries and whatnot, stuff that we can't wait to be able to share with you in the final product itself. And just, it was this one was a lot of fun to work on, especially funny enough, the wind relief that you see on the top of the fireplace there. Apart from the propeller, I think that was my first model, I think, in the game. I could be wrong though with that. But yeah, no, this is a really, really beautiful room, this one. And then of course we have the lounge. It's such this and the smoking room, they're so different from, with Titanic and Olympic, these huge rooms, tall ceilings, and just very airy, very open. And the lounge is another room that we had a really fun time with discovering. And again, massive thanks to just all the historians, all everyone, to help us bring this room back to life. It's, again, I can't say that enough. A thanks and a praise to you guys for helping us with this.
And honestly, Alex, we can't say enough good about your work. Our audience may not know this, but I've worked on a shared screen with Alex some nights, and he comes to, and he'll have a question about this, that, or the other thing, some technical thing. And I'll just watch what he's doing, and I'm like, this is incredible work. Alex is a very gifted modeler, and it's a pleasure to have you on our team working with us. Can't say enough good about what you do. And Levi, of course, as well. I mean, Levi's Levi's been with our team for so long. It's a pleasure to work with both of you. We really appreciate it very much.
It's again, and I totally like Levi. Just insane, some of the stuff he's done, and just talking to him, a day after work, and just talking to him and just seeing what he's done. I'm like, whoa, like some of the things he has to keep up with. And it's funny too. You mentioned, because that's actually one of the things just recently, like I mentioned, there's parts and whatnot that we're tweaking. And one of the things that you see here in this particular render is the wood. And the wood currently right now is being re-put in. We got a brand new wood, and we did a night, me and Kent, where we just sat down and we went over mahogany, and this is what's known as French polished mahogany. It's almost like, if you've seen the photographs, it's kind of this, it looks almost like glass, really. It's a very glassy wood because of just how it's polished. And it's been one of the harder ones to try to get right because it's a very unique texture, a very unique material. So we just, I say recently, but yeah, we are currently in the progress of making the wood in this room even better than what you see here. And I'm very excited to see what that's all going to turn out in the end. So it's,
no, even some of the smaller changes too that we'll be doing, right? Or even in the future, like last year, we all finally got to meet together in Montreal for our Empress of Ireland stuff. And David St. Pierre, big shout out to him for making that trip awesome and just learned so much on that.
Shout out to David St. Pierre. No, he's really fantastic guy.
But no, it's going, like I said, when this is all done and everyone's able to walk around the Lusitania and see it, and frankly, it's something different from Titanic too, which we all know very well. I think everyone is going to really enjoy it. So don't know when it's coming out exactly yet, but we'll let you know the moment we know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's the big thing. It's going to be exciting to have people be able to explore these spaces and just, I really can't wait to see people's reactions and just, yeah, it's exciting. It's very exciting.
That's right. So anyway, I have a couple other things to quickly mention before we continue. Last year, Kent and I put out a musical album where you can find it on Spotify or Apple Music, and it recreates various songs, period songs from original sheet music on the piano about ocean liners or sailing. And it's compiled, and each of the songs have a detailed write-up that tells the history. So if you are interested, you can find that online. I meant to put a link in the description, but I think I forgot that one. But anyway, you'll find that. It actually charted in Belgium, believe it or not.
We couldn't believe that it did. We were like, Belgium?
Where'd that come from?
Belgium. Thank you to our Belgian fans.
So anyway, that is worth checking out if you are interested. It was a fun project. David St. Pierre, as Levi had mentioned him. I know I see him in the chat. He said that he listens to this album frequently while he's writing. So anyway,
there's an interesting piece on this album too, Tom. Many may not know the history behind it. It was actually written by Chief Surgeon Beaumont some years before the Titanic disaster. But many may not know that Beaumont and Dr. O'Loughlin, who actually was on the Titanic and went down in the disaster, the two of them were having a lunch, supposedly, with Captain Smith. And Captain Smith was trying to form his crew for Titanic, and he was trying to pick basically between the two, is my understanding. And the story goes that O'Loughlin made the mistake of speaking up and complaining about changing so frequently from one ship to another at that stage in his life. And Captain Smith good-naturedly chided him and said, "Oh, come on with me to the Titanic." And so Beaumont was the person who wrote the song that's on this album, and he narrowly avoided being on the maiden voyage of Titanic, or so the story goes, as far as we've been able to ascertain.
All right, so let's start transitioning back to the Titanic now. We've talked quite a bit about the Lusitania and other projects of ours. Let's really shift the focus back to the purpose of tonight. Transitioning into that, there's actually been some cool discoveries lately. I am aware of the many super chats coming in. We're not ignoring them. But there's been a pretty cool discovery lately by Mike Poirier of a couple of rare, lesser known, perhaps not seen for a century photographs of the Titanic under construction and fitting out. Kent, would you want to introduce this, or would someone else like to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I'll give you a brief story from my perspective. Of course, as everyone knows, we had a very busy weekend down here at Pigeon Forge. We had a roundtable yesterday, Q&A. We were signing books all weekend and really mingling with all the people who were here and present and on scene. And my phone, I would come back to my phone occasionally, and I would check, and I would see, 50 messages, 100 messages, and I'm trying to keep up. But suddenly I was starting to get some excited messages coming through from Mike Poirier. And he was saying, "I just made a discovery of some photographs of Titanic that I've never seen before." And he says, "Let me go phone a friend or two. Let me talk to some other people that I know and see if they are aware of these photos of Titanic ever having been published before. And he came back a little while later and he said that he had checked with them and they had never seen these photos before. And of course, for Titanic historians, Titanic was not particularly well photographed. So it really was, it's, you know, that golden find when you've suddenly come across a Titanic photo that you've never seen before. And so, yeah, it looks to us as if these may not have been seen before. And so we wanted to share them with you tonight, 112 years after the disaster.
And we hope that Mike's still watching now so that you can see the unveiling.
Yeah, hopefully Mike didn't fall asleep.
All right, well, here they come. Now, obviously, they are grainy and lower quality, and of course, the stream is going to compress them a little bit more. But they are really interesting to look at. The bottom one I had actually thought I had seen before, but I was confusing it with another very similar photograph. So it's neat to be able to see them. They look very ghostly, but this would be it as it's fitting out. The top two, at least, are at the fitting out wharf. Am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the top left one is a very exciting photograph because we know that very quickly after Titanic was launched, based on in-service experience with Olympic, the decision was made to modify Titanic's B deck. And these were incredible modifications that were made to install extra staterooms. It required changing out the screens along most of the length of B deck. And that's actually what you can see in this top left photo, is that the original screens that were present when Titanic was launched have been removed. And these it's actually the gaps where those screens were before the new windows, the new screens are installed. And of course, the B deck window configuration is one of the things that, you know, if you're not familiar with the A deck promenade, or the other visual differences, the B deck window configuration for Titanic is so specific, and it really helps historians, you know, when they look at a picture, you know, very quickly they're able to identify what ship is which. So these two fitting out photos are very unique glimpses into the early modifications during Titanic's fitting out.
It really makes you wonder just how many other photographs or even video is out there of the Titanic from her construction or sitting in Southampton or even the voyage. We do know that there were cameras on board as the ship was sailing, both still imagery and motion picture, all lost, aside from what was taken off on Queenstown.
So hopefully, what we wanted to do is we actually wanted to premiere these to the world on the anniversary, but we also knew that we had an incredible pool of historians that were going to be present with us in the stream. And if they had seen these pictures before or were familiar with them, then they would be able to tell us. So certainly, gentlemen, if these are, we would love to hear it so that we can make sure we caption them properly moving forward as we share them with the world.
Well, this is Ken here. The one at the top right looks very familiar to me. Don, you may remember Rusty Brown's book, Titanic, The Psychic in the Sea. I think somehow she had gotten a hold of that image or one very, very similar to it. And it was published, you know, decades ago. I could be wrong, you know, because often you see a particular angle and you think, oh, I've seen that. And then you notice, oh, no, that's a separate photo. Somebody else took that. So, or it could be taken on a different day. The one on the upper left, there are several that are similar to that. So I just can't say offhand, off the top of my head, if that's brand new to me. Certainly a great image. The one on the bottom is definitely new to me, you know, leaving Southampton. And it looks as if, I mean, you can tell she's leaving Southampton because the jibs on the poop deck cranes are in the upright position, and the tiny flag at the top of the jack staff at the stern, you know, it's a lot of things, you know, give it away. But the guy leaning over the rail there at the left, this looks as if it was taken from the same vessel that other photograph was taken, that port bow view where you have the man in the foreground leaning over. It's as if, you know, the person has just turned and shot another picture looking downstream. So, I mean, fabulous. And I just wonder what the resolution is like, you know, to see this in large scale.
Yeah, these were very...
Beacon green again? Was that the ship, the Beacon Grange, that the other
Yes.
photograph, the other?
Yes,
We were talking
yes.
about that. Okay, that.
Yeah, thank
The
you.
right name for the ship. Yeah, yeah. But on the picture that's on the bottom, I just love the one person that's standing there. It just frames the picture, really brings that moment to life when we're looking at it.
Right. And, you know, we talked about this last year, it might have been myself that brought it up, but, you know, photographs just keep turning up and they will continue to keep turning up. I remember, you know, decades ago, you know, people, experts, authorities were proudly claiming, well, we've seen the last of the photographs of Titanic and we know all that we will ever know. The book is closed, you know, crazy things like this. And you and I and the rest of us know that new stuff continues to emerge all the time. And I'm quite confident that in the future, more photographs and perhaps even rare newsreel footage. Supposedly Titanic's launch was shot on film as motion picture. And who knows what happened to that? So things are going to keep being discovered. I can guarantee it.
I'm waiting for that launch footage. I know it's out there. Yeah. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, so thank you, Mike Poirier, for letting us show this, letting us debut this in this stream. That was pretty exciting, and that was a very last-minute addition. This morning, Kent messages me and says, "Hey, we got photos. Put them in." So.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe when I found the messages from Mike and just last night, the timing of it, to be able to include these just, you know, at the very last before we were able to do the live stream.
And it was fascinating because I was at the airport with delays trying to get to Pigeon Forge in the museum, and I saw these, and that kind of made me a little bit less frustrated than I was at the time. So thank you, Mike, for sharing those, and Ken, thank you for the information on that and kind of confirming the one does appear to be unknown.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, Mike, for your generosity, you know, in just putting these online for the whole world to see like this. This is kind of rare. A lot of people hold on and sit on, you know, their new discoveries, and it's very generous of you to just put it out there like this and share publicly.
That's right. Well, all right. Was there any other business to take care of before jumping back to storytelling? I am gonna address a couple super chats, but first, Kent, is there any other business to take care of?
I can't remember if there was anything more specifically that we wanted to talk about tonight. What about you, Tad or Bill, since we're sharing a mic here? Is there anything that you guys?
Well, we're obviously thanking everybody for joining us, but I did want to say a special thank you to George Behe. I mean, we've been friends with him for a long time for joining us again this year as well. I'm humbled to be with this group of individuals tonight, and we thank everybody that's listening in right now, and we're looking forward to the discussions to come.
Thank you all for joining us.
So one of our super chats is from Evan Sagmon. Question for Ken Marschall. Do you have a rough estimate of price ranges to commission an art piece from you? And best regards from Norway.
Yes, well, hello. It all depends upon the complexity of a scene and how long it's going to take me to create it. The R&D, the research, is what takes the most time, particularly when it's a historical scene where a client wants the ship in a particular place at a particular time, and there's a lot of harbor things going on, dock sheds, and all that kind of thing. That makes it incredibly time consuming, again, because I'm a perfectionist and I don't just whip these things out. I mean, I'm just now finishing a painting that literally I've been working on for years. And thank goodness the client has been incredibly patient. He knows that with the passing of time and my ongoing research, I'm finding more and more little details. I'm changing things in the painting. Just as Levi, I think it was Levi, said a little while ago, you know, you think you're done with the Lusitania, and then you discover something, and you think, whoa, this is going to take some time to change. This is a new thing here. So anyway, to answer your question, I don't like to give prices, you know, publicly, but if you want to write to Ken Marschall Inc. at AOL.com, that's Ken Marschall INC at AOL.com. We can get back to you with a better idea if you can be very detailed in the kind of scene that you want, the kind of size that you want, and this sort of thing.
And I've linked to both of your websites in the description below this stream. So you can find out more there as well if you want to buy prints or a G clay or anything like that. And I believe they can also contact through your website, or at least your contact information is on there as well, correct?
Right, that's right. Now, G clay is, we desperately need to upgrade both of these websites. I've just been busy and we just haven't gotten around to it. But so I don't believe G clays are actually discussed at kenmarschall.com, but they are an option, and they're a wonderful option, but you just have to ask about them. If you write to that email address that I gave and express, your interest in a G clay, they're just so faithful to the original, and they're printed on canvas, on stretched canvas, ready to frame, and they just blow my mind. I mean, I personally inspect and approve of these prints when they go out. So so there you go.
All right. Mick Attack 21 has asked, how much research has been put into the Titanic's boat trains, considering how important these were for the London Southwestern Railroad records? They should exist still. The records should still exist. That was the question.
The boat trains actually are a bit of an interesting story because there's a lot of conflicting information that we found when we were working on a Sea of Glass over the years about which boat train arrived in Southampton first and which time, at what specific times. Maybe I'm not sure whether the question is asking about the time of arrival in Southampton or about the cars themselves, because I know that there was some talk about the cars from the London and Southwestern Railway that were discovered recently, that there was thought to be some connection with Titanic's boat trains. So maybe our guest will clarify the question a little bit for us so we can give him the answer that he would like to know more about, hopefully.
Anything on the boat trains? Anything to add?
Maybe we could ask Don if he's still with us. I'm not sure if he is, or George, because I know, George, you've done so much research into the accounts of the events. Any thoughts on what time those two boat trains arrived and in what order they arrived at the quay in Southampton?
I don't know anything about the order, but I did find one report that one of the boat trains broke down temporarily before it continued onwards to Southampton. How that affected the arrival time, I don't know.
I believe that was in your book, wasn't it, George?
It's in one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that recently. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's a great question. And the boat train has always, the boat trains have always interested me because I also enjoy trains. And to hear that there may be some surviving cars from that is unbelievable. But we can discuss that at another time. Someone has asked if Hugh Brown asked, is that musical album that we put together possible to be licensed for YouTube videos? Yeah, we've actually done that already a few times. Obviously most of the songs are public domain, but the recordings, which we recorded ourselves and produced ourselves, those recordings are our copyright. So, if you're interested in using our recordings, just send me an email. We can discuss this. My email is on my YouTube channel, hidden from the spam bots, but a human can find it. And then now we have from Blue River. Blue River says, I love seeing all the amazing work that you do. Already pre-ordered your book. So excited. Alex, how many hours do you think you have put into the Lusitania so far? I don't even want to hear the answer to that one. I'm scared.
I don't think I can answer. I don't think that I can't think of a number. I think it's too beyond that.
I kept track of when we did Britannic, And then when Lusitania surpassed that, I've deemed it best to not keep track of it anymore.
For your own mental state, yeah.
Yeah, I realized, oh boy, the wait is over. It's time, but it's a lot. It's many.
Levi, how many hours did you put into Britannic Patroness of the Mediterranean?
My recollection is 1600, but or 1200, somewhere in there. But I when Lusitania surpassed that long ago, I deemed it better. Kind of embarrassing, too much time, but I deemed it better not to keep track anymore.
Wow, that I got to say that is way more than I have ever put into any of my paintings, including the one I'm working on now, which is by far the most complex, labor-intensive, research-intensive painting that I've ever done. I would get, and I stopped keeping track as well of the hours. I did in the very, very beginning, and then I blew it off. But I've probably put in maybe 250 or so on the current one that I'm working on. So 1600, my goodness.
It's many in it. Well, I could never do the paintings, Ken, but it's I guess the difference with here is it just takes a lot longer to do certain things with that, but it's many hours, but thankfully they're still really enjoyable. Enjoy what I'm sure Alex can say the same. I'm sure Ken, you can say that we enjoy what we do, so it makes it fun.
Levi's far too humble to say this, but in addition to those hours for the graphics, he's spent so much time with our team transcribing accounts for Lusitania and he puts in so much time and effort in this, and it's incredible to watch, and thank you, Levi, for everything you're doing.
Yeah, plus, I'm working in 2 dimensions. I mean, so it's so much simpler. You're doing a 3-dimensional model and the entire freaking ship. So, or practically the entire ship, when it comes to Lusitania. So props to you guys.
I want to give everybody
Ken means a lot.
Yes, thank you, Ken. I want to give everybody a heads up. We seem to have lost Don. As I mentioned, the Wi-Fi on the Queen Mary is not all that great. It was dropping in our pre-call, and he seems to be out. Hopefully he can rejoin us. I know there are questions specifically for him. Last super chat is from Reese. He says, I adore Ken's work. He's so humble despite how amazing he is. I think we can all agree with that there, Ken.
Oh, thank you.
So Kent with a T. What time? Yes. What time is it aboard the Titanic right now?
Well, it's 10:33 here, so right now it's 11:35. We are literally less than 5 minutes from hitting the iceberg, which means that very soon we'll be switching our animation over, because the primary animation comes in at the tail end of 11:37. And just so that people know, there's going to be some sound effects in the animation that we've done. We've done it in a way that we on the panel can hear it. This year, this is a new thing for us. We've kept the levels very, very low, very soft, so that we can continue to talk through most of it. But for those of you who are enjoying maybe with headphones or whatnot, be aware that there will be a few moments when the volume really cranks up. And the reason for that is we want our panel to experience not just the animation, the visuals, but also the audio. And we're hoping that what this will do is it will spur conversation as we move forward by experiencing these events right in real time, basically along with the passengers who are on the deck. So it's incredible to think that no one on the ship, even this late, just a couple of minutes, had any inkling of what was to come. It was still a normal trip, and all of that was about to change in just a very short time. Very sad to think about. This is the last moments Titanic knew anything normal.
I really wish Don was still here for this moment, because I feel he would have a lot to say about leading up to the collision. I'm switching over to our animation now, which begins at... Oh, I gotta turn those pictures off. Begins at 11:37 p.m. 3 minutes to go. So let's walk through the collision, starting now, because we're going to see it unfolding. And cut the volume down. So who is where on board? Which officers are on deck? Who is on the bridge? Who is in the crow's nest? And please
Right
let me
now
know in
we
the, sorry, hang on. Please in the description, if the levels for the sound effects are too high, let me know and I will lower them right down. Go ahead, Kent.
Right now in the crow's nest, we have lookouts Frederick Fleet and Lee also, they're together. On the bridge, we have First Officer Murdoch is the officer of the watch, and Quartermaster Hitchens is at the helm in the wheelhouse where we were earlier in the pre-show.
We have Fourth Officer Boxhole, who his story changed a little bit, but it appears that he was actually in his cabin at this point, getting a cup of tea, possibly not feeling well, but that came out when a later telling that that's where he was just prior to the collision.
And back on the stern, under the docking bridge, unlike what you're going to see in the video here, Quartermaster Rowe was keeping an eye out. He had maybe 40 minutes before the end of his watch.
And so now you've just heard the 3 gongs and the crow's nest bell.
And there's First Officer Murdoch looking to see what's ahead after hearing that warning.
And if you turn the sound back up a little bit, Tom, you'll be able to hear some of the exchanges and it all plays out so quickly too.
Hard to starboard. The helm is hard over, sir.
Stopping.
Some of the research that we've done recently in preparation for the 4th edition really gives us a very good idea of exactly when the engine stopped during the collision. You're hearing them begin to slow now.
You see the ship turning and looking as if it might miss.
Hard aboard!
From the iceberg to prevent further damage of the ship.
Frequently over the years, Murdoch's been heavily criticized for his decision to turn the ship, and yet really he nearly pulled off what would be the proverbial hat trick. He was so close to helping the ship completely avoid the iceberg. And with reversing the orders, in those critical moments, it prevented a lot of damage from being done to the stern of the ship, because a lot of people don't realize a ship is steered by the rudder at the stern. And so when you're going to point your bow to port, your stern is actually kicking out to starboard off of your center line.
You can see the stern of the ship moving away from the iceberg here. And we actually saw Quartermaster Rowe standing on top of the aft docking bridge. That is incorrect. He said he was under the docking bridge when that happened. He did say the iceberg he was afraid it was going to hit the docking bridge. And it protruded from the side of the ship.
Yeah, and he thought it was a windjammer or a sail going past
with
initially.
With its sails fully set going past, yeah. I would have thought with so much talk of icebergs that afternoon, that would have been the first thing on his mind, yet it was a windjammer that he thought.
And you could see some passengers that had come out to see what had happened. And many of them caught a glimpse of the iceberg.
Yeah, yeah.
Rowe said the berg was about 20 feet higher than the boat deck, which makes sense because there were ice fragments around the forward lifeboats and also on A deck at the rear end of the ship. So ice had to have tumbled down from above to get there.
And there were some of the open portholes. The first class passengers actually reported that ice had come through those into their cabins.
It was some very interesting accounts from people on D deck, specifically on the starboard side, very close below the bridge, where we know the iceberg actually hit a porthole on D deck and shattered it and shoved some ice through it, and they noticed it afterwards. It's a little bit of the iceberg damage that many people don't think about too much afterwards. So here we are. I mean, the engines have stopped. Captain Smith is now on the bridge assessing the situation. It's happening so quickly, and yet Titanic is already, no one knows it yet, but the ship is already going to the bottom.
And at this point, the ship is starting to list to starboard. Not very long after the collision, Hitchens said he looked at I forget what
the indicator?
The indicator, and it said it was listing 5 degrees to starboard very suddenly.
And the interesting thing is many passengers didn't even feel the collision. They were awakened or noticed something was wrong and startled them out of a sleep when they stopped hearing the engines going.
Yeah, it's this amazing thing where you would think it was the iceberg and the collision, and yet the engines running had been an every moment part of their existence. Ever since they'd left Queenstown, those engines hadn't stopped. And when you're on a ship, you really begin to feel that rhythm, that kind of rumbling sound, and it lulls you to sleep.
You get used to it. And then when it stops, it's, whoa, what happened?
Yeah. Now you're expecting them to stop when you're coming up to New York, late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, but for them to stop here on Sunday night with no notice.
In the middle of the ocean.
In the middle of the night, that was really what most people actually, what got their attention. It wasn't the collision so much.
Well, and of course, it was a different matter for some down in steerage, particularly on the starboard side, where the collision was pretty substantial. There's accounts of individuals being thrown out of their bunks, and then shortly thereafter, a small quantity of water in their cabin or out in the hallway, which obviously showed them it was pretty serious.
You can see that starboard list right there.
Mm-hmm. And viewers might have noticed a minute ago that we had the info card talking about Captain Smith ordering slow ahead for a few minutes after the ship had come to a stop, and there's a lot of speculation about why that is. And one of the possibly plausible explanations are that they were trying to get clear of the ice before coming to a complete stop, but nobody knows for sure.
We do know that when Quartermaster Oliver, I believe it was, came on the bridge, he said that he had not seen an engine reverse order given from the moment that he stepped onto the bridge, but he did agree in his testimony that the engines must have been reversed because the forward momentum of the ship had been checked so quickly. And so the iceberg must have been pretty close to the ship still. And so Captain Smith probably, very likely, that's what he was doing, is trying to give a little bit more distance away from the iceberg and bringing half ahead for just a little bit.
And it's only here in a minute, because they had a full head of steam built up in the boilers feeding into the main pressure lines of the ship. And now with it stopped, it's not that the emergency valves on the funnels would have tripped and it started having that roaring of steam coming out at a extremely high pitch. It was compared to a freight train in some accounts. And really, that's something that a lot of passengers noticed right away too, is that terrible din coming out of.
It happened very quickly too, because the pressure in the mains was so high. The ship was really running at pretty close to full speed, even though the 5 auxiliary boilers had not been fired up and connected to the system. So here she is running at full bore, and all of a sudden the engines stop. And here it's 11:46. You might see the title card here. The engines are running off for the last time. Now there is no outlet for all that steam that's building up. And as Tad says, it's only going to be a very short time before that steam starts lifting the safety valves.
And that steam went on for quite some time, we think, until a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning. So a substantial period of time.
Yeah. So it's a critical, these first few minutes after the collision where the initial assessment is being made. You have all this foot traffic coming and going on the bridge. You have Boxhall leaving the bridge to go down below. You have the steam starting to blow off. I think we have the steam starting at 11:48. I know that we have a card for that specifically, and you actually see it in the animation. But everything is happening very quickly. And I think that's one of the things that when we do these live streams, we're always surprised, because everyone thinks, oh, it took a long time. And yet, when we're just chatting like this as a team, these minutes pass by very quickly every year.
One point I want to make is Quartermaster Rowe out on the stern claimed he did not know that there was anything wrong at this point. He saw the iceberg pass by, and he just stood out there waiting for his relief to show up, which wasn't for a while yet. But he claimed he didn't know anything was wrong. When he didn't know anything was wrong until about after 12 o'clock, when he saw, after 12:40, he saw a lifeboat in the water, and he went, why is that? And he called up the bridge, Boxhall entered, and said, get the rockets and bring them forward. Like my point being, Rowe thinks everything is fine at this point.
He's waiting for his relief to show up at 12:23.
And he had to have felt the ship tip to starboard. But he didn't say anything about that.
And I felt that was always strange that he didn't mention anything. He didn't think that was that unusual, hearing the steam roaring out, which he couldn't have helped but hear.
Well, yeah, he couldn't have helped. He didn't, as far as I can remember, he doesn't mention the steam blowing off at all. And he's out there all alone on the stern. How could he not hear it? When did we say that we thought the steam started blowing off?
Just started.
Yeah,
just started.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what time? And it's 11:48. Roe was still back there for another 20 minutes, 20 plus minutes. He could not have not heard it.
And one of the early indications with the flooding, and I'm not talking about this sequentially, but you have flooding in the squash court. You have the postal clerks, the water coming into the mailroom and them hauling the bags of mail up the stairs. And there's a myth about them being overtaken by the water and drowned. And there's absolutely no evidence. And in fact, there's many reasons to believe that didn't happen because of who they were.
If they had been trapped below deck, they would never have found any of the bodies. And as I recall, two of the mailmen bodies were recovered after the fact. That's a 40% recovery rate, which is better than the entire ship. So I'm personally convinced they did not get trapped.
The water levels were rising, but they were rising comparatively slowly. It would have been,
They would have had time to get out without too much. And they're seeing the water coming up.
Yeah. Maybe this would be a good time to toss it to Mark Chirnside, who is such an expert on a number of different factors regarding the Olympic class and the design of the ships, the watertight subdivision of the ships, how they compared to other liners of the day. It's so often said that Titanic was just a badly built ship, basically a ticking time bomb, just waiting to be sunk by something like this. But Mark, in a lot of his research, he's found so much information about the watertight subdivision and how well these ships really stacked up to other ships of the time period. And also even about their lifeboat accommodations and how, the popular story is that the lifeboats were cut because they wanted the decks less cluttered for the passengers, and yet Mark has really turned up some incredible information on it. Maybe we should turn that over to Mark if he's here, and he could speak on that for a few minutes.
I think that would be fantastic to hear about. You here, Mark?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I think it's on the issue of watertight compartments. I think there's quite a bit of misunderstanding really about the standards of the time. So legally speaking, a ship was able to leave port if it was designed to float with only one watertight compartment flooded. There's a lot of comment about lifeboat regulation and the fact that lifeboat regulation, could have been improved so much. But to my way of thinking, actually a bigger problem was that the standards for watertight compartment design were not higher from a legal perspective. So that was the law. A ship could simply have one compartment flooded. Really, that's not good enough as a standard. I mean, the chances are probably quite high that, if you're in a collision, Murphy's Law, you will be struck on a bulkhead, and so too will be flooded. And that was what was recognized as the highest standard of the time. So there was a government committee, which was chaired by Sir Edward Harland from Harland and Wolff, of course, in the early 1890s. And the highest class that they recommended, so this wasn't a legal requirement, but it was referred to as a standard, was essentially a ship that could float with any two watertight compartments flooded. And that was the design specification that was basically the highest standard of the time. That was essentially the design spec for ships such as Lusitania and Mauretania. We know that ships built for other passenger lines, Holland America Line, for example, ships such as Rotterdam, were designed to float with only two compartments flooded. And the design criteria or specification for Olympic and Titanic was that they would float with any two compartments flooded. And J. Bruce Ismay said in his testimony, I think it was before the British inquiry, that they were very anxious indeed that they had a ship which could float with any two compartments flooded. And, you know, you bear in mind how large some of those compartments were, such as the reciprocating engine room, the turbine engine room. You know, that was quite significant damage. But going beyond that, what Harnden Wolff actually did was design these ships so that they could float in those circumstances with a considerable margin of safety. So although that was the design spec, they really over-engineered it so that I think in most scenarios, there were maybe one or two exceptions, but basically there were 3 compartment ships. They could float, you know, with 3 compartments flooded, or even in a number of scenarios with 4 watertight compartments flooded. So that was very much going beyond what was recognized as the highest standard of the time. And of course, the design had transverse watertight bulkheads. So that's bulkheads going from one side of the ship to the other. I don't think it's widely appreciated, but these bulkheads were of particularly strong construction. It was originally proposed when these ships were being designed that they would be put into dry dock on a single line of blocks. So that's a single line of blocks beneath the keel supporting these ships. Well, you know that they're more than 90 feet wide. So Edward Wilding from Harnden Wolff was well aware that if they did that, they needed to design, you know, particular transverse strength, particular strength from side to side of the ship. And the transverse watertight bulkheads were one way of doing that. So they built them particularly strong, and they were considerably in excess of the standards of the time. You know, some of the requirements, I think, for Lloyd's Classification Society, these ships were not classed at Lloyd's, but they went far beyond that standard. And of course, the majority of these watertight bulkheads actually went up to D deck, which is something I think that is often overlooked. And contrary to popular belief, if you look at the earliest design concept that we have, this is the so-called Design D proposal, which was approved by the White Star Line by Ismay and Sanderson in July 1908. If we compare that with the ship as completed, you see that they've actually added a watertight bulkhead. So there are some improvements there compared to the original design. Over the course of construction, getting that design finalized, the watertight compartment design was actually improved, which is contrary to what a number of people seem to think.
I think hindsight, you know, with the modifications that were made to Olympic and Britannic after the Titanic disaster, so that those ships on paper could withstand what Titanic endured on this night. It kind of, yes, it raises the bar for safety, and yet it kind of also gives the false impression that there was something wrong with Titanic from the word go. And really there wasn't. As Mark has pointed out brilliantly, Titanic was built to a higher standard than anyone could possibly envision her needing to be to a standard of watertight compartments and safety. It was just that the scenario that she encountered, the way it all played out with that glancing blow along the side of the ship over about a third of her length was something that nobody had really encountered, not to the best of my recollection at any rate, in at least recent history on the North Atlantic. It was very much the unusual scenario that you don't see coming, quite literally. And so because of that, it's very easy to say, you know, Titanic should have been, you know, a better built ship. And yet she really was a well-designed, well-built ship. A lot of thought went into her safety, far more than she is generally given credit for today.
It's just that the collision was worse than they imagined could happen. More compartments were open to the sea. It wasn't designed for that. And when the ship was actually starting to go down, it wasn't designed to be tipped forward 15, 20 degrees. It wasn't built to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they built it so it could handle very large waves, but this was far beyond that.
Yeah.
Viewers, a few minutes ago, you saw there was a message about Captain Smith concluding his first inspection tour below and then sending for the boatswain to start getting crew up on deck to uncover the lifeboat. So they don't even know that the ship is doomed at this point. They just know that the damage is serious. And that was one of the proactive steps that Captain Smith had taken, was to start having the boats uncovered and readied in the event that they would be needed. So Smith is criticized in a lot of ways, and in my mind unfairly, when it comes to some of his actions after the collision. And this is just one example of the things that he was doing actively to try to get things ready in the event they needed to evacuate. People forget that it wasn't something they knew instantly. They had to assess the damage and then figure out what they needed to do. And that took a little bit of time to figure out exactly what the situation was, even though clearly serious.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
Clearly serious, especially because Captain Smith went below deck.
Mm-hmm.
That is not where you would expect to find him.
Yeah.
But he was that worried. He not only went down once, he went down twice.
Mm-hmm.
Very serious situation. I mean, here we are, we're still 20 minutes or so from Captain Smith being told that the ship is sinking by Andrews, and yet he is being proactive enough to say, let's get everything ready because we don't know where this is going. You know, you frequently think that the term the unsinkable ship, you know, everyone was so overconfident, and yet in the crisis, in the moment, Captain Smith was preparing for whatever lay ahead, and he knew things were serious. And in the end, those 20 minutes really ended up saving a lot of lives, because if he had waited those 20 minutes and said, well, you know, let's not worry the passengers, let's, you know, not worry the crewmen, you know, at that point, they would have lost another 20 minutes in the evacuation, and who knows how many people who were saved would not have been saved in the event.
So George, could you tell me a little bit about what inspections are being made right now, who is involved, and what are they finding?
Well, my research has continued. I came up with a sort of a preliminary thing a number of years ago, but I've continued researching, and my updated research actually will be out in about 4 days when the triumvirate, my new book, is released. But anyway, apparently, shortly after the collision, Thomas Andrews appeared near the bridge. I don't have any evidence that he actually spoke to Captain Smith at that time, but he did speak to a group of passengers who were all clustered around there and asking what had happened and stuff. And he reassured them, said, there's nothing to worry about, but I'm going to go below decks and have a look around. And so he disappeared towards the stairway, I guess. And the passengers just hung around on the forward boat deck waiting for him to come back. Andrews was seen below decks heading down actually towards the aft end of the ship. But eventually he walked forward along E deck towards the mail room. And in the meantime, Captain Smith was still on the bridge, but eventually he decided that he'd better go down below too and see what he could find out. So he went below, and he was seen back near the engine room. And one of the witnesses who saw him back there thought he was trying to find the chief engineer and have a conference with him. But anyway, eventually Smith walked forward along E deck 2, and he was seen disappearing towards the mail room, just like Andrews. And presently they came back along the hallway together, Smith and Andrews did. And Andrews was heard to say, well, 3 have gone already, Captain, which undoubtedly he was referring to the watertight compartments. So at that point, Smith and Andrews seemed to have separated, and Captain Smith apparently went back upstairs and returned to the bridge, while Andrews continued his inspection below decks. And a short time later, passengers were clustered on the various levels around the grand staircase, just, wondering what was going on and talking with each other. And all of a sudden, Thomas Andrews came racing up the grand staircase with this alarmed expression on his face. And people tried to say, hey, what's wrong? And he ignored them. He just kept right on racing up the stairs towards the upper decks. And I believe it was Prentice, storekeeper Prentice was on the forward boat deck at about this time. And he said that Andrews came to the bridge there, and he was talking with Captain Smith and Bruce Ismay. And he said, basically, she's gone. There was no long conference or no examination of the deck plans or anything like that. He just basically said she's gone. And from that point on, I guess Captain Smith ordered, he'd already ordered the boats to be uncovered. And now he realized it was necessary to winch them out, the boats out, so in the launch position, and start awakening passengers and getting them up to the boat deck with their life belts on.
Ken, you have some of my favorite paintings of yours of the Titanic are the early moments of the sinking, when the ship kind of appears as we're seeing right now. Would you tell me a little bit about the work that you've done relating to these very early stages?
Well, in what way? Be more specific, I guess. I mean, it was a matter of reading the testimonies, reading the accounts, trying to figure out how far the ship was down at a certain time, where in the paint, what I wanted to show in the painting. Is this the moment when the first rocket went off? Is this the moment when the first lifeboat started to lower? That sort of thing.
So yeah, the kind of research you put into it, but what I like about it is it's the balance of almost uncanny valley, where everything looks normal, except there's something slightly wrong. It's slightly down in the head.
It's that Walter Lord's expression, that sagging birthday cake, where you just, it's lovely and brilliant and lit up and a festive thing, except, wait a minute, this thing is not healthy. I have been drawn to that, and I've done several paintings of those early stages.
Well, that's it. I mainly wanted to comment, and I more so posed that as a question. So yeah, that's what I was looking for. I just wanted to say that those scenes are always particularly eerie, and you've captured that well.
Thank you.
So 12:05 a.m. It is now April 15th, and Titanic is significantly down in the head. It is 25 minutes since the collision. Passengers are starting to wake up to the danger. And as we had mentioned, the lifeboats are being prepared. So the preparation process of getting one of these lifeboats together is a fairly lengthy, laborious process. It takes several men to work them. They have to be uncovered. They have to be unlatched, swung out, and all sorts of additional things need to be readied. In addition to getting the oars and anything like that ready, I know that the baker and some of the pantrymen were sent below to bring up supplies of food, rations, to stock these boats, so that people in the boats had something to eat, because you don't know how long you're going to be in these lifeboats for. The ship might not sink at this point. A lot of people are uncertain of what the fate of the vessel actually is, even though we know it's already been sealed. But on board, not everybody knows this. So, are they going to go out for a few hours until an inspection is made and the ship is deemed safe? Or, worst case scenario, is the ship going to go down, and God knows how long until rescue arrives. So they're stocking up on bread and water and anything else that they can pull out of the pantries. And I think that's something that is not often thought about, just what else is going into these boats along with the people.
That's right, Tom. And there's accounts of barrels of bread being brought up in actually handfuls, and some passengers tripped over those later in the sinking. But I wanted to call viewers' attention to the fact that if you look, you could see that there is a very alarming list to starboard at this point, which passengers could feel. And there's those early accounts of survivors who got off in those earlier boats really emphasize that they could feel it down by the head slightly, and then also that list. And you could see how close to the waterline some of those portholes are becoming. So obviously those aboard the ship couldn't see it was down that far from their perspective on the boat deck, but at this stage you still have steam blowing off really loud. They haven't ordered an evacuation because they don't know the ship's sinking at this stage, but that steam in the cold was deterring people from coming out anyway, so that's something that does come into play a little bit later on.
At 12:08, they almost have to start loading passengers into boats 7 and 5. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to, they're not going to have enough time to put the people in and lower it.
All right, so let's start taking on some of these super chats while we have a little bit of downtime before the evacuation really commences. So Mick Attack says, I want to know about the consist, as I'd love to model it, and hopefully one of the locomotives survives. This is in reference to the boat train, which he asked about earlier. Has the cargo hold ever been explored or filmed? That's Caleb Zeroff. I know that James Cameron has gone down there in search of the automobile that was down there. I don't know how extensively it was actually documented.
Well, he went down, if I recall, it was the hatch number 3, and all the way to the bottom, and then worked his way and was snooping forward. This was in 2001, and wicker baskets and boxes and crates were definitely seen. If you look at Ghosts of the Abyss, the book, or the documentary, the IMAX large format documentary, you'll see some of this for sure. We didn't see anything that was definitely identifiable as the automobile, or a crate that was that large that could have held the automobile. Not a whole lot really was identified specifically, other than, well, look at that, there's definitely a box there and definitely a wicker thing over there, but nothing that we could identify and actually label as to what it was. There were rolls of carpet down in there. There were all kinds of things that are known to have been, stored, and we didn't see anything specific that could be labeled that way. And by the way, before I go, I just want to add one slight little aside to what I said a few moments ago. The last sinking painting I did was I think 98. And obviously so much new research has come to light thanks to you people. And so I've got the ship listing in slightly the wrong direction, or not listing at all. I've got, a 4-bladed propeller, central propeller in one of my paintings, early paintings, maybe more than one painting. So, but I just haven't done a sinking painting for all those years.
I would absolutely love to see a new sinking painting from you. Maybe we can all take up a collection and commission one.
Well, I often think that, basically how obsolete I've become because of this CGI work. I could do my best and knock myself out and all of this, but in the end, you kind of think, why, when you can create this and make any angle you want, anytime, it's a little bit, I guess, discouraging there's just no reason for me to go to all that trouble anymore in some respects.
Ken, I just want to say, I get your perspective on that, but I would respectfully disagree. Your paintings are so inspiring to so many, and including myself when I was very young and starting to get very interested in this subject. That was something that there's something about artwork done by hand that is different, and that's not disrespect to anybody that's a digital artist, because obviously we have a huge amount of respect for that and know the work that goes into it. But I think you're selling yourself a little short on that. But I just wanted to say, when you mentioned the center propeller, I think Mark's ears must have perked up, because obviously he's done so much work into documenting that and has gotten a lot of pushback from the internet crowd because of the later picture of the Olympic with the 4-bladed that people think is Titanic, and keep citing that over and over. So
sure. I mean, we emotionally get married to certain things, and we think that it's got to be that way. And then when this new information comes along, like the 3-bladed propeller, a lot of us fight against that. We just don't want to let go of our preconceived notions. And some, like the conspiracy theory, the Olympic Titanic switch thing, there are people who just don't want to know, they don't want to hear, they don't want to see the evidence. I mean, I could go on all day describing about how the wreck is obviously and clearly not Olympic on the seafloor today. It's Titanic, a different ship. And people, as happened last year, one person just basically hung up the phone and said, I don't want to hear it any more of this nonsense. You know.
Yeah. I have a memory from very long ago that at some point, I think it was one of the early expeditions before Cameron ever went down, they actually got into the mailroom and they saw a mailbag. I have in my head, I have a mental image of a mailbag down there.
Yes.
They didn't get to recover it. They couldn't, and they, for whatever reason, were never able to go back. That's what my memory's telling me, but I don't.
That wasn't with Cameron. That wasn't Cameron. That was earlier. That was with the French, with Nautil and their little ROV. They supposedly got into the mailroom. I believe that's correct. I wasn't involved with that expedition, but you could see all of these fine filaments of growth growing out of these heaps of things, and that only happens over organic or paper material. So I do believe that they got into the mailroom, but unfortunately nothing could be recovered. It would be wonderful. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could get some of that stuff out of there and read all that mail that was written on board? You know?
I'm glad I'm not the only one that remembers that. I mean, it was a long time ago.
And Ken, when Kent and Bill and I were going through the museum here in Pigeon Forge earlier, that was one of our conversations about how amazing that would be if they could have raised any of that mail and preserved it.
Yeah. Now I'm all in favor of recovering whatever we can within reason, not tearing the hull apart. You know, I don't want to do that, but the decks are collapsing. Things will be lost forever if we don't get smart and decide what we want to recover from inside or on the wreck itself, the bow section and the stern section. The debris field is something else because, you know, we can always recover stuff from there. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. But interestingly, and I wish Don were still here because he is very much anti-salvage. I am on the opposite side. However, he makes the exception for the ship's mail. He says, you know, because he's more of the historian than I am. He's more about the people and what people said and what they wrote home and what they posted, you know, to the ship's mailbox, you know, before the disaster. And so he has said, you know, if anything could come up, that's the one exception that I would make. I would love to see the ship's mail come up. And I have to say, based on what survives out in the debris field, paper amazingly does very often survive, even away from the tannic acid of leather suitcases.
So we have another super chat from Jay Homstad. He says, greetings from the crew of the Molly Brown House Museum in Denver, Colorado. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your dedication in organizing this meaningful commemoration. I actually want to give them a shout out too, the Molly Brown House Museum, because this is not the first time they've chimed in and said that they're listening from that house. I think that's incredible, and I love what they're doing out there. I'd love to be able to visit it, maybe even do a video with them someday. So we have, we have Mark joining us in this stream from the Titanic Hotel in Belfast. We have Dawn occasionally when the signal's coming through from the Queen Mary in Long Beach. We have Kent, Tad, and Bill down at Pigeon Forge, the Titanic Museum in Pigeon Forge. I was going to be broadcasting from Halifax near the graves, but then we have the crew at the Molly Brown House listening in, and I know also that the Titanic Society of Atlantic Canada, at least for the first part of our stream, was listening in at the actual cemetery, at the grave of the unknown child. So there's a lot of there's a big presence for this live stream right now, and I think that's fantastic. So thank you for that super chat. Thank you for letting us know that you're here. It's great to have you with us. We're strolling along the boat deck right now. We're on the starboard side, and as we're moving along, we can actually hear the music starting to echo out. And I know George here has done extensive research into the band, what they played, and where throughout the sinking. So George, what is happening with the band right now?
Well, it's not exactly clear who summoned them or if anyone summoned them to come up to the deck to play. I've seen it claimed that Captain Smith summoned them without any evidence. I've seen it claimed that Wallace Hartley decided on his own to come up and have the bandsmen play up there. I haven't seen any evidence for that. So I honestly don't know, but eventually they came up and apparently they all gathered at the top of the grand staircase at the level of the boat deck, where, as a note that just appeared on the side of the screen here, there was a piano located there. So it was an ideal place because that way all of the musicians could play their chosen instrument, including the piano player. And they started out playing cheerful music. A number of passengers overheard them playing Alexander's Ragtime Band. As the evening wore on, it appears that they sort of played, I don't know the proper word, more solemn music, I guess. One person heard the Star Spangled Banner, and a few other songs that weren't, cheerful, upbeat things. They were just, slower, more casual, or not casual, but just more solemn music.
I agree, George, because there were reports, not only of patriotic music, but you have to remember in Titanic's time, most of the people on the ship, they were very religious. Our society today is a little bit less religious, and many people on Titanic took comfort in religious music. And so there were reports, as you mentioned, there was some serious music, a little bit more somber perhaps, and also some religious music that was being played as well, according to these different reports.
Yes, that's true. There were a number of hymns, and my own research has led me to the belief that the overwhelming amount of evidence is that the hymn "Nearer, My God, to Thee" was played at the very end. A lot of people say theoretically that survivors mentioned the hymn "Autumn" and stuff, and basically Harold Bride was the only person in 1912 pretty much who mentioned the playing of the hymn "Autumn" at all. And the only place he ever mentioned that was in his New York Times interview. I have another interview, or it's the same interview with, it was in an Ohio newspaper, and it was the identical interview with Harold Bride, except in that interview, it said that he quoted the title "Nearer, My God, to Thee" instead of "Autumn." So which one do you choose? Is his "Autumn" interview accurate, or was his "Nearer, My God, to Thee" interview accurate? There's a lot of uncertainty there. But just I've been doing an update to my band book on the band, Those Brave Fellows, and I've come up with a total of 70 survivor interviews with newspapers who mentioned hearing "Nearer, My God, to Thee," and there's only just one or two mentions of "Autumn" at all. So to me, the evidence is overwhelming that "Nearer, My God, to Thee" was played that night.
George, I just want to say I agree 100%. Your work on this has been truly groundbreaking in pulling together all these sources. But I saw somebody in the chat had mentioned about Song de Tom, and that's really a relatively modern speculation that when Bride said in that New York Times interview that the band played "Autumn," that they meant Song de Tom because it was in the White Star playbook, so to speak. But nobody ever mentioned that. And as you said, there was a couple mentions of "Autumn" in one of those accounts specifying the hymn "Autumn." So I think that's something that can be put to bed, even though it's been speculated about for so long. And I agree. "Near to My God, to Thee" shows up in so many, not just press accounts or something that could have been invented, but personal accounts and letters and over and over again. So I think you're 100% right.
I think
Thank you. I feel the same way. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say that in addition to the 70 newspaper reports, it's either 10 or 11 primary sources, letters that passengers wrote after the disaster mentioning the hymn "Nearer, My God, to Thee." And as Tad mentioned, nobody ever mentioned "Song to Autumn." Nobody. It was apparently that tune was in one of the not hymn books, but the music pamphlets that the people could choose songs from. but I've never seen actually any evidence that that particular booklet was from 1912. It might have been from 1915. It might have been from 1909, because I have a hymn book, or not a hymn book, I'm sorry, a song book too. There's no date in it, but there's no mention of Song to Autumn. So there's no telling what the date of that particular songbook was.
That's
Again,
fascinating, George. And like viewers, just a minute ago, you had mentioned about Thomas Andrews. Like right at this moment in the sinking, Andrews had realized that too many compartments were flooding and that the ship was going to be sinking. So Captain Smith and he had separated shortly prior to this, with Smith knowing the ship was badly damaged and heading back up to the bridge. The lifeboats were being swung out, and then Andrews continued his inspection tour, found that horrific information, and rushed up on deck. So Captain Smith is about to issue the order here in a couple of minutes to start getting passengers into the lifeboats and to start sending the first distress call.
I want to actually touch on something real quick before we completely step away from the subject of the musicians. That's the perfect time to bring up something else, and I actually saw it coming up in the chat here. A few weeks ago, I put out a video about the Olympics piano, the one publicly known surviving piano from the RMS Olympic. And I did a documentary telling its story, where we explore how it had a twin that actually served aboard both the Olympic and eventually the Titanic, and probably went down with it. And you can find that video on my channel. I mention it because there is currently a fundraiser with a non-profit association based out of Austria to acquire and preserve this piano and put it on public display. So if you want to check out that video and perhaps support that project, that would be fantastic. You can find it on my channel. It's like one of my most recent uploads, so you can check that out. Also, a real quick thing. I didn't mean for it to come off like this, but some people in the comments thought it was against private collectors, because we had mentioned, Kent and I are in it, and we had mentioned that we want to make sure it stays in the public. There's nothing against private collectors. I think most of us in this chat right now are private collectors with certain artifacts from various ships in our collection. It's just that we feel that this would be a good one to keep out in the public so people can enjoy. So anyway, go check that video out. It's the Olympic Steinway piano, and you can find it and perhaps learn about how to support it. Anyway, Andrews has just broken the news that the Titanic is indeed sinking. And Smith is about to give the order to put the passengers in the boats, to send out the first distress calls. And actually right now, here it is up on screen. Smith gives the order to begin loading up the lifeboats. So anyway.
What's really interesting about this moment too, Tom, is that, in so many of the movies, there's this confab or conference where all of the officers are gathered, they're mustered, the captain explains the situation to them, and then, gives them their assignments, and they go off to their assignments in a very organized way. And that's really not the way it happened on the night of. It was a situation where you very much learned the information as it reached you, wherever you were. Lightoller, of course, stayed in his cabin for a little while so that they could find him where they expected him to be. We know that Lowe had been, they tried to wake Lowe up, but he had fallen back to sleep. So it really, the officers were never gathered together en masse for an update or a conference to tell them, the ship is sinking, here are your assignments. The news reached them sometimes as they were on their way from one place to another, and then they finished that job, they finished that assignment, they went to a boat where they thought help was needed. And it really was a bit more of a not sloppy in a negative way, but it was just the information reached individuals on the fly kind of situation, much more than what you see in the movies.
In defense of Officer Lowe and him not waking up, Lowe at one of the points in one of the inquiries says, when we sleep, we die. They don't get a lot of sleep. When he's asleep, it becomes hard to come out of it. But yeah, he came to a little bit later when he heard feet on the boat deck outside his room.
So Mark, Titanic has 20 lifeboats on board, 16 standard boats, 14, and then 2 emergency ones, and then 4 collapsibles. This is more than the requirements. Would you tell us a little bit about how Titanic ultimately ended up with this count of 20 boats, and what some of the previous ideas were, and just the thought process behind this count of lifeboats?
Yeah, sure. So, the starting point, essentially, the standard of the time and the legal requirement for passenger ships of this sort was really that starting point of 16 boats. It's a bit more complexity to that. They had to be of a certain cubic capacity and so on. But that was the starting point that they had. And that was basically what was done with other ships. So we know that Cunard's Lusitania and Mauritania were completed in 1907, and they had 16 lifeboats of a similar capacity to the boats on Olympic and Titanic, and that fully met the regulations of the time. We even have a quote from the naval architect Leonard Pesquet, who led the design of these ships, and he also mentioned that the watertight subdivision of Lusitania and Mauritania was taken into account. The fact that these ships were safe, and therefore 16 lifeboats not only meets the legal requirements, but is more than they think would ever be required. And that's also what appeared in an early design spec for Cunard's Aquitania in November of 1910. And it was much the same for Olympic and Titanic. We have a design concept from July 1908, which I referred to earlier. And if we look at that, we see a total of 16 lifeboats, as you mentioned, Tom. So that's 14 kind of standard lifeboats, and then the 2 cutters. And if we do a straightforward comparison between that, between the completed ship, so this is both Olympic and Titanic, the number of boats was increased. So there was an order placed in May of 1911, and 4 additional collapsible, or I think I should probably say semi-collapsible boats were ordered from Scotland, from Glasgow, for Olympic, and then an order followed for 4 collapsible boats for Titanic as well. So that took the number of lifeboats up to 20, and that's what Titanic sailed with. That's what she was completed with. Now, at the same time as this was going on, they were refining the design. And if we compare the early design concept again to the ship as completed, the number of passengers and crew was reduced quite significantly. And in particular, the number of third-class passengers that there would be accommodation for was reduced. So effectively, the lifeboat capacity, if we're talking about a proportion of the maximum number of passengers and crew that Titanic could carry, was increased from about 25% to about 35% of the maximum. And bearing in mind, of course, even the most popular liners of the period, on average, they were only sailing half full all year round. So, it'd be more typical that that would represent about half the number of people on board. Now, there's quite a number of people who seem to be under the impression that Alexander Carlisle, who of course was one of the ship's key designers, resigned from Holland and Wolff because he'd had some kind of argument or dispute with Pirrie and Ismay about the number of lifeboats that these ships could have. Now, if people are really interested in this subject, there is a lecture I gave a couple of years back, and I go over the evidence kind of line by line, document by document, and spend about an hour on it. So some strong coffee is needed. But if they go to my website, markchirnside.com, there is a media page with various presentations, and they can view it all there. But the short version of it is that Carlisle recommended that they use a new type of davit, the Welin davits, and these were an improved design compared to earlier davits, and this was something that was noticed during Titanic's evacuation. I think it was Third Officer Pittman who said they noticed the Welin davits worked particularly well in swinging out the lifeboats and lowering them. And really what they were doing was kind of future-proofing, I guess you'd say, the design. They were aware that regulation might change in future. Regulators might require more lifeboats be carried, and so they were putting that in as actually an extra expense in order to meet that in the future. But if you read through Carlisle's testimony in some detail, he does say in his opinion there should have been more boats carried, but he was actually pressed on it, and it comes across quite uncomfortable, really. He's pressed on it. Well, you thought that more boats should be carried. Who did you say it to? Who did you recommend it to? And Carlisle is quite evasive. He says he's mentioned it to people in the shipyard, and I think it was Mersey himself. It's in the transcript. The wreck commissioner himself essentially butts in and says, well, be specific, basically. You don't just go around saying that sort of thing to people in the shipyard. And later on in his testimony, Carlisle is unable to say that that was the case. And in fact, he still had work that he did with Harland and Wolff. We know from managing director's minutes in 1911 that Carlisle's knowledge and experience was going to be kept available to Harland and Wolff, because Lord Pirrie reported that they'd come to an agreement to keep his knowledge, keep his services, essentially a sort of consultancy type arrangement.
There's a lot of good super chats coming in right now, and we haven't been addressing that many of them. I want to make it very clear to everybody listening and sending them that they're not being ignored. We're going to take them as best as we can, and then as we do basically every year, we're going to crank through them afterwards. So thank you to everybody sending them in. We will be getting to them, and sooner rather than later, I hope. So the time is now 12:36. Titanic has been sinking for nearly an hour. We can see it is significantly down in the head now. The first boats are starting to swing out and get ready and lowering a bit. So what else is going on the ship at 12:36 a.m.?
Well, at this point, Channel 7, Lifeboat 7 is getting ready to lower to the water. It's going to be pretty much, we can see Lifeboat 7 on the very left of the screen, or no, that was 11. We're going to be seeing 7 coming up on the right side of the screen very soon. And at this point, it's pretty much, it's got as many people in it as it's going to get. Tad, do you remember how many people we put in 7?
I believe it's 20 some. And it's interesting because at this point, even though they've been told to start boarding the lifeboats, the officers are encouraging people and crew members that it's still the steam blowing off. It's still cold. The ship still feels relatively stable, even though it's slightly down by the head, and there's that starboard list. But most individuals think that it's much more dangerous. Think about how scary that is to be lowered that distance to the water. They're hesitant to get in the boat. There's a noise outside. They want to stay inside where it's warm. So Murdoch at 7, there was actually a few men that did get in the early starboard side boats. Not that many, mostly women and crew members. But as the night goes on, he's putting more and more people in the boats. But these early ones on the starboard side, even though Murdoch was heroic in his actions later with like almost overloading the boats, he really, at this point, was more just trying to get the boats away. And there's also a part of the story that is untold, is that, as we'll talk about later when the forward port boats start going, about them trying to perhaps open the gangway doors and get passengers in there later through that method, which never really comes to pass. That plan doesn't really work the way that it was talked about, and it wasn't done in a very organized way.
If you look forward, you can see one of the Morse lights flashing on the far distance on the port side.
And of course, part of the story right now too is that there's a light on the horizon. You can actually see it coming into view, and that plays into the whole story about the Californians and when some people speculate mystery ship, and that's a whole topic we can go into. It would be a whole live stream by itself, but you can see the light of the ship on the horizon that was visible to passengers and crew members, and that's why they're Morrising, hoping to get the attention of that ship, which is tantalizingly close.
Yeah, it was so close, such a, here they are, they're desperately trying to get the attention of some ship in the area. We just saw a minute ago that the first, the corrected CQD position, the famous one, 41 degrees, 46 minutes north, 50 degrees, 14 minutes west, was just transmitted a minute ago. And it's being picked up by the Carpathia, but the Carpathia figures out where they are, and they think they're about 58 miles away from those coordinates. But this light on the horizon is just going off the edge of the screen there on the left. It looked so tantalizing. It looked like, this night has not been going very well for the officers and crew of the ship. And here they are. It looks like maybe something is going to break in their direction. And so Boxall is here at the telegraph key. He's trying to get their attention. And it's so frustrating too, because he thinks he can see a reply. He thinks he sees a blinking coming from the other. And yet when he's looking at it, he's not able to translate it. It's more gibberish than anything else. And so this one thing that maybe they were hoping would cut their way in their favor, it ends up being a bust. And if it could go wrong that night, it did. And this is part of that sad attempt that was such a missed opportunity. So it's just amazing to think about. Here it is that we're watching it in real time, these events playing out.
Morse light flashing now that we moved away.
Here we're also about to see boat number 7 leaving the
Yeah,
deck.
you see 7 right in the middle of the screen, and just to the right of it is boat 5, which lowers just after 7 goes down.
Yeah. So this is the first lifeboat to leave the ship. And again, it always strikes me, here it is exactly 1 hour from the collision. But this hour goes by so quickly. The collision, the inspections, Andrews rushing back and forth, Captain Smith rushing back and forth. And it moves so quickly to the first lifeboat getting away from the ship. It really is. They did heroic work that night, considering the situation that they were handed, to try to save as many people as they could.
And some of the... Oh, go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just need to interrupt for a second here. There's a chance this stream might end up cutting off. I'm getting notifications from YouTube that someone's trying to get into my account. Is it echoing or something?
No, you're coming through just fine.
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Okay, it's echoing for me.
So you're getting notifications that someone's trying to break into your account while we're live?
Yeah, I'm hearing myself again. Hang on a second. Just keep talking for a second. Let me try to take control of this situation here.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully whoever's doing this is not going to disrupt this historic event. I mean, we're trying to commemorate an event that touched the lives of thousands of people. And yet this week, many of the members of our team have had our accounts either successfully hijacked on social media, or there were attempts that were made to hijack our accounts, and we don't know exactly who's behind it. I know we got the IP address of a couple of them, but I also know that we've been worried that our accounts might get hacked. So hopefully you're able to sort the situation out, Tom, because this has never been about us. This has been about the events in the history.
Well, right now I want to point out this angle right here is almost replicating one of Ken's paintings, one of our favorite ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This was our throw to you, Ken.
Yeah.
I know
Thank you.
earlier you said how discouraging it is for you sometimes and that you feel like you're obsolete. And from the reaction from our audience, we want you to know that you are never obsolete.
Well, yeah, I don't want to make it sound as if, gee, I'm just throwing down my paintbrushes and I'm never going to do another painting again, because what's the point? I just want to express such appreciation for this CGI, which is improving all the time. And, whereas a painting is a still shot, you can add the animation of the water and the reflections and the steam and people moving around the deck, which will only get more and more realistic as the years go on. And I look back to all of the work we did, on Cameron's movie, and you think the money that was spent, and today he could do 9/10 of that with CGI and have saved a whole lot of money,
But there's also a personal touch that comes with the artist's brush. And your work has inspired so many of us. We've seen in your paintings. I've said it before, the story about the first time we opened up, my dad and I were sitting on the sofa and we opened up Titanic and Illustrated History. We had to save for it because it was an expensive book, but I remember we took the cellophane wrapping off of it, the protective plastic cover, and each new spread was this breathtaking new experience for us. And although the words in that book were so important, so much of it was your artwork, Ken, and everything that we do in these CG animations and this work, it's inspired by your work. And we always try to show where that inspiration came from,
Well, I thank you very much. And I don't regret, any of the work I did at the time. It was, the best that could be done. It was most of it was before CGI. And it was those paintings in Titanic and Illustrated History that directly inspired Jim Cameron to pitch his movie idea to the Fox executives. He brought that book in, he plopped it down on a table, and he opened it up to one of my paintings. I think it was a sinking scene, or maybe it was the staircase flooding scene, I don't know. And he just pointed to it, he put his finger down on it, and he said, "This is what I want to do. Romeo and Juliet on the Titanic."
On this, yeah. And of course, so many of the people that are now Titanic enthusiasts, or even up and coming Titanic historians, their course for that was charted because their interest was piqued by the Cameron movie. So we have this direct line of
right.
Ken's artwork, your work. It went to Jim Cameron and his inspiration, which went to the studio executives, and clearly they saw some merit in it, and then it brought it home to a much larger audience.
All right,
I feel my artwork really served a purpose in its time. I think we've maybe moved a little bit beyond now into CGI, but I could be wrong.
We hope so.
Yeah. There's always going to be a place for handmade artwork. Absolutely. I seem to have gotten regained control here. I have some messed up settings now, but it doesn't look like there was any real disruption to the stream. Yeah, as we were saying a few minutes ago, I think 5 of us on this stream already in the last few days have had our accounts compromised on social media, and they seem to be targeting specifically the pages relating to this. Kent, you said they got into your page after it was promoting this stream. George, you had someone in your account and it said where the login attempt came from.
Yes, do you want me to say it?
I don't know. I just
yes, it was my Norton antivirus said it was coming from Gahanna, Ohio, which is a suburb of Columbus.
It's just bizarre, and I don't know, it could be a VPN, I don't know, it's bizarre. Anyway, it's just been stressful. I'm glad everything seems to be back on track now, and we've just had a rocket go off.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this, and I believe Bill was one of the early ones that noticed this, but we always talk about Quartermaster Rowe firing the rockets, but Boxhall in his testimony, do you want to talk about what he said?
We know that Boxhall fired the first rocket while Rowe was still back out on the stern. I wonder if Rowe saw the lifeboat in the water by the reflection from that rocket. But Rowe called forward to the bridge, Boxall picked up the phone and Rose said, well, there's a boat in the water. And Boxall said, I had just finished firing the rocket. And at that point, Boxall gave him some information about what was going on. You recall earlier in our call here, I mentioned that Rowe claims he didn't know anything was going on. But Boxall told him, get a box of rockets and bring it forward to the bridge. By this point, who was the guy that was supposed to replace?
Quartermaster Brighton. He actually
Brighton.
he showed up late to relieve Rowe.
Yeah, he showed up late, but Bright was back there on the stern at that point, and they brought a box of rockets forward to the bridge, and from that point on, we're helping Boxall fire rockets.
And this right here on the screen for just a couple of seconds there, you got to see Quartermaster Rowe's perspective on the stern docking bridge. What a bizarre moment that must have been for him. You know, everything's quiet back there. He hears the steam venting, you know, he and Bright are talking a little bit, and then all of a sudden the rocket goes off, and by the light of the rocket, he can see this lifeboat off the side of the ship, and he has no idea what's happening. He might have been, I think Walter Lord surmised he might have been the last man on Titanic to know that something was...
Personally, I think Rowe knew more than he was saying. He's out there on the stern with Bright. He had to see people running around up on the deck. He had to hear people talking and actually doing things, and then he sees the rocket. I find it hard to believe he could have no idea what was going on until he saw the boat in the water.
Exactly. Just looking athwartship at the other end of the docking bridge, or if he was below the docking bridge, I don't remember. You would see the angle of the deck and the horizon out there. And, you know, as dim as it was, you would notice that the slope of the deck was, you know, something is really going on here.
Yes, exactly that, Ken.
And here in a few minutes, you see like the boat 7 has already lowered to the water. Boat 5's on its way down. In a few minutes, you'll see boat 3 starting to go. So at this point, not a single boat has been lowered on the port side. This is a testament to First Officer Murdoch, and then when Fifth Officer Lowe, by this point, I believe, has come out on deck and waken up and is assisting. And something that really goes unnoticed in a lot of these accounts, everybody remembers the story about Bruce Ismay getting in the way of Fifth Officer Lowe, and Lowe chewing him out and telling him to get, like, basically swearing at him, telling him to get out of the way. But Ismay gets a bad rap in a lot of ways. He helped with boat 7, boat 5, boat 3. Then he gets out of the way. He's back at boat 16, helping a stewardess into a boat. Then he's on the aft starboard side, helping with some of those boats there. So he was very actively engaged in getting women and children and also stewardesses and a number of other people into the boat. So he really gets a bad reputation unfairly in my mind. But he was particularly active at the forward starboard boats because he obviously knew how desperate the situation really was.
He obviously was in help save dozens, if not over 100 people. He got people in the lifeboats. He got them, helped get them off. Sure, he was probably pretty wound up about the whole thing. You know, the description of his encounter with Rowe up at number 5 seems to indicate that Ismay was pretty wired at the time.
Yeah, I mean, with the description of him moving his arm in the big circles and saying, lower away, lower away. Yeah. And Lowe, Fifth Officer Lowe there on the deck, he doesn't recognize him for anyone, and he has that rather heated exchange with Ismay, which he says,
I think if you get out of the way, I'll try to get something done here.
Yeah.
You'll have me drown the whole lot of them.
Yeah.
And the impression I got at that point is Ismay kind of sheepishly moved away, but he didn't stop doing what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that
he kept putting people in boats.
That specifically speaks a lot about Ismay's character to me, because if you're the head of the company and you're basically your employee, the fifth officer, is yelling at you and telling you to get out of the way, you know, many people who are CEOs or heads of companies, they might
how dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? Don't you know who I am? And yet instead Ismay, he just quietly moves on to the next boat. You know, to me that says volumes about the kind of person that he was.
Well, Ismay at that point had to know what was going on and what was going to happen. I'm kind of responsible for this boat. I need to get as many people in these boats as I can. Yeah. And when he finally gets in a lifeboat
Yeah. In other words, no one else died because Ismay got into the lifeboat, apparently,
No,
considering the circumstances.
Yeah.
Collapsible sea was not full.
Yeah. At this point, we're a couple minutes earlier than this, but I don't want to miss this point. There's steam still blowing off, and the RMS Olympic, Titanic's sister ship, had been trying to get in touch with Titanic to get some clarity on what was going on. And the one wireless message Jack Phillips couldn't hear, he was sending, but because of the noise of the steam overhead, he was having trouble hearing in the receiver. And he actually responded back he was told, do you know the Olympics trying to get in touch with you? And I'm paraphrasing, obviously that's not an exact quote from the message, but he said, no, I can hear nothing because of the sound of the steam.
Yeah. That's one of the interesting things about the research that we've done in the past 15 or so years is being able to pin down the time difference to New York, and then looking at the record of all of the wireless transmissions that were sent. A lot of the pieces of the puzzle really fall into place, because once you factor that time difference in, you can really see what was still going on board the ship for those specific events in New York time. And, you know, otherwise, our question of how long did the steam blow off for, well, you have, you know, different estimates. Some people said half an hour, some people said 45 minutes. Well, really, here we are. If it started at 11:48, it's 12:55 almost, and the steam is still going off. And that's, we have that recording in New York time, which gives us that information.
And in a few minutes here, when we get towards the lowering of the first port forward boats, there's some really interesting stories and anecdotes about that. And one of the things that is interesting is that at this point, almost entirely first class passengers have been in those early boats. Obviously, you start getting some second class passengers, but steerage passengers, a large majority of them were not in any boats until later. It just took them longer to get up on deck and get access. But you had an individual, and I'm going to use his anglicized name for just simplicity, but Philip Zenny, who was a Middle Eastern background, he at 1 o'clock, lifeboat number 8 lowers away, and it's the first boat on the forward port side. He tried to get into that boat repeatedly and was basically thrown out, what he said, at gunpoint by the officers. There's actually a witness in lifeboat number 6, one of the ladies that was saved in that boat, which witnessed him getting hauled out of this boat and basically thrown back onto the deck. Well, he was very persistent, so he's already on deck much earlier than almost any of the other steerage passengers. He must have had a sixth sense or something, because he gets up there quickly. And he then sneaks in behind the officer's back and stows away in lifeboat number 6. And he admits this in his own account, and there's a lot of good evidence supporting it, but it appears that he's the first steerage passenger to get into a boat. So he tries boat 8 here in a minute, and then when boat 6 lowers away sometime around 1:10, he's able to successfully, substantially earlier than any other steerage passenger.
The other interesting thing when I'm looking at this, especially tonight, it's striking me just how advanced Murdoch's work on the starboard side was over the efforts on the port side. It was just slow. Things were very slow on the port side by comparison. Murdoch was very efficient. He was very effective. He knew his job. Of course, being the officer of the watch when the ship hit, he knew how bad things were. Very likely he was one of the few senior officers who actually knew the ship was going down. You know, and now here on the port side, we're coming over on the port side, and the picture is moving along, but you know, I've always been so impressed with Murdoch's work and how quickly he was able to accomplish that. Whereas on the port side, it's just going to be in a couple of minutes, and the first boat, number 8, is going to go down. It's and this is something also that we've done so much research on over the years, because for years everyone thought boat 6 went before boat 8. That was something that was concluded in the inquiries. And yet you had so much conflicting testimony regarding those 2 lifeboats in particular. You had Lightoller In one of his accounts, he said that 6 left before 8, but then in another account, he was very confused about the order.
And actually, one of the first people that noticed that, Kent's absolutely right, was Colonel Gracie in his book, stated, notwithstanding what the British Board of Trade inquiry concluded, he says, I think that boat number 8 must have gone first based on what Lightoller said in his testimony.
Yeah. So there is a lot of good evidence that puts boat number 8 going first, even though it's contrary to the long accepted timeline that was available for so many years.
And there's contradictory evidence for sure. And one of the really poignant accounts that hits me when I read it, and Bill has something he wants to share about this too, but Eloise Smith, her husband desperately tried to get her into lifeboat number 8. And she, in her own account, and she talks about this, it's absolutely heartbreaking. She was clinging on to him and hugging him close and refused to let go. And he kept trying to talk her into getting into the boat. And obviously, that, like many people did, that would give him a better chance if she wasn't there and got in the boat. And whether he believed that or not at this stage of the sinking, it's hard to say. But she refused to part with him and then runs along the deck. And that boat's lowering away, she said. So you have a boat lowering away prior to that. And she absolutely, then he talks her into it and almost forces her to go in boat number 6. So you have these anecdotes. There's a lot of contradictory evidence, but people that give these really detailed accounts that you basically have to say, oh no, they don't know what they're talking about, they're wrong, in order to explain that away if you don't agree with it.
There was also some interesting interaction with 8 and 6 and the steam venting off and the Strausses, because the scene with the Strausses refusing to separate, that evidence seems to indicate that number 8 lowered before number 6. There was also with Bosun Nichols, I believe it was, because he approached, what was it, Tad, about the time that number 6 was filling, and the steam had stopped venting at that point. So Lightoller was actually able to give him a verbal command, whereas Lightoller was so specific that before that point, while the steam was still venting off, verbal commands were really off the table. You just kind of had to tap someone on the shoulder and, either cup your hands over their ears or something along those lines in order to convey a message to them.
And there's other accounts. So you have Martha Stone, who describes in her account, and I believe George is the one that pointed this out to us originally, where she's getting ready to get into boat number 6, and she looks over the side of the deck and sees a boat in the water with empty seats in it.
Yeah.
And I've seen some individuals try to explain that away and say, well, she mistakenly saw when boat number 4 was lowered down to A deck. They forgot initially that the windows were enclosed there and it got abandoned until later. They're like, oh, it's boat number 4 lowered down. Well, it didn't have passengers into it when it lowered down to number 4. And you have to basically say she was wrong about seeing a boat in the water. So yes, there's contradictory evidence, but you have to let it guide you. You can't have a predetermined viewpoint.
So often we find that we have to go with what we refer to the preponderance of the evidence.
Yes.
There's always going to be outliers, but you have to go with where the majority of the evidence lays.
Yeah. On the screen right now, you can see 4 lifeboats on the forward port side. You can see number 2 up there, still in the davits. You can see 4 lowered down to A deck, and beyond that, you see 6 and 8. And what I was going to mention earlier about the British inquiry sequence of lifeboats, there's a number of ways certain parts of it can be proven not to be correct. You start looking at passengers things. I don't remember the exact details, but they had a wrong time for lifeboat number 10. I think there was some discrepancy having to do with, was it collapsible C? And they had that way too early. You just can't really buy off on the British inquiry lifeboat times.
And something interesting, that this has nothing to do with the order of the boats, but something that we overlooked for some time and then we found and paid attention to is that Second Officer Lightoller and Chief Officer Wild and even Captain Smith were predominantly the ones that were in charge of the lifeboat loading on the port side at this stage. And Lightoller really did the women and children only,
Right.
And no men, no matter what. But one of the things he did that was really good during this stage is that he anticipated there could have been a list developing at some stage, and and obviously his experience as a professional seaman must have guided him in that. But when Lifeboat 4 was lowered down to A deck, there's a coaling wire that ran along underneath that deck where they can tie off when the ship was being coaled, and he tied Lifeboat number 4 to that in case a list developed later on, and that did help, because by the point late in the sinking, when boat number 4 got away, there was a increasingly sharp list to port, and that helped it from swinging away from the hull too far. They still had to use deck chairs and such to get passengers through those windows into the boat, but it would have been much further away from the hull if you hadn't done that.
At least the boat was up against the hull as opposed to 4 or 5 feet away, and people would have had to jump.
Yeah.
And some people wouldn't have made it.
In recent years, I've seen a lot of negativity about Lightoller. I'm sorry to say. Maybe it's an opposite reaction to the very heroic portrayal of him in movies such as A Night to Remember, where even though that was such a great movie, Lightoller was basically seen at every lifeboat in A Night to Remember. It's virtually impossible for him to have done.
I think it's in the British Inquiry. If you listen to what he says, I was at the first lifeboat, and I was at the second lifeboat, and I was at the fourth lifeboat. He pretty much said, I was at every lifeboat on the port side.
Yeah, you can see where that rumor began, but he was just he was a good seaman. Obviously, he was a smart guy, and he was doing his best under circumstances that were less than ideal. So I think, like anybody, he was prone to making mistakes. But that call specifically with Boat 4 was a very good one. Even the idea of opening the lower deck gangway doors was something I think was a very good idea, to try to get passengers, if they weren't going to get into the boats from the deck, maybe have the boats come by later on. Maybe it would have been a safer idea. Unfortunately, because of the way things played out, it just didn't happen. It didn't actually take place. So really neat thing.
All right. So oh, go ahead, Tad.
No, it's okay, Tom. Go ahead. We can catch the point in a minute.
All right, so I want to address some more of these super chats. They've been coming in quite a lot, and we're all really grateful for that. Ernesto Gonzalez says, remembering all those lost that fateful night, especially the only Mexican on board, Manuel or Rechortu Ramirez. I'm sure I butchered that pronunciation, but thank you for that. It's good to always remember. George S. says, when Ruth Becker returned to her cabin for blankets around 1:30 a.m., did she say if that part of the ship had been evacuated or if she experienced the list? So that's in about 25 minutes. Let's try to remember that question and tackle that as it becomes more timely. Titanic Lifebelts, who, by the way, makes some awesome replicas of Titanic lifebelts, as the name implies, gave a very generous super chat and says, thank you for your time and effort in putting together this live stream. Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the work that you do. George S. Sent another one and said, there might be some typos in this. How collapsible be floated to starboard, first funnel fall. Well, we'll be discussing that when that comes up, when the collapsible B is floating away.
We'll talk about that. Yeah.
John Morissetti says, Morissette says, I have enjoyed the streams and history recounted over the years. Thank you for that. Lord Hoth 444 says, I want to say how meaningful this stream is to me. 1 year to the day I was looking forward to being here. I was hit by a truck while at work. I only had some broken bones, but a couple of inches over, and I would not be here. Well, wow, that's incredible, and that was a year ago. Well, we're glad that you're here as well, and we're glad that you're choosing to spend this time with us and letting us know about that too. So we're obviously grateful that you walked away from that with just a few broken bones.
It's a pleasure to have you with us tonight.
Absolutely. Laura D. says, sending a big thanks to all involved who put this stream together every year. I look forward to this very much. And that's why we do it. We were talking about how much stress it is leading up to this, but a lot of people care about this stream. The The numbers right now on OBS are telling me that we have 1,300 people tuning in. I think the public number is a little bit lower, probably around 1,200 that people are seeing. But that's a lot of people, and we're still building up to the sinking. That number always spikes around the plunge. But it's great to have you with us live, and I know there's going to be so many more people tuning in once this stream is archived. So thank you, Laura, and thank you everybody else who's been joining us. Alejandro Flores Ibarra asks, what are your favorite and least favorite film depictions of the disaster? Their top three are A Night to Remember, SOS Titanic, and the 97 film. Now, that's a very long question to get into. I think we should save that until after the sinking, but can you guys help me remember that one, please? I think that's a fun one.
My favorite one is definitely SOS Titanic and the James Cameron film together. But yeah, let's have some fun with that after.
Let's save it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me give two more, and then we'll jump back to the event as it's unfolding. American Loyalist says, what was it like walking on the decks of Cameron's Titanic set? That's absolutely a Ken and Don question, and we'll get to that as well after the sinking. And then Titanic Lifebelts once again says, you're breaking my heart, Ken. I'm assuming that was around the time when you were saying incorrectly that you're obsolete. So anyway, all right. Now, jumping back, it is now 1:09 a.m. And here we are. The last row of deck lights, the portholes, are starting to go under. Down in the hull, D deck is starting to submerge in the forward end.
And right around this time, you see boat number one. It was lowering, and it gets hung up for a period of about 5 or 10 minutes during that lowering process and has to be chopped free. And that's, of course, the controversy that there was only 12 individuals in that boat, which is very below capacity, even for one of the emergency cutters, and the Duff Gordons and everybody else. And there was the false claims that they had bribed people not to go back to the wreck, and it was really a misunderstanding in a lot of ways. But I'd really be interested if George is okay jumping in here, his opinion on something, because he originally did a study and found that there was only 17 passengers in the other emergency cutter, boat number 2 on the port side, and almost nobody talks about how underloaded that boat was, but yet there was this huge controversy about how underloaded boat number 1 was, and I would just be interested to know, to hear what George thinks about that, about why that might be the case.
That specific case, I'm kind of hazy on it. It's been a long time since I've examined that, but I would like to make one observation about Lightoller, if I could. It seems fairly common nowadays that people condemn Lightoller for not permitting any men to get into the lifeboats on the port side and just letting women and children in, and then lowering the boats away, with no men in them hardly. But I believe the evidence actually shows that he may have been following, even if Captain Smith didn't give him the direct order, Lightoller may have overheard something that Captain Smith told one of the passengers. And I believe it was Eloise Smith, coincidentally, as a matter of fact. She wanted her husband to enter the boat with her, and Captain Smith, or she went over to Captain Smith, as I recall, and said, can my husband accompany me into the boat? And one version of the story says that he used his megaphone and called out women and children first. He didn't address her directly. But another account that she gave in another newspaper said that he said, "No, madam, no man will leave the ship before the women and children." And if Lightoller heard Smith say that, obviously he would interpret it to mean that the captain does not want any men in these lifeboats until after the women and children are saved. So I think Lightoller actually had a pretty good excuse for lowering the boats in the condition that he did, even if he wasn't allowing men in. I think he was obeying orders, basically.
It's a very good point, George.
Because you don't hear a lot of people condemn Chief Officer Wild, who was obviously the senior to Lightoller on that side of the ship, and also Smith. But you can criticize Lightoller, obviously, but he was far from alone in his actions. I mean, it seems like if you're looking at that objectively, there's certainly other people that you can criticize as well, if you're hindsight being what it was.
Sure.
Now, Tad had mentioned to me a little while ago that he thinks Murdoch had left number one before it actually started to lower. Am I remembering correctly, Tad? That Murdoch had left number one by the time it lowered?
I had looked at that because there's accounts of both Lowe and Murdoch being involved with the lowering of boat number one, but when boat number one gets to the water, Lowe actually yelled down and said, "Who's in command of that boat?" And it seems strange that if Murdoch had stayed all the way until it was to the water, why would he yell that down to somebody in the boat as opposed to just asking Murdoch? So I think Murdoch was there for the majority of it until the boat was cut free, and then I think he moved on elsewhere. I can't prove that 100%, but that seems to be the case, because I can't think of a reason why Lowe would have had to have asked who was in charge of the boat if Murdoch was standing right next to him.
And if I remember correctly, Lowe's account about number one says nothing about Murdoch.
Yes, that's correct, yeah. At least as far as that part of the lowering.
Just as far as that one particular instance. And we know that when number one actually got to the water, I think it was Simon said he could see the forward portholes going underwater. And we're kind of seeing that right now.
Yeah, it's now 1:15 in the morning. We see that the anchors would be submerging around this point. Perhaps they're already under the nameplate as well. And we see several of the boats making their way away from the sinking ship. We even have some empty falls just dangling here for some of the boats that have already cleared the vessel. There's Luca H says, Titanic, in my opinion, was the maritime equivalent of TWA Flight 800, a chain of events in both were equally unpredictable. Glacing a berg on a clear moonless night and overwhelming all fail-safes versus bad wiring igniting fuel vapors in the CWT of Boeing 747. There's several disasters that we could compare the Titanic to, and in a lot of ways, with every disaster, it really is just a chain of events of small things that just add up, and then it just turns into something big in the worst way very often, with TWA Flight 800, with so many other things, and of course here with the Titanic. Every day, things are going wrong with everything that is done in life. But, so many things can take a certain amount of failures. But it hits a certain threshold, and then it just becomes a disaster. So, with the Titanic, it's incredible that many dominoes just had to fall to create this event. Another super chat says, to the sailors, a little bit of a salute. Salaxia asks, has Charles Pellegrino ever been invited on? That would be great sometime, actually. Joey the Cat says, greetings from a new ship fan. I heard mention of a boat train. Is it known what sort of locomotive pulled it? Actually, it is. I don't know offhand. I had done a lot of research into it. I know a few people in this panel have done a lot of research into the boat train. The locomotive type is known. It was part of the London Southwestern Railroad, which basically ran along southern England. The route was London, Waterloo specifically, to Southampton. And then it would actually continue through right up to the docks. The normal route for that railroad would take you up to the terminus station, right about at the iconic Southwestern House Hotel in Southampton, if you're familiar with it. But these boat trains specifically would continue on crossing the street to the dockyard and take you right up to the sheds where you can board the Titanic. Does anyone here in this panel actually know offhand what the locomotive is?
I don't know the exact locomotive.
I could look
It's one
it
of
up,
those-
but
Yeah, that would be interesting to find out for sure.
it was green. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
can picture it. I can picture it. I don't know British locomotives very well, unfortunately, but it can be found. The information can be found. I had actually had it modeled previously, and we were going to be putting it into a game we were doing, but. Z Smart says, my great-great-grandfather was Sidney Humphreys and was a quartermaster on the Titanic. Is there anything you can tell me about him?
I've got the spelling. That was Quartermaster Humphreys.
Yes.
Okay.
Sidney Humphreys.
Sidney. Bill is nodding his head. The name
Yeah,
rings a bell.
I remember the name. I'm not remembering what lifeboat he got off in.
We can look that up.
Yeah.
I don't think he was actually ever testified in either inquiry.
No, not that I'm aware of.
I'm going to take this real quick just to plug that Don Lynch, Bill, myself, and George, and a number of others had recently concluded the main bulk of work on a project, Mike Poirier and a number of others, on the occupancy in which lifeboat each survivor was in. A lot of work from a lot of individuals, and I'm going to actually reference that right now to look up that information about Humphreys.
Oh, okay, good idea.
He was in
We know
boat
what
11. I
lifeboat
just
he was
looked him
in.
up.
I'm not recalling it.
Did
He
you
was
say,
in
George, you looked
boat
him up?
11. Yeah,
Thank
he
you,
was in
George.
boat
Thank you,
11.
George.
Which is very strange because boat 11 is just on our screens right now on the left side. So it's
Good time.
the timing on that was perfect.
And really, right now, what everybody's seeing on the screen, not to shift topics, but it's 1:19. So at 1:20, the first of the aft port lifeboats, number 16, begins to start down. And there's a number of factors about this. Lawrence Beasley had mentioned that around shortly before this, that the aft starboard side was abandoned by a lot of individuals because there was a false rumor that men were being left off on the aft port side. Now we know the exact opposite was true in what was happening over there, but it resulted in a lot of those passengers crossing over to the aft port side, a large crowd growing there. We had a number of individuals from the forward starboard side, including Fifth Officer Lowe. We now have some evidence that
Evans and Bully, Siemens Evans and
Yes.
Bullies went from forward starboard to aft
Yeah.
port.
And even possibly First Officer Murdoch briefly before he went back to the aft starboard side. And we think the reason being for that is Lowe in his testimony said because it was getting busy there. Well, there's this big crowd growing and they're starting to get rowdy. Now, it wasn't too bad at 16, but it is at 14 here in a few minutes. But boat number 16 is another example of Bruce Ismay, what he did. There was a stewardess standing there, and he escorted her into that boat. And her husband, who was a doctor, later wrote a letter to Ismay, thanking him for saving her life and basically recounting that he told her, she's like, I'm just a stewardess. He's like, never mind, you're a woman, get in the boat. And he put her in. And she never said anything about it in the little bit of information we have in newspapers from her. And Ismay never said anything about it. We only know it from her husband's letter. So he didn't play up this assistance that he did. But that was happening right about now, 112 years ago.
Yeah. And here it is. Our clock is reading 1:21 right now. And that's an interesting time because by a number of different accounts, just about a minute ago, that word started coming through from some of the engineers for the staff in the engine rooms and the boiler rooms to leave their posts and go up, that they had done their best. This is something that's very little known even today. It's thought that the engineers all stayed below to a man, and none of them were ever seen on deck. And yet as early as 1:20 here, some of these crewmen were being released and subsequently made their way on deck and were seen on deck even if they weren't saved. One of those was a trimmer in boiler room number 4. His name is Cavell. And we know that when he came up to E deck on Scotland Road, he mentioned seeing some third-class passengers passing down Scotland Road, and some of them were carrying their belongings and some of them are wet. And we know also that Steward Ray, within just a few minutes of Cavill coming up on the E deck, he remembered seeing water right by the door at the entrance from Scotland Road into the first class grand staircase. He said he was just able to squeak through that door. That probably would have been just a couple of minutes from where we are now. And so you can kind of see the water is really beginning to make its way into the ship. Some of the frontline workers are leaving their posts, they're being ordered out. And some really interesting things are beginning to happen at this point during the sinking.
Well, like Kent said, a number of the people down in the engine rooms and the boiler rooms, at least 3 or 4 or 5 of them all specified 120. They were let up to go upside. Barrett, I seem to recall, Beecham, Cavill, Thrillfall, they all gave the same time of 120.
Yeah, Thomas Ranger was another one.
Ranger.
And Ranger actually specified when he went up on deck that some of the engineers were ahead of him on the stairs. Farquhar Harson, I believe, was one of them, and he saw a group of about 5 or 6 of them standing on deck when he got there a little bit later. So that is kind of one of those myths that they all stayed below. Now, certainly somebody must have to keep some of that machinery and the power going and the emergency dynamo and all that, but there was a big group of the engineers that were seen up on deck about this time, and I think later in the sinking, Dylan, who was another one of the crew members that we just referenced, actually in a newspaper account, he doesn't mention it in his testimony, but in a newspaper account, he claims that he saw Chief Engineer Bell carrying a board under his arm along the promenade deck. So we're not 100% sure if that's accurate, but it seems like an odd detail to be made up.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we could go to Mark real quick here.
Yeah, I was going to mention this, Kent, actually. So the propellers should be starting to break the surface right now, and we have Mr. Propeller here in the panel with us. Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit about your work on the propellers? I think there are some close-up shots coming in, and yeah, let's just hear about them as they're starting to break the surface.
Oh goodness, yes, everything you ever wanted to know about propellers. Yeah, so this really is one of the interesting differences between Titanic and the early Olympic configuration. I mean, for decades, it was simply assumed that Titanic's propeller configuration was exactly the same as Olympic's. Now, in truth, that was always a bit of a dodgy assumption, because we know from J. Bruce Ismay's testimony, I think it was before the British Wreck Commission, that Holland and Wolff had advised White Star, that they expected Titanic to be slightly faster than Olympic. Well, these ships have got the same hull design, same propelling machinery, and if they're loaded to the same draft, then they weigh the same as well. So really, there's a question there as to why they expected Titanic to perform better. And way back, I think 2007, I was doing some research in the Holland and Wolff archives with local researcher Jennifer Irwin, who was helping me to access the material. And we ran across a series of engineering notebooks that were kept by Holland and Wolff. I think there were 5 of them in total, 4 or 5. And they kept a detailed record over the years of hundreds of ships that Holland and Wolff completed. And in this notebook, the entries for Titanic state that her center propeller was slightly larger, so 17 feet diameter instead of 16.5 on Olympic, and had 3 blades instead of 4. And there's also some changes to the pitch of the port and starboard propeller blades. So this, over the years, has produced quite a reaction, shall we say. There is a lot of confusion out there because people have seen, all the photos of Olympics propellers, which so often are just miscaptioned as Titanic. So there's a lot of confusion. They don't realise that there are no photos of Titanic in dry dock in 1912 with her propellers fitted. So the Holland and Wolff evidence that I was talking about is really the best evidence we have as to Titanic's propeller configuration. It's a primary source. It's an original source from the shipbuilder. It's contemporary to 1912. And in the years since, more information has emerged from work other researchers have done, both into Titanic's propellers and also Olympics. It's really not a debate as far as the evidence is concerned. I mean, the evidence we have is fairly clear, and we have research that others have done, including into Olympics propeller configuration in 1913, where they made changes which altered her propeller configuration to be more in line with what Holland and Wolff's record stated for Titanic. But as time has gone on, and more evidence has come to light, that only supports the evidence that I referred to, and there really is a familiarity bias out there where people seem perfectly happy to take the four-bladed center propeller configuration as a fact, and yet will simply deny evidence of the three-bladed center propeller configuration, even to the point of saying, oh, the evidence you refer to doesn't exist. Now, it does exist. It's a fact. It's been publicly available since 2008 when I published my first article on it. I've given the archive name, the reference, so anyone can go and look it up if they want to. It's here in Belfast. And if anyone is interested in the full story, there's a presentation that, again, can be accessed through my website's media page, where I go over the evidence in great detail. But it is something that just seems to provoke this enormous controversy, and really for no obvious reason. I mean, there is no controversy as far as the evidence is concerned, and as historians, what we need to do is follow the evidence. But you see time and time again where, there's perhaps an online discussion, people simply seem to become hysterical about it. I mean, the number of times that people will leave a discussion, or, a moderator will have to boot them out because they become upset, aggressive, abusive. It's really quite extraordinary. But all it tells us is what is well documented, that shipbuilders of the period were constantly trying to improve their designs, and they were doing that with propellers, as with all aspects of shipbuilding. So there'll be a lot of reference to this being a controversy, being a debate. Really, there isn't a debate as far as the evidence is concerned. The evidence is what we need to go with.
That's right. Well, thank you, Mark, and thank you for all the research that you've put into that, as well as braving the storm of public backlash on that. Now, there is something that happened while you were talking that we can't just ignore. And I think George might have some interesting things to weigh in on this. As lifeboat number 14 was lowering from the port side and it was passing the open promenade on A deck, the officer in charge of the lifeboat, Fifth Officer Lowe, opened fire with warning shots as the boat was threatening to be mobbed by a group of passengers and crew who were on the promenade trying to reach for it. So this is obviously a very dramatic moment. We heard some gunshots firing off. Officer Lowe was not issued a pistol by the White Star Line. Some of the ship's officers had been, but Lowe had his own personal firearm that he had carried on board with him. So, George, anything you can say to that?
not specifically to boat 14, I could add that shots were also fired at collapsible sea. And to the best of my interpretation, that's why when Bruce Ismay went to collapsible sea, the deck was almost deserted. There were almost no passengers there. And I think it was because after Murdoch fired those shots and to clear the unauthorized men out of collapsible sea, all the men who were standing around on deck decided, there's no way I'm going to get into that boat. I better go somewhere else and try and find another lifeboat. And they all left the area. So people who say, oh, Ismay should have stayed there and helped a woman into the boat and stuff, there was practically nobody there to help. And William Carter testified to the same thing. He said exactly the same thing as Bruce Ismay. There was hardly anyone there. So there were shots fired there, and it's possible there may have been shots fired after that too. Bill will probably be able to fill you in on that. I would like to make a quick observation, if I could, though, regarding the scenes that we see here of the ship and the horizon. It appears that you've depicted a haze along the horizon, and I found a considerable amount of evidence to show that is probably true, that there was a haze that night. Not only testimony from crewmen and passengers, but I found a considerable number of newspaper interviews as well. Again, this will be in one of my upcoming books, but I compliment you on depicting the haze as you did, because I do think it existed. It didn't affect the view overhead. As you can see, as you depicted it here, the stars were crystal clear overhead. The haze apparently existed along the waterline.
Well, thank you for noticing that, George. Yeah. Sometimes when putting these animations together, you put a haze in just to help aid the animation with the visuals. But yeah, the accounts of a haze being noticed was taken into consideration when we did this.
This is Bill. I'm going to butt in for just a minute.
Yep.
Some people may have noticed that Don Lynch was on our on our thing earlier today, and he hasn't been on for quite a while. I just got an email from Don. He says, sorry, the connection kept going out, so I gave up. Please extend my apologies.
And we're grateful for Don trying to join in, and we know on the Queen Mary there's sometimes some issues with Wi-Fi, so it's not anybody's fault, and we're grateful he tried to join in tonight.
Yeah, it was fantastic just to hear from him for a few minutes. I do wish we got to hear more.
He tried.
Yeah.
And right now, as you guys are viewing the aft starboard side, you'll see boat number 9 nearing the water. And the interesting thing about this, like one of the things that really pinned together how close together those aft starboard boats went is that a number of passengers, one of them, Cindy Collette, when he was in boat number 9, talked about the urgency that they had to row away with because there was other boats coming down. So you have some people, that's one of the things that were on their mind, is that we got to get out of the way before the other lifeboats come down, and we see that play out later at boat number 13 and 15 for different reasons, but just a little note.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of the aft starboard boats, someone earlier asked a question about Ruth Becker when she went back down below decks to get blankets from the stateroom. And as I recall, she said that it was completely deserted down there. She was all by herself when she went to that cabin and returned. She said it was kind of eerie.
One of the interesting things that we have coming up on the screen now, we were just talking about the propellers with Mark, and you can see they're breaking the water here, just coming to the surface. When we were doing this animation, you know, we had a lot of back and forth. We were working with Levi a lot in those weeks prior to when we first released this, and we had a lot of conversation about how deep in the water the ship would be sitting, what angle she would be sitting at, you know, how things would be looking. One of the things that really blew us away, sometimes it kind of makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, is when we took some of these passenger accounts. I think it was specifically boats 13 or 15. When they hit the water, there were people in the boats who described the fact that the propellers were breaking the surface. And when we went in the animation, we put the boats where we thought they should be just at that time. we realized that as you're coming away from the side of the ship, you would be able to see the propellers, and it really kind of told us that we were kind of on track with the angles that we had achieved at this point in the animation, is that we could see for the first time what some of these other individuals who had been there that night had been able to see and had described. And it just really, it brought it home to us that what we're doing here, it's more than just, it's really a visual aid. It helps further the historical research that we do.
And that, like, Stuart Nichols is one of a few accounts, and Diamond is another one that crew member that mentioned those propellers coming out when they got a certain distance out. So Kent was spot on with that.
So we have a couple more chats coming in. High Treason just became a member, a channel member here on YouTube. I do have channel memberships open. I don't really push them all that much, but I do have channel memberships on my channel, Part-Time Explorer. And I also have a Patreon that you can find in the description below. But High Treason, thank you very much for joining, as well as that generous super chat that you sent, which just says, love you guys. So we love you too, man. Thank you very much. Nova Killer 234 says, first time catching this live. Thank you all for telling the stories of the ship itself and for yourselves as well. Well, thank you as well. Let's see. Hugh Brown refers to the book The Other Side of the Night by Daniel Allen Butler and talks about Stanley Lord. What do you think of the Californian? George, you had mentioned the lights on the horizon when you mentioned the haze. So let's talk a little bit about the Californian here.
Well, the Californian's point of view, Third Officer Groves around 11 o'clock saw what he described as a big passenger liner coming up from the, what direction was it? The west, I guess.
Actually, George, can I pause you?
Southeast.
Can I pause you for just a second here, George?
Sure.
Right here we have another homage to a Ken painting. We're going to see that rocket go up in a moment. Anyway, continue, George.
Okay, well, he described what he saw, what he described as a large passenger liner coming up. When Second Officer Stone and Apprentice Gibson came on duty, I believe at 11:30 or midnight, I should say, they looked out there and they saw what they thought was a small, perhaps a tramp steamer or something like that. It was poorly lit, and it didn't look anything like people would imagine the Titanic would look like. The reason for that is because as your depiction, as Tom's depiction has shown here, when Titanic, first she steered to the left to get around the iceberg, but then the quartermaster was ordered to hard a starboard, or hard a port rather, which meant that the ship would be turning to the right. And when Titanic came to rest, she was pointing north-northwest, with the Californian about 1/2 point off her port bow, which is only just a few degrees. That's the reason why the Titanic was not well lit when Stone and Gibson came on the Californian's deck, because the Titanic was pointed almost directly toward the Californian. So that explains a lot of the misapprehensions about, gosh, there must have been a mystery ship in between, a small tramp steamer or something, and the Titanic was beyond visual range of the Californian. It's not so.
Yeah. Definitely not so.
Californian and Titanic were looking directly at each other that night.
Yeah, there can't be any question about that now.
And I agree with both of you guys on that, but particularly when you look at the time, shipboard time on Californian and shipboard time on the Titanic, and the difference from time in New York and all of that. And we were just talking about how we were trying to remember if it was 12 minutes difference between California and Titanic.
Yes.
But when you correlate what they saw with the correct time differences, what Californians saw of the ship on the horizon and the movements and vice versa, they line up almost exactly.
Yeah. There was also a super chat that I'm sure we'll get to later on too, but it was talking about the Californian, about whether the officers changed the logbook after the disaster. And I don't think there can be any question about the logs kind of being tweaked a little bit after the fact for the sake of convenience. By the time the Californian got to Boston, the story really was we hadn't seen anything out there that night. We were so far away, we didn't see anything. It was, we weren't involved in any way, and it's too bad. And yet, as the two inquiries progressed, more and more evidence began to come to light that events had transpired that night that were very odd. That they had seen things and had not responded to them. And, I just think, there's going to be people who argue this way and that about whether California could have gotten there in time to save everybody, and probably not, considering there was about 13 miles distance between the two ships. It's been calculated, but at least if the officers on Californian had woken up the Marconi officer, woken up the captain, got him on the bridge, they'd started the engines and made a try for it. It's something that would be a non-starter nowadays. We really wouldn't even be talking about it. We would mention, the other hero ship that was encased in ice and they tried to get to the Titanic, but they couldn't make it in time, rather than, it was the ship that just kind of sat on the horizon and never really responded seriously to what they were seeing.
As Kent said, when the Californian got into Boston, they said, well, we didn't see anything. Well, the morning after the sinking, Captain Lord asked Groves and who's the other one?
Stone.
Groves and Stone to write up what happened. And both of those accounts have survived to today, and they definitely do not say we didn't see anything.
Yeah.
And if you distill this argument down, you can almost toss out the issue of whether the two ships were in visual range of each other, which we do feel they were, but it comes down to there's zero evidence or zero claims by anyone of any credibility that California didn't see the rockets of Titanic. And since the discovery of the wreck site, we know that even if the range was as far as Captain Lord claimed it was, and what that
19 and a half miles, if I remember right.
That they still would have seen the rockets from Titanic. So regardless of whether you take a pro-California or anti-California, and I hate those terms because you're trying to look at it objectively and what the evidence shows, that everybody agrees that they saw Titanic's rockets. So the visual part of it is really a side issue to me. It's like they didn't act properly in the international distress signs. Now, you can't pin all these deaths on Lord. I think he was vilified very unfairly compared to what the crime was, and it was some incompetence on the part of the crew, miscommunication, whatever you want to call it. But it wasn't like he was intentionally doing this to let people die or anything like that. It was just a tragedy of errors. And who knows if he could have saved anyone anyways, but as Bill said, if they'd even tried, then they almost certainly would have been the first rescue ship on the scene.
Yeah. Well, there's also basically it boils down to the Californian saw rockets, the Titanic fired rockets. They've never found any other ships in the North Atlantic that night that fired rockets. Who else could the Californian have seen? And like one of us mentioned earlier, when you line the timelines up for the Californian and the Titanic, they fit.
Yeah.
The events that one saw and the other saw or did, they line right up.
And we also have, the Californian subject is a great topic. I'm sure we'll swing back around to it later, but what we see on our screens right now playing out is a very famous event where boat number 15 almost came down on boat number 13. We have over 120 people divided between these two boats. And I know Ken was there when they filmed some of these scenes for the Cameron film. Remind me again, Ken, were you actually there when they did these filming these shots?
That's right. Yeah, Don and I were on a small barge that was floating in the tank there, the outdoor tank, not too far away from where Jim was directing and shouting through a megaphone. And a couple of other friends of ours were with us as well. And my heart was just pounding out of my chest to see this recreated. It really looked like a dangerous event that was happening, even though it was carefully staged and the actors and extras had, they knew what to do and everything. It was terrifying to watch, and to know that I had known Ruth Becker Blanchard, for several years. I met her, I guess, in '82, and she passed away in 1990. And to hear her describe that incident so clearly, she remembered it so well. She was 12 years old at the time. And now I was seeing it, in early 1987, recreated, just was very gripping, let me tell you.
It must have been really quite a thing to actually see it recreated in real life. I mean, it's one thing to watch our animation, but my goodness, to actually see people in the boats, screaming, reenacting that scene, it must have been quite a thing.
Yeah.
On the screen right now, it's 1:48, and this is approaching the cover to our book On a Sea of Glass. And we've titled that painting Titanic at 1:50. The foxhole is going underwater here. The foredeck is going under. Things are getting really desperate.
Yeah. And here we have the situation with 15. What's amazing is how quickly some of these events play out. We think about the boat 13 and 15, near catastrophe, and we give so much thought to it, and how, someone jumping to the falls at just the right moment, oh my goodness. But then it comes, the moment passes, and it's over. And it's this kind of, it just goes so quickly when you're actually watching these events in real time.
And now you see from this perspective, this is a new angle for the animation this year. You see boat number 2 following orders that were given to it by Captain Smith to row around the stern to the gangway on the starboard side. And that's quite a journey for them to get all the way around the stern to there. And you'll get to see some of that during this part of the animation.
Yeah. So actually I believe the remainder of the sinking, you're going to see a huge assortment of new angles. These were all shots that were, this is our animation from 2021. And these are mostly B-roll shots that didn't make the final cut of what you've seen so far. So what Kent and Levi were working on for the last month or so was sorting through that to give you sort of these alternate takes. So we're going to be seeing the scene unfold from a new angle, but the same animation as we had done since 2021. But yeah, thank you, Ken, for putting that together, and thank you, Levi, for helping with that.
Absolutely. I think we have footage from Collapsible D, Collapsible C, boat number 2, boat 13, which of course Ruth Becker was in. And over the next 30 minutes, you're going to be seeing new footage from these different perspectives. We really kind of wanted to put everyone in the perspective of these people who were in these boats and see what they saw.
And there's the painting from your book, by the way.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Yep.
And at this very moment, you have Lifeboat number 4, which has been loaded from the promenade deck, including Manuel Nastor and a number of others, and boat number 10, the last of the aft port boats, are both coming down around the same time.
Yes.
And you can see the water, the forecastle, and you'll see as we get closer, the well deck flooding, which is extremely eerie because the ship, you've seen it sinking gradually, and in a few minutes here, things are going to start accelerating at a very frightening pace.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the cover of our book recreated in this animation. And as we push in here, what's going to happen is you're going to actually see us come in over the forecastle and over the well deck, which is partially flooded. And what's really cool, we were talking a little bit earlier about the fact that the wireless transmission times, when you correlate them to the known time difference on Titanic, they really help you put the pieces together on things. There was this exchange between the Baltic and Titanic that we know was actually being done by Harold Bride. And we know why Harold Bride was at the key at that point. It was because Phillips had gone out on deck to have a look around and see what was going on. And when he came back in, he reported to Bride that the ship was listing and that the forward well deck was awash. And what's amazing is once you take the time of those transmissions into account, and then the difference to New York time, what's amazing is the condition of the ship that we see here is exactly what Phillips described to Bride when he went back into the Marconi cabin.
Yeah, you can see the pretty substantial list to port at this point. It's at least 10 degrees or more, which is extremely noticeable by people on deck, causing, when collapsible D loaders in a few minutes, it drags along the starboard side and they had to push it away. And then while it's causing boats that are remaining on the port side to swing several feet away from the hull. And actually at 1:52, the last rocket was fired, and that was seen by the Californian. We know from those time differences, that's one of the events that externally can be confirmed when that happened.
And shortly after that, Boxhall departed the ship, correct?
Boxhall actually was not there for the last firing of the rocket. He had been ordered into boat number 2, I believe, by Captain Smith himself.
Yes.
Captain Smith turned and told him, "You get into that boat." What's amazing is that Quartermaster Rowe stayed, and he fired another rocket after Boxhall had left. Really remarkable thing about that, and that's actually correlated by visual evidence from the people on the Californian when you work backwards and you know what time boat number 2 left.
And there was an information card on the screen a few minutes ago referencing what George talked about with First Officer Murdoch firing warning shots at collapsible sea. In a few minutes, you'll see there was a small crowd gathering around and getting worked up around collapsible D. It's one of the last boats on the deck. The crew members actually linked arms to prevent men from rushing the boat. And you have Colonel Archibald Gracie claimed that in his inquiry testimony that Second Officer Lightoller told him he had to fire warning shots. Lightoller in his book later claims his gun wasn't even loaded, which I don't know that I believe that. And we also have an account from one of the women survivors stating that Chief Officer Wild had a gun and had to warn men back at this boat as well. So it was starting to get chaotic, just like it had on the starboard side and earlier at boat number 14.
Yeah. Certainly the situation, early on, it was calm, slow moving for many of the passengers. Not much of a warning that there was a serious problem going on. Just an unusual event, probably is the best way to describe it. But now here, the situation is it's like it's coming off of a steep curve now. You're seeing things go downhill rapidly. Water is actually beginning to visually, if you were to walk forward on this deck, you could see water coming over the forward portions of the ship. And it must have been truly terrifying to realize things were that bad.
And that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, at this point in time, as the forecastle is going under, you can kind of see there where water is starting to find other ways into the ship through doorways that were up above the well deck. Hatches. The water's starting to come in a lot faster, and that's why the whole thing accelerates.
Yeah.
And this angle is almost another Ken painting to a certain extent.
Yep. I think it's boat 6 that we have in the foreground here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, a number of famous people in this one. Look out, Fred Fleet was in this one, and Molly Brown, for our friends at the Molly Brown House Museum.
Major Pushin is in this boat.
That's right, yeah. And here they had pulled off a ways, and there were reports that it was at this point that Captain Smith is calling for the boats to come back. We know that boat number 2 had already set off moving aft in response to those orders, and there's those recollections that it's our lives now and not theirs, was the quote. We're out here and we're not going back.
That scene was recreated beautifully in James Cameron's Titanic. It ended up being a deleted scene, but that was one of my favorite sequences shot for the movie.
Yeah, here you can see Captain Smith and his megaphone calling boat 6 to come back. They didn't.
Yeah, they just kept rowing. But, I mean, the ship has about 25 minutes left, 25 minutes left until it's gone. And as you're looking at it from this perspective, it honestly looks like the ship could go at any moment. If you look at footage of other ships sinking, sometimes they get to this point and then they just drop. While, Hitchens definitely had some questionable actions that night, and his exchanges were quite heated with the people in his boat, you kind of understand that he might have been weighing the risk of bringing that boat back. The ship could go, and it is leaning towards them. So if it goes, it could topple over onto them. And then how many other people, knowing that the boats are mostly gone with the exception of a couple of collapsibles, how many people are going to swarm his lifeboat? So, he gets a lot of flack because of his decision not to return to the ship, and I can understand that, but I can also extend the benefit of the doubt to him in that it would have been a risk, and he would have been risking the lives of 30 or so people, however many people were in that lifeboat, who were, in theory, safe at that point.
Here we go with this particular timestamp is the last message that was heard from Carpathia, with the message that the engine room was getting full up to the boilers. Of course, we know that wasn't exactly what was happening, but what the wireless operators were noticing was that the power was beginning to fade. And over the next 5 to 10 minutes, we know that the lights really began to take a dullish red glow. We know that more and more of those boilers were going cold. We know that the steam pressure was reduced that was providing power for the electrical generators. And so there was that drop. So you could see why they could maybe think that the engine room was getting flooded. And meanwhile, just outside here on our screen, Collapsible C is about to make its famous departure from the ship. This is the moment when Bruce Ismay, having worked so hard over the preceding, hour and 20 minutes or so, 2 hours, he's finally making the decision to step into a boat. And you can see at this point why. There's not many people around. The deck, from what it was when the shots had to be fired just a few minutes before, and the ship clearly doesn't have much longer to live.
It's just about 2 a.m. And now we have a shot going along the ship's port side. We're traveling along C deck, starting to kind of climb up to B deck, and we can just see how precarious that port list is. George, was it you that was doing research into the list and how much it was progressing over time, or was that not you?
No, it wasn't me, sorry.
Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry. So as we had said, Lifeboat C had just departed on the starboard side, and there's really only one more boat left that's going to successfully be fully launched, and that's D. And that was just above where the camera was. We're really seeing the final moments of the evacuation. Most of the people who are going to escape tonight have already left the ship. But one of the things that's very interesting in the port list, which is where we see the ship leaning to its left side, is striking. What's so striking about that is how different the ship looks depending on which side you're on. We were just on the ship's port side where the ship was leaning, and it's so much lower in the water. The water's coming up over the well deck, and it really looks like it's going to drop at any moment. But here on the starboard side, we just saw it from the lifeboat that was rowing away off of the aft starboard. The ship looks significantly higher up out of the water. It looks far more stable, and that's because of its uneven trim, as the water is now starting to come back along Scotland Road on the port side. So there's this long... Scotland Road is this long crew access corridor, which basically connects the crew spaces and some of the third-class spaces. And it's on E deck. It's now flooding. It's very wide and it's very open. So that water now has free flow coming up the ship's left side, port side, and is now starting to work its way back down over the watertight bulkheads, which had been preventing the flooding moving aft. So now the ship is starting to flood faster. Now the water is starting to access the after parts, and it's mostly coming in through the left side. We have Scotland Road, and we have that gangway door that opened up half hour ago or so that we saw. So now the port side is really weak. It's flowing in. There's a lot of access for the water, and there's just this free flow effect coming through. So the starboard side is holding out, but that won't last too long. And now the ship is really going to start to lose stability, and this is why.
And as you see, collapsible C lowering down around the same time on the port side, there's obviously the story about Thomas Andrews staying in the smoking room, which we've found a lot of compelling evidence that disproves that. And he was, prior to this, helping passengers into the boats and throwing deck chairs overboard. Around this time, we found some evidence, which we're going to present later on, hopefully in the revisions that we're working on for On a Sea of Glass for a 4th edition, that Andrews actually helped a stewardess into collapsible D. Another piece of evidence that he was up on deck at this point and not down in the smoking room. That was happening right about now because collapsible D lowers away at 205.
Yeah. And here we have the this incredible find that George made, I believe it was, that, you know, it's been such a thing that the band was playing from the port side outside all night. And yet here it's just after 2 o'clock. And we know that the band actually moved out to the starboard side of the boat deck because they were seen by survivors on that side specifically.
Multiple survivors.
Multiple, yeah. And now they're outside, they're playing, still trying to keep people's spirits up, I think. And here we have, I believe it's boat number 4. If
I
I'm
think
not
this might be
mistaken.
2.
Boat 2, okay.
Might be, I'm not sure.
But it's moving aft along the port side of the ship. This is some of the new footage that we incorporated. And of course, I know that with number 4, as they were moving aft, they heard a lot of glass breaking. They also, at about the same time, the boat number 10 there in the background is being lowered away. And they heard a lot of glass breaking, sounded like china breaking, and they were actually close enough to the side of the ship that a couple of individuals, I think Ranger was one of them, right? Actually crawled down one of the falls and right into boat number 4.
Rangers and
Scott. Yeah,
they both went down the falls. One of them actually got into the lifeboat. The other one fell right next to it and climbed in.
Yeah. And this, of course, is collapsible D on the port side, about to lower away. This is their perspective if you're in the boat, looking out on the deck. Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been a couple of months since I watched the Cameron film. Was it collapsible D that Rose was supposed to have been in, that she climbed into and then climbed back on board the ship? Was it collapsible D or was it boat number 2 that she was supposed to have been in, where you get the iconic shot of her looking up at the funnel from the lifeboat and the rocket goes off overhead as she's lowering away?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Good question. It was pretty close to the water, you know, flooding over the forward rail of B deck. So it was getting pretty late and pretty scary when she jumps back out. Did she jump out of well, it couldn't have been boat 2, so it had to be collapsible. Let's see, A, B, C. It had to be D, I guess.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I know that in this footage here, there's a beautiful shot that we're about to get, very much paralleling the view in the movie, looking up at the number 1 funnel. And when I was looking at this footage, I was trying to remember, was Rose supposed to have been in boat 2 or was she in boat D? And I didn't have time.
It couldn't have been 2 because 2's already rowing way aft at this point. Yeah, so it must have been D.
One of the survivors said that collapsible D only had to be lowered about 10 feet to reach the water, so the boat deck was pretty low at that point, the forward boat deck.
Right.
Not to mention you've got Woolner and Stephenson who jumped in from A deck as A deck is starting to flood.
Yeah, and you'll see that here in a moment. And one of the interesting things is with the list being about 10 degrees, how far they had to jump out to get into that boat. They barely made it. And you're going to see that in a moment. But it's remarkable. If that list had been greater than that, there's no way they would have even reached the boat, given how far it was swinging away from the hull.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Mark.
not to say they might. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tad. Finish that thought.
Oh, I was just saying that if they had landed in the water, it's possible they could have been pulled into the boat and been fine, but it would have been almost impossible for them to get into collapsible D if the list had been greater than what it was.
Mark, you had just mentioned some kind of interesting observation. here in the chat. Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, sure. It's just going back to what I mentioned earlier about the lifeboats, and we know that the 4 collapsible boats, so A, B, C, D, were a later addition to the design, and that was something that was approved by White Star, and of course, therefore, by Ismay. It's just an observation that Ismay, of course, was saved in collapsible C. So, less than a year later, after they've approved those extra 4 boats, he ends up being saved in one of the boats that they've added, which just struck me as somewhat ironic.
Quite ironic, yeah. Again, this is some of the new footage that we spliced in for this year. And what's amazing is we're already coming up on the moment when the band is going to start playing its final piece, Nearer My God to Thee. Usually what happens is we end up turning up the volume on the animation, and as the panel, we're quiet and we experience it with the rest of you in real time, and then we pick up our conversation again after the disaster. But one of the things here is we're just rounding the face of the bridge before the music actually starts. This is collapsible C's journey. This is what Ismay would have seen as they're moving away from the side of the ship. And in fact, a lot of this is inspired by one of Ken's paintings. Again, a beautiful painting that I think it was on the cover of the book Lost Liners, wasn't it?
The one where collapsible C is moving away from the ship. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I had that for my wallpaper on my computer for many years.
Yeah, beautiful work. Amazing.
And in case we can't mention it here in a minute, because we're going to go silent once the band starts playing, we're only a few minutes away from Captain Smith and Thomas Andrews being seen entering the water together on the port side as it's going under.
Port side of the bridge.
Yeah, port side of the bridge. And really when they could do nothing else because the water was at their location, and Captain Smith was heard to exclaim, "We can't stay any longer, she's going."
Yeah. And we're not far from getting the beginning of Nearer My God to Thee playing. So
by the way,
yep, go ahead.
I gotta say that this is a perfect example of how my paintings end up being inaccurate. You just give it enough time with any historical thing, and you're going to start to learn more and more and more, and you're going to find inaccuracies. That painting that you just referred to with collapsible C in the foreground, just look at the list here on the ship, and I don't depict anything like this in my painting, which was done in 98, something like that. So that's how much we've learned since then.
Yes, but your paintings inspire that push forward with research. So sure, things become inaccurate as we learn more over time, but you help forward that research. I'm going to start raising the volume up now, and we're going to start taking a back seat here until the ship disappears. We'll get to the remaining super chats afterwards, and we'll continue the discussion in a few minutes.
And there she goes. We're sitting here in the grand staircase in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and we were watching the water level rise, and we were commenting, how weird it is that we're sitting in this room that's about to be inundated in the video. It really brings it home to us. It's always difficult to watch, but now that we can actually hear it in real time, it really brings it home.
Yeah, it's always, no matter how many times you do this stream, it's always sobering to witness it and know that this is the time.
Yeah.
That however many years ago, this is when it was happening. Yeah, it always has an effect.
Yeah, it's very easy for us to get caught up in, the minutia and the details and all the research that we do, most days of the year. And then you kind of watch this and you hearing it, especially for me, is what brings it home. And then, you realize this is the event that actually started everything that you're researching. And for especially, I would think for George and for Ken, who knew people who were there that night. It's so real.
Ken, would you mind sharing with us some of the, did any of the people you knew from the sinking actually share with you the thoughts of the final moments or witnessing the wreck?
Oh, sure.
Could you tell us about
that? Edwina McKenzie was 27 years old. We believe now that she was in collapsible D, although at the time she thought she was in 13. I wish Don were here because he's the passenger guy, But I knew Winnie for many years. First met her in the late 70s. I'm sorry, early 70s, and she died in 84. And then Ruth, as we mentioned earlier, was in boat 13. She was only 12, but very, very mature for her age. She had a lot of responsibility in her family. And she described seeing the funnels separate. I think somebody mentioned this earlier, or maybe it was in last year's live stream. I don't know. But the funnels, the forward two funnels seemed to go this way, and the aft two funnels, and we saw her break apart. She said this in the 1982 Titanic Historical Society convention at a big press conference in Philadelphia. And we watched the ship break in half. And there was one person there in the audience who said, no, that couldn't have happened. That's not what the historical record shows. And she came right back. She snapped back and she said, well, that's what I saw. And I stand by that. And then you have Frank Goldsmith, who was, I think, 9 at the time, Frankie. And he was alone. He had left this is going to make me tear up now. I got to be careful. He left his father, and aboard the ship. And his mother in the lifeboat, when it got toward the end there, took Frankie's head in her breast so that he couldn't see or hear. And after the ship broke in two, and the stern seemed to stay there for a long time, people in the lifeboat started yelling out, it's going to float, it's going to float. Look, it is unsinkable. And she released him. And he had this very clear memory of seeing the ship there at the very end. And I guess she didn't take him back again and try to hide his head, because he watched the whole thing, as I recall, going down. I met him around 70, 71, 72 probably, I would guess. Then you have Eva Hart. Milvina Dean, of course, was way too young. She was only, 9 months old or something? Or, sorry, is that right? Anyway, yeah, so she didn't have any direct memories of it, but Ruth certainly did. Edwina McKenzie remembered very well. Ruth particularly remembered seeing the rows and rows of portholes getting lower and lower and sinking, and watching that as they were rowing away. And she could see the people up on the deck, and she didn't think the ship would sink at that point. To her, it was all a big exciting event, but she wasn't terrified, even though she'd been separated from her mother and her siblings. She just was excited. She assumed that the ship would stay afloat somehow. And when she saw that all the boats seemed to be gone and had left the side of the ship, she looked up and saw all those people still moving around on the decks and looking over the railings. And she thought to herself, well, how are they going to get saved? She had that memory very distinct as well. And somebody asked earlier about when Ruth went back down, was sent back down by her mother to get some more blankets, and how she saw no one going down or coming back, and how queer that was. That was her word. I was there with a friend of mine, Tim Yoder, in Ohio in 1985, I guess it was, when we watched a Night to Remember on TV that night, I guess probably videotape. And then we went to bed. Ruth went to bed. The next morning at breakfast, that's when she brought it up. And she said, you know something? I have never thought about this since that night. But when Mom sent me back down to get those blankets, I didn't see a single soul in that big ship. Isn't that queer? And, Tim and I just looked at each other and we thought, wow, to experience a moment like that with somebody who was there and is remembering something for the first time after all those decades, remembering something, a memory coming back to her for the first time. It was just awesome.
Amazing.
That's incredible. George, what about you? I know you befriended a few survivors. Anything you can share?
Ken has pretty much described most of the people who I actually discussed the sinking with, but my friend Winifred Quick Van Tongerloo lived just a few miles from me here in Michigan. And although she didn't really describe the actual sinking to me, she said that when they were getting ready to get into Lifeboat, or shortly before, someone strapped a life belt on her, and she thought mistakenly that meant she was going to have to jump into the water, and she panicked, and she was crying and crying and crying. And they got her and her mom and sister into a lifeboat, number 11, and they lowered it away. And Winifred was still crying because she thought, I'm going to have to jump out of this boat. That's why they put this life belt on me. But after a while, she stopped crying, and she explained to her mother, I just said a prayer and we're going to be okay. That's all.
Wow.
George, I remember in the documentary Death of the Dream, which Ken and Dawn were in, when you talked about Frank Goldsmith and which baseball field was it?
Back then it was called Navin Field in Detroit. It was Tiger Stadium later on, but it was Navin Field then. And he said that every time someone hit a home run and the crowd broke into a roar, he immediately thought of the Titanic disaster, because that's what all the people in the water sounded like when they were crying for help.
And when I met him in the early 70s, Frank Goldsmith, he had years and years and years in the photography business. I don't remember if he was a photographer himself particularly, or if he just managed a photography store. But he knew a lot about light, exposures, cameras, all that stuff. And we sat at a coffee table, and I had brought some color photographic prints of some of my early Titanic paintings that I had done at that point, sinking scenes. And to sit there with this guy, with those eyes and his perception and his understanding of light, and to talk to him about, what's wrong with this? Is this what you saw? Or do I have the lights too bright on the ship? Or is the sky not light enough or not dark enough or whatever? And to have him point out certain little details. Well, I remember this, and this would be more like that. And, it was one of those priceless moments that you take with you for the rest of your life. I am just so fortunate to have met these people.
What an incredible opportunity to get that firsthand feedback.
Absolutely.
A kind of critique that you really don't mind because, my goodness, to actually hear it from someone that was there.
Yeah.
We did a documentary a few months ago. Alex and I and a few other people I've been working with. We did a documentary on a train wreck in New Jersey called The Broker. It was the Broker train wreck in 1951. And there's still actually a handful of survivors from that. But we put together this animation where we showed it come off the rails, and we really tried our best to piece that together. And Alex and I and the historians working with us made some discoveries with that. And then we were able to actually show that to the small number of survivors that are still around, and just get that same feedback. And it's really this amazing feeling to be able to just hear from them, and you're giving them a tool too to be able to share what is locked in their mind that they would otherwise never be able to convey. So you're able to give them something in addition to them giving you this unique firsthand insight. It's really incredible.
Right.
And I think Tad had a thought too. He wanted to
No, I just have a general comment. I want to thank Ken and George both for sharing those very personal memories from the survivors. I mean, that's something that's why we do this. This is about real people that were affected by real events, and there's a reason why we go quiet the last part of the live stream. We all take this, everybody in this live stream takes this extremely seriously and gives it the weight and gravity that it deserves, because this isn't something that happened just in a movie or that is something that we do for entertainment. It's about preserving the memory of these individuals that now that they're no longer here to share their stories. And it's just really a poignant moment. I think, not to put words in anybody's mouth, but I think I'd speak for everyone that it gets a little emotional during this part, because you think about those individuals, and I can only imagine for George and Ken having known these survivors even more so. So thank you.
Yeah,
I think
you're
one
welcome.
of the things, that we've seen in the last 10, 15, 20 years is a lot of revisionist history, a lot of wild theories that are out there, a lot of people that, they're just interested in making money off of Titanic with some splashy new headline or something. And what it's done is it's tended to take Titanic from the realm of history and an event that actually happened and affected real people, and it tends to push it into the realm of fantasy, where people can make it what they want because, they're driving the story now, they're driving the headlines. But in moments like this, and we talk to you, Ken and George, and we're watching the animation like this and hearing the sound effects of the animation and the song playing and everything, it really drives it home how important the work that we do is. This was a real event. It was a real tragedy that affected real people. And when we come down here, when we were down in October, Bill and I, we actually, we met a descendant of a survivor. And it really just kind of, again, you have that moment like, this was real. Even if they survived the sinking, so many people who were in the lifeboats at this point, their lives, it was like a fork in the road for many of their lives, where things never went back to the way they had been before the ship went down. They lost friends, they lost family, or they suffered a traumatic event and they saw this tragedy unfold, and it stuck with them. Many of them were still struggling in the water, the people who made it to collapsibles A and B, fighting for their lives, trying to keep going as the night went on. And it really just puts a lot of weight on us, the responsibility to tell Titanic's story as accurately as we possibly can, to convey that history, those real events to a new generation, and keep it grounded in what it was, in that reality.
I want to check in with, oh, go ahead, Bill.
One of my friends is Shelley Binder, who is the great-granddaughter of survivor Leah Axe. And I was working with Shelley a couple of years ago, trying to figure out how did her great-grandmother get off the ship? What lifeboat makes the most sense? We did not come up with a definite answer, but we think she was in number 4. But Shelley knew Leah Axe. She knew her great-grandmother. There's even a picture of her great-grandmother holding her, I think when Shelley was 7. But she knew her great-grandmother. She told me some of the struggles her great-grandmother had. After she was rescued and brought home, if I remember correctly, she spent 10 months in a mental hospital.
And you think about even years later, there's some survivors that you have these anecdotes, obviously, like Frankie Goldsmith with the ballpark, but Eugene Daly, one of the Irish steerage passengers, went back to Ireland. He stayed in New York for some time and then headed back to Ireland aboard a ship. And the entire time that he was on the voyage over to Ireland, he was so terrified the ship was going to sink. He had ended up on the water on Titanic and being saved on Collapsible B, but he was horribly panic-stricken on the deck. And he stayed in Ireland for quite some time. I think it was until his wife died, and wouldn't go back on a boat to go back to the United States. And he finally did later in his life, but just the way this continued to impact people for years and years, and in some cases their entire life.
Yeah.
I want to check in with Mark and see how you're doing. I know it's was it 6:30 a.m. over there?
Yeah, it's just gone 25 to 7, so it's daylight here in Belfast.
So the sun's just come up there, and
well, not the sun, but we've got the daylight. So it's been really quite an incredible experience. It's been an honour to share this, and I think a very fitting commemoration. I think once we've finished, then I'll be heading out to the slipways.
So you're just going to stay up after this?
Well, I think it's a bit late to go to bed. They've started serving breakfast, so.
All right. Well,
if you get to be my age, Mark, you'll find it's never too late to go to bed.
Well, I look forward to that.
What's interesting to me, never having had the Belfast perspective live in our chat, is here in the North Atlantic, it's the middle of the night. And, a new day is starting to dawn over in Belfast, where the ship was built. And no one over in Belfast knows what's happened, out in the middle of the North Atlantic yet. It just brings that fresh perspective to us,
Yeah.
I was just thinking about how now the people in the lifeboats are just waiting for that daylight so they can see where they are and keep an eye out. So the time is now, Kent, what would the time be in Titanic time?
So it's 1:36 here, which means that it's
2:38.
Yeah.
Okay.
18 minutes have passed since the ship sank.
So the screams have quieted. Officer Lowe has been gathering up a rescue party, if you will. He's emptied his lifeboat of all but a couple of able-bodied men, so that now he has a mostly empty lifeboat to be able to row back to the wreck site and see if they can't pick up anybody. Do we have any sort of rough estimate of the time as to when that boat, 14, I believe, returned?
I believe it was somewhere around 30 to 45 minutes after, which by the time he rows back, there's only a very small number of individuals. We think there was 4 that were alive at that stage, and then one of them passed away when they got him from the water.
Yes.
But it was at the very edge of what is considered survivable. I mean, at that point, there'd be very few people in it, and if they were alive, they'd be severely hypothermic and unable to assist themselves.
We know that Lowe himself said that he waited for a little bit after he, banded these boats together and transferred these people back and forth. But I mean, when you stop and think about how cold that water was, I mean, just today, Tad and I went through the tour and we experienced, we put our hand in that 28-degree water. It's so shocking how quickly the pain turns into numbness. And I can't even imagine being immersed in water that cold. And so when Lowe says, you know, he delays, I have to stop and think how long a delay, you know, would it really have been, because we know how long it takes for someone to go hypothermic in that water, and yet he was still able to pull some people who were still alive. It may have felt like longer than it actually was.
I would be surprised if he went back in when there were still a lot of screams.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he would have waited until most of the noise had died down. That would take at least 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I've read that in that kind of water, most people would have died in 20. So at the very least, it would have gotten quiet 10, 15 minutes after the sinking, right about now.
Yeah.
And you think about a Lifeboat 4, which everybody talks about Lifeboat 14, and Lowe, for good reason, talks about what he did to organize that group of lifeboats and then going back to get survivors. But Lifeboat 4 was extremely close to the ship when it sank and rowed back a very short distance because there were some swimmers in the water. And a few of those individuals have been in the water probably by that point less than 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. And I know Trimmer Dillon, his account shows how deadly that was. He gets into the boat, he's pulled into the boat, he passes out, and it's very graphic, but he wakes up with dead bodies on top of him because those individuals were in the water for such a short period of time, and even some of them didn't survive, even despite being pulled out pretty quickly. Yeah. A very horrible situation.
I remember when we were doing On a Sea of Glass, Tad, you were able to pull the actual Coast Guard statistics that talked about how quickly, you know, one can be expected to go hypothermic in this temperature water. And it's a lot faster than, you know, you would think. You know, some of them they could be expected heart failure on entering the water from the thermal shock of being submerged in it. So it's almost unspeakable when you think about, you know, what you're dealing with at this point. Now that the ship is actually gone, the human tragedy is continuing to unfold around us.
I think it was Lightoller who said going into that water was like 1,000 knives.
A line that was used in the Cameron film. You know, 1,000 knives being driven into one's body.
And you have individuals that were standing in that water in collapsible A or hanging onto the bottom of collapsible B that had frostbite after the fact. And like there's I believe it was William Mellors who described his hands swelling up like boxing gloves, and George Reams, who was in collapsible A, who's I think he said his feet swelled and burst his shoes, and he ended up on crutches for weeks after that while he was recuperating.
Well, we have pictures of Harold Bride being carried off the Carpathia, and his feet are all bandaged up, and we know he was under collapsible B in the beginning. And well, like you said before, number 4 picked up a number of people, some of who died. William Hoyt, who was picked up by 14, he was alive when they picked him up, but he didn't live very long after they got him in.
What's the coldest water that you have ever swum in? I mean, we could go through and ask each individual person. For me, it was about maybe 38 degrees. It was snow melt coming right off the Sierra in the fall of maybe 75. I was like 25 years old. I was in really good shape. It was a backpacking trip. We came to a stream that was almost like a river, and there was this place we had to cross, and the only way we could get to the other side was to hold our backpacks over our head and wade across chest high in this water. And it was snow melt. I mean, straight off the Sierra. The snow was just right up there. And I'll tell you, I thought I was going to die. It was just, you're gassed. You go so quick. Your lungs don't get the oxygen that it needs. And by the time I got to the other side and was able to walk out, I just threw myself on the ground and was just like, oh dear. You know, and that wasn't anywhere near as cold as it was that night for these people.
also, like in the animation, I think we talked about it last year, what we had in figuring out how the ship, like the stern sank when it pulled forward and where it deposited people. Low was literally, other than what's the one that went towards the light on the horizon again?
That was it?
No,
No,
not
not eight.
Eight.
Yes, yes.
Outside of 8, Low was the farthest place from anyone from where like the majority of people were deposited, and it ended up being dropping near 4, most of them. But so even with a delay, Low had literally the longest. We found out only through reverse engineering it that we found out Low literally had the longest journey of anyone to get to anyone, even if he was going to save anyone.
That's a good point.
Low
Ken-
also had to empty his boat of most of the passengers too, and the ladies and that would have been a slow process.
Yeah, that's right. He had to transfer them. Ken had asked, you had asked the coldest water we had swam in. I was filming a movie. This was right after I did Last Signals with a friend of mine, a Sherlock Holmes film, and we it was winter, and we had to jump into a pond, and it was like mid-30s. I don't know exactly, but it was freezing cold. And what was striking is my friend and I, we went back to the house, and the house had 2 showers, so he went to one, I went to one, and I just took a cold shower. It was cold water coming out of the tap, and it was hot. It felt hot.
Wow.
It just burned, you know? It was like, wow, this is just standard cold tap water, and it was warm, and wow, like that's just cold water like the ocean, or near freezing water, or freezing salt water is so unbelievably cold that if you're running your hand under just a cold water tap, it doesn't even compare. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start shifting over to finishing off the super chats here. Is there anything else that anyone wanted to say before I really dive into them?
Actually, sorry about that.
No. I just have a little tiny anecdote from Frank Goldsmith again, if you want to hear
absolutely
a short story. It's off the wall. It has nothing to do with post sinking or anything. Well, it does actually, in a way. But during the voyage, he and the young friends that he had met in third class were naughty at one point, and they climbed up, and they were climbing along the cargo cranes, and their hands, or at least his hands, got all greasy with this dark orange, anti-rust oil that was on this on the cables. And then the disaster happened, and they were rescued, thank goodness, and made it back to New York. And he said his mother could not get those stains out of his hands, out of the palm of his hands, for days and days after they got to New York.
Wow.
He I mean, it's another one of those things where you just think, the Titanic is dead and gone. This is in the newspapers. This is already, old news in effect. And here you are, you're looking at your palm, and Titanic is still there.
That's unbelievable.
That would have been unreal.
Alex, were you gonna say something?
Oh yeah, it was just in relation to the cold water. I remember as a kid at my grandparents' place, they had a pool, and it was middle winter. I think it was definitely, I forgot the temperature, but it was definitely -10 Celsius. And I, being a kid, thought it would be a really cool idea. The pool has a big thick coat of ice, and I thought it'd be a really cool idea to stand on the ice. Well, I go on the ice, and I'm wearing this big winter coat, scarf and a hat and whatnot. And the instant I stand on the ice, I just go right down into it. And I just remember, the big thing I remember was not necessarily the cold, but the fact that this coat and all this winter wear is just super heavy. I remember just not being able, because luckily the ladder was right there, but I just remember not being able to get up because it was just so heavy. Luckily, my dad had heard, and he ran in to figure out what was going on. By that point, I finally managed to grip on, but I just remember just that, just, I can imagine that for a lot of these passengers,
Oh
just
yeah.
especially with the clothing, just heavy clothing,
Well,
jumping in the water and just being pulled down almost by their own clothing.
Lightaller had to ditch his jacket because of that same reason. It was just too heavy once he got into the water. He had to ditch the gun in his pocket, and then he had to ditch his overcoat. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things, especially like passenger outfits, overcoats, women's dresses. They just absorb water and then pull you down, and you have to start pulling that off, or else you're not going to be able to swim, unless of course you had a life jacket. There's so many little things that you don't think of going into the water, jumping over the side or anything like that with the ship sinking. There's little details that just don't occur to you until they're happening, and they catch you off guard, like the life jackets when people were jumping off the ship, and the cork in the belts would push up and break your neck in some cases, or break your jaw. We were again, jumping back to a film I was doing when we were doing Last Signals, filmed that sequence in my swimming pool, and we had actual functional replica life jackets on. They were made for Raise the Titanic. They were actual canvas, but they had styrofoam instead of cork inside. You couldn't tell when you actually looked at it, but we were wearing that, and we jumped in just from the side of the pool, an in-ground pool, jumped in, and even then that popped up and bruised our jaws. Just what, 4-5 feet jumping in the pool? Imagine jumping several stories or even more as the ship is rising up.
That cork is hard and heavy as hell. The only saving grace, and I props to Steve Proto, who produces these incredible lifebelt replicas. You've got to check them out. Just go to titaniclifebelts.com.
He was in the chat here.
Yeah. And I worked with him, a group of us did, over, a year and a half at least. Several people over in Europe, and then myself and Steve, doing research into exactly what is the fabric that was used, the Fosbury linen, what was the thread count per inch vertically, for the weft, and trying to figure this out. What the cork looked like. I could go on for a half an hour about the amazing things we learned about these life belts and how they were cranked out by the tens of thousands, and were very crudely made, really, when you compare one next to another. They were quickly stitched up. They must have had 100 seamstresses that were busily sewing these things together. The cork was hand cut, hand chopped, sloppy edges, different widths. But anyway, the thing that Steve told me about them is, and it's basically the one saving grace about wearing these life belts that night and getting in the water, is that despite their heaviness, when you're not in the water, once you do get in the water, they are surprisingly buoyant, and they really retain your body heat. So while the rest of your clothes wouldn't do much and you'd get, really, really cold, those life belts, if you were wearing them, might have really helped to save your core heat for a little while.
Well, that's really interesting. That's not something I would have thought of, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. He told me that as we were working on these things, he said, by the way, when you put these life belts on, you're going to get hot after a while. You really do.
Someone asked about which Last Signals, because he says there's several on Google. It's just on my YouTube channel. You can find it. It's a high school film. We have this kind of B-roll reel that I've just started playing. If you see the ship is sailing through the water, we're going to see the iceberg here again. These are just sort of extra shots that we've assembled into this long reel just to give you some extra footage to look at. Some of which you saw later on in the sinking in the most recent cut. But anyway, I'm going to jump into the super chats, and there's going to be questions, I'm sure, for a lot of the different people here on the panel. If it's a question directed at you, obviously, please address it. If it's kind of just a general question. If you feel you can weigh in on that, please feel free to do so. But there are several. I'm going to just, if it's a simple one, I'm just going to try to get through it. Dashi 101 says, greetings from Michigan. Tom, I've been following your stream since THG. I wanted to ask you and your team your thoughts on the new movie Unsinkable, Titanic Untold. Thank you again for all that you guys do. I haven't seen it yet, but I have heard very good things about it. I know it was actually filmed in Pennsylvania, which is where I'm from. So that's kind of cool. But I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to it. Has anyone here actually seen it in our panel?
None of the three of us here have. No.
They had a screening here at Pigeon Forge Museum, I believe, a few days ago.
Yeah, the night we got here.
Yeah, so we didn't get to see it, but
I did hear a couple of reports that concerned me, particularly about the portrayal of Ismay, basically as the stereotypical handlebar mustache twirling villain, giving everyone the evil eye if they give the wrong answer at the inquiry. So I'm not sure. I'm hopeful that when I actually see it, it will be better than what I've heard.
Unfortunately, the archetype of Ismay, from what I understand, I mean, he was obviously grilled by the press in the immediate aftermath of the sinking, and then he just sort of faded into obscurity. But in the 1940s, there was a version, a telling of the story by Nazi Germany, and they resurrected the whole Ismay villain, evil businessman, only out to make a profit villain, and it's kind of stuck around since then, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So K says, I'm so sorry that someone is trying to disrupt this historic event. Please stay safe. And that was back when we were getting hacked. I think that we were getting hacked. I don't know. Google said that there was suspicious activity on my account, and then OBS, which is the software I'm streaming from, made me re-log in saying that something was up. And I thought that login meant I was disconnected, but we managed to get through it.
Fortunately, yes.
Alona says, my 4th year watching this stream. Thank you for always doing this. Well, thank you as well. Thank you for joining us for 4 years.
This is why we do it.
yeah, thank you.
Jared F says, question for everybody. Do you think there will come a time when all the anti-Ismay stuff will go away, or will it still be around forever? That's a very relevant question. I hate to say it. I think it's here to stay. It's been around since the start.
Yeah.
I do think one of the things that is a little hopeful about it is that you have a little bit more dialogue about him and what his, looking at it more objectively from a certain standpoint. I mean, Cliff Ismay, who's a distant relative of his, recently wrote a book that was very good about talking about him as a human being and not just in the context of Titanic.
Understanding Bruce Ismay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've seen a number of conversations online where there's more people bringing up that he wasn't some villain archetype. He was a real person, and everybody can judge anybody. That's just how reality works. But if you look at it from a historical objective, it doesn't really hold up. There's some things you can question here, but it certainly wasn't that he was some like evil person.
Yeah.
So I think these labels that we put on people, hero, villain, good, bad, that's a simplistic way of looking at things, and isn't reality in a lot of cases.
Yeah. We tend to make heroes and villains out of people in popular stories, and unfortunately, with Ismay, the things have really been cast against him right since the first few days after the ship went down. And sometimes I think we're making a little bit of headway. We've got one step forward, but then it seems like we take 2 steps back. Sometimes I think we're taking 2 steps forward and then we take 1 step back. But I think, there, as Tad says, there's more of a dialogue now than there was. And I think that's important for us to be able to discuss those different perspectives.
I don't know if George will like me doing this, but I'm going to put him on the spot. He has a book coming out, which, if you know George is a very objective, good researcher, and he has a book coming out about Ismay and Andrews. And George, would you like to talk about that a little bit? Because that ties right in with what we're discussing now.
Sure. I agree with what you guys have said. I think most of the criticism of Ismay that I've seen is people just think that he should have died instead of getting into the lifeboat. And to me, that's just astounding that somebody could say something like that. All it would have meant was that there would have been 1,497 victims instead of 1,496. Ismay did everything he possibly could during the evacuation to, as Tad and others have pointed out, did his best to fill a lifeboats with as many people as possible. It amazes me that people can condemn him just because he got into a lifeboat. They say that since he owned the line, he owed it to everybody to do like Captain Smith and go down with the ship. And also, a lot of the criticism is based on people's misstatement of fact in that they say Ismay urged Captain Smith to make a transatlantic speed record, that kind of nonsense. He did not urge Captain Smith to make a transatlantic speed record. He did not urge Captain Smith to beat the Olympics maiden voyage crossing time. All he did was express enthusiasm to Captain Smith that the Titanic was going to be able to beat the Olympic and get into New York on Tuesday night. But you constantly in the Facebook groups see people saying, "Oh, Ismay, forced Captain Smith to speed full speed," that type of thing. It's just nonsense.
And yeah, it definitely is nonsense. I mean, that was just a procedure. It was a standard procedure at the time. In fact, we know Cunard's Mauritania, just days after Titanic went down, sped through the same ice field at top speed, and her top speed was faster than Titanic's. It was just kind of this thing that you did, and everyone wasn't getting into trouble, and because no one had gotten into trouble in a while, they thought they could get away with it, and that it was the right thing to do. With the idea that Captain Smith was being pressured to go full speed, the fact that 5 boilers were still unlit and unconnected to the engines at the time of the collision really speaks to the fact that he wasn't feeling that much pressure to go at top speed.
When you look at the British inquiry, toward the end, they were interviewing quite a number of ship's captains, and they all said they would do what Captain Smith did. They would speed full speed until they saw something. So Smith wasn't doing anything beyond what they all did. He wasn't unique.
I'm sorry, Bill, go ahead.
Oh, that's pretty much all I had to say. Smith was driving his ship just like all the other ship captains were. And, when we get back to Ismay saved dozens of people. Period.
Absolutely. I found an interview with a friend of Captain Smith's who once was talking with Smith about dangers at sea and stuff. And Smith told him it was his own policy to speed as fast as possible and get away from the danger area as fast as possible. I think
that's what the other ship captain said.
Yep. I think it's also worth pointing out the difference between full speed and top speed. Top speed, Titanic would have been using all 29 boilers and going as fast as she possibly could. Full speed, we know she was going at full speed using 24 boilers because the white full speed light was showing down in the engine room. So that doesn't mean she was going as fast as the ship was capable of doing. It meant she was going as fast as 24 boilers could carry her. So there's a distinction between full speed and top speed.
Definitely. Absolutely.
I think certain narratives, no matter how hard or how much you try and, dispute it or try and, go against, I think certain narratives will always exist, similar to, the conspiracy theories. I think you could go to the moon and back arguing with people or with evidence proving, these ships were not obviously switched. But some people, I think, are always going to believe what they want to believe, I think, at the end of the day. And it's you know, it's always good to try and educate people and do what you can to try and teach, people about these things. But I think, unfortunately, there are going to be that small group of people who, no matter what you do, they're just going to believe what they're going to want to believe. I think it's not much, you can do, unfortunately.
Once it's out there on the internet, it's there forever. That's why people think that Anne Isham had a dog with her on the Titanic when that was created in a novel, a novelist book, that legend, and other things too, just as silly, the switch theory, the coal fire theory, and all that sort of stuff. We know that it's false, but now that it's out there on the internet, people are going to be falling for it for the next 500 years, and you could come back 1,000 years from now and hear the same arguments.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's really frustrating too is, when a documentary company, comes to you for a little bit of advice about something, or do you have such and such some pictures of something, and you say, hey, I'd love to help you out. Can I see your narration here? I might be able to catch a couple of mistakes before you pull a whopper, and the whole Titanic community is laughing at you. Can I see? Make sure you're not making. Very, very rarely they will allow me, and I don't know about your experiences, but a few times I've been allowed to go through and look and see, and I've been able to make some corrections. Some things don't make it in time. Usually it's at the 11th hour, right before the narrator is recording his audio. But what's amazing is seeing things all these years later, when there's been so much research done and so much correcting the record, which you guys have done, and to still see ridiculous mistakes made in documentaries. There was this show not too long ago about the wreck of the Ocean Gate's Titan, the implosion, and there was somebody on there who made just who should have known better, multiple historical errors. Titanic was trying to break a record, for example. I remember specifically being said, and you just think, we should be beyond this by now, because all this does is perpetuate the inaccuracies.
I've had friends that were interviewed, consented to be interviewed for Titanic programs, and they were interviewed in good faith and did the best they could and gave them accurate information. And then when the program came out, they were quoted out of context in order to press whatever conspiracy theory was being pushed.
Right.
And
yeah, I think that's always the risk you run, because anyone who's been interviewed for a documentary or a program, I've done programs where we've probably shot 6 hours in total, on and off. So there's several hours of footage, and of course the program, typically edited down, if you allow for advert breaks, is pretty short. So you really need to be careful that you won't get a soundbite of something you said over a couple of seconds, and it can be quoted in a context which was not what you intended. And I do think there's a broader problem as well. I know someone who, won't name them, but they are, I would say, are probably one of the top Titanic authorities in the world, which is it's a hard judgment to make, but they really know their stuff. And this was an experience they had some years ago, because there was, as I remember it, there was a production company that were looking for the Titanic expert or a Titanic expert. And, they approached my colleague, and they said very candidly, well, these are my strongest, areas of knowledge. But I don't know everything. No one knows everything. And as I recall, it then went somewhat quiet. And I think they came back to him afterwards, or maybe he'd contacted them just to see how they were getting on. And as I recall, they came back and said, "Oh, it's okay. We found someone who is an expert and who does know everything."
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
And and I don't know who it was, but as I recall, there were multiple mistakes, and it's that kind of thing. Someone's not recognized maybe the limits of their own knowledge. So you sometimes get people who are really knowledgeable, and yet they downplay it because of that knowledge. They know that there are gaps. They know there are things they don't know. So they've got a more realistic understanding of those gaps. Whereas someone who's perhaps less aware in that sense may think they know more than they do. So when you're up against that, it can be just a bit worrying, maybe.
There's a lot of people, especially lately, just lunging at the title of historian without actually earning it. And anyone who claims to be the only authority needed on the Titanic or to have knowledge of everything that there is to know about the Titanic is full of it. There's no way.
Once you lose that perspective of your own limitations and insights and perspective, you really become practically useless, because that's when you start getting people who go down rabbit holes and not doing their research. We had a wonderful experience here yesterday with a youngster that came by our table. Tad and Bill and I were here, and he came up to us and he said, do you guys know everything there is about the Titanic? And the three of us looked at each other and we smiled and we just shook our heads. No, we said, no, we don't. We do not know everything that there is to know about the Titanic, and this is after, each of us has done decades of research. Fortunately, we were able to help answer his question, but, it's just one of those moments where, like you, Tom, I've seen people laying hold to the title of historian eagerly, rushing headlong toward it, like, oh yeah, I'm a historian too. And it's something that I know, me personally, I dreaded taking that mantle on, because I think along with it comes a lot of responsibility in trying to tell this correctly. And I remember it was Don Lynch who eventually convinced me that I probably should start calling myself a historian, because Don said, if we aren't the historians, then who is? It's not like we go to a college and we get a degree in being Titanic historians. We're the ones who are doing the legwork. And by legwork, I don't mean just looking at pictures of the ship or trolling through an archive somewhere. I mean, we're looking at passenger accounts. We're looking at the stories that they told. We're putting the puzzle pieces together. We're looking at it from different perspectives, from different angles, and it's such a complex job that comes with such responsibility. I really want to see the future of Titanic's history rest in good hands.
And I agree with everything you just said. And everybody on this team, I think, has expressed similar things, but it's interesting because being realistic, just like Ken said, and sticking to the areas of knowledge that you do know, and not being afraid to admit if there's an area you don't, because there's no help or no benefit other than ego to say you know something that you don't. And none of us know everything. We all have our areas that we consider ourselves more knowledgeable about than others. But I think one of the things that documentaries aside, and we've all had experiences, many members of this team have had far more experience than we have involvement with documentaries, but that's something to definitely be cautious about. But even people that are well-intentioned, sometimes they make some huge mistakes when they're producing these because they're not experts in that specific subject area. And it's hard sometimes to recognize who is a real expert versus somebody who's just putting themselves forward as that, and they might end up trusting the wrong person and then getting led down the garden path. But I think what's important for a researcher, being knowledgeable about your own areas and having enough humility to say, I don't know that, and passing it on to somebody that does. But also when you work, not working alone, working with a group of individuals you can trust, sharing knowledge amongst yourselves, and then sometimes handing them what your rough draft or conclusion on something is and saying, play devil's advocate and tear this apart if there's something wrong with it, and not just giving it to a friend who's gonna
endorse it just because they like you. I mean, you need somebody that you can trust to say, no, you're not right about this, and here's why.
Right.
And I know, Tom, you got to move on with it, but just one thing with the perspective of making these ships, animating and all that, is sometimes, you know, you can feel pretty confident, like, okay, I think this is pretty good. And then sometimes we'll send it to like Ken or someone, hey, look this over. And, you know, you're feeling confident. And then someone with a keen eye and other knowledge comes in and you kind of face palm because you're like, oh, I'm an idiot. Why did I miss that or something? Or like in Lusitania, for example, Ken helped us out with some sun data. And then me and Kent put that in, and then we were just like, we couldn't believe it, like just how it helped and the knowledge that we didn't have at the time. And so everyone needs help from everyone.
That's right. All right, so I'm gonna try to get through these a little faster. I'm fading fast. Unlike in previous streams, I'm not nocturnal anymore. I have a baby, so nighttime is definitely for sleep, and we're lucky if you get that. So, all right. Anyway, UIUIUU says, "Hey folks, thank you all for doing this. Great work." And thank you. I'm not going to say your name again though. Snow Monkey says, "What a total dream team for this year's show. Thank you all so much. You're all superheroes. Painting is Ken's superpower. Ignore the haters/hackers. They are not super. Stay secure and be safe." Thank you, Snow Monkey. Sora Trash CNO says, "Love your content. Keep being you and keep hydrated." That's good advice. I am well out of all the water bottles I set aside for me. So I hope everyone else on this panel here has been staying hydrated as well and taking moments to step away. Yes. All right. Clayton Kaufman says, he sent 20 and says, "In memory of all of those who died on the Titanic and commemoration to those who put together this live stream. Also in honor of Dr. Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic." Thank you, Clayton. So C. Porter says, "Hi, Tom and gang. My great 6 times relatives were the Wideners. About now, 2:10 a.m., or when he sent this, George Widener and John Thayer were standing together deep in conversation by lifeboat number 4. Always thought about it. Is there any speculation about what that conversation might have been?" That's a good question. Maybe I would love to hear Don weigh in on that if he had been here. But maybe George, do you have any ideas?
Who was it that he said again? Mr. Thayer and Mr. Widener spoke together?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
I could insert just quickly, the next book that I plan to self-publish is about Titanic's, well, it's called Titanic for Books and Bibliophiles, and it contains an 80-page biography on Harry Widener, if your listener is interested.
Oh, absolutely. An avid book collector. But this would be George Widener, his father, and John Thayer, so that's senior. I don't know, Kent, or is this a pass, revisit it next year?
This is an interesting lead. In fact, perhaps this individual will actually reach out to us and tell us a little bit more about this conversation that allegedly took place and how he's come to learn of it, so that maybe we can put some of the puzzle pieces together on that.
Yes, I'd like to learn more about it too.
He's a pretty frequent regular on this channel. So my email address is on my page. So just go find it, send me an email, and I'll put everyone in touch here. All right, moving on to the next one. John Holland, also a frequent supporter of this channel. He's on my Patreon and has been very supportive there. "I've made this tribute before, but here's to the memory of the a la carte restaurant staff, Wallace Hartley and his musicians, and to the trimmers who managed to keep Titanic at an even keel, or mostly on an even keel. Most ships tend to roll over when they sustain that sort of damage, so clearly the trimmers were doing their job. Rest in paradise, gentlemen," he says. Thank you for that, John. Rena Rosales says, "Thank you."
She's been with us previous years. I remember her handle. Thank you very much for joining us again. We really appreciate having you.
Yeah, it's always good to see so many familiar faces here. Taylor LeBeau, another familiar one. Do you think Californian's captain and officers changed the logbook after the disaster, since there was no mention of the rockets? We had actually touched on this before. So since we've addressed that, I'm going to move on. Mateo Villacorta says, do you think that Lightoller deliberately let men die? Murdoch at least allowed some men to board the lifeboats.
I think this is one of those questions, we hit on this a little bit earlier, and George had a good answer to that, but Lightoller was following what he thought the rules were, and there was officers senior to him doing the same thing on that side of the ship. We do have, I don't think he intentionally killed anybody. No. And I think in some of the officers' mind, they were going to be able to get additional passengers into those boats from the gangways later. But there are some cases where he was a real stickler, such as Lifeboat 12, where there was a stewardess that he refused to allow in the boat because she was a crew member, and she did not make it. But that wasn't he was doing that because he's a bad person and wanted her to die. He was observing what he thought the rules were to be enforced. So no, my answer is just in a straightforward being no, and that's not the case.
And you have to keep in mind, from Lightoller's perspective, he didn't think the ship was sinking. He's thinking the ship is damaged, maybe that there's definitely something wrong, but he didn't know it was going down until very close to the end, when he would see the water coming up that emergency staircase. And he realized, oh, this is worse than I thought it was. So in his mind early on, when he's turning, men away from the boats, very likely he's not thinking that, these people are going to die. This is, just the procedure. And we'll sort things out, but this is for the moment. We're going to follow procedure. We're going to do things a certain way. And he was backed up by Captain Smith and the other officers that were around him at the time.
That's right. Alejandro Flores Ibarra asks, what information was lost by Andrews not surviving? What insights would he have had to offer at the inquiries, and how much would Britannic's construction have changed had he lived to see her construction at Harlan and Wolff? Obviously, this is speculation, but it's an interesting question.
This is a very good question. I think one of my favorite scenes in SOS Titanic. We still had the outstanding question from our listener from the super chat earlier about our favorite movies and whatnot. And maybe this will touch on that a little bit. The scene where the stewardess is talking with Andrews close to the end. And she says to him in SOS Titanic, she says, there's questions that no one else will ever be able to answer. And even though it's a fictional conversation, I've always thought the same thing. There must have been things that Andrews knew was happening, things that he saw while he was on his inspection tour down below, that maybe he would have been able to give more insight on moving forward. And it's a good question how it would have changed Olympic or Britannic moving forward. And yet, we know that his right-hand man, Wilding, was really in his place for the changes that were made to Olympic and Britannic. And so it's not necessarily that much that necessarily would have changed about those ships, although it would have been kind of an interesting alternate reality type thing to think about.
One could say that about Ismay, too. Had he not survived, what information would have been lost?
Absolutely.
Freedom-loving loyalist says, evening, Tom and the rest of the gang. Happy to be here for this year's live stream. Honestly feels like a tradition. With your recent video, are there any photos of the D-deck reception piano post-scrapping of Olympic? That's referring to the video of the piano. Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, this is pretty fresh in my research, Tom. We know that piano was sold at auction in the 90s. I think it was 95. We've been doing a lot of digging on that piano ourselves, and we know that there's going to be an article coming up in a prominent newspaper, about our work at the Olympic Steinway Association to try to purchase and preserve Olympic's piano. But the article, the journalist doing the article has done a lot of research on that particular auction and that particular piano, and it's we have not been able to pin it down. We have that photo that was taken in the 90s, but since that sale, the piano has really just kind of fallen off the face of the earth. And that's one of the reasons why we feel it's so important to preserve the piano and put it on public display for others.
And I agree with that, and I support those efforts of the society that's working on that. And I think that one of the things that we need to be careful to distinguish is that we're by no means against private collectors. We're all somewhat collectors ourselves to a degree, but when there's these items that are absolutely unique, there's no other examples on that you can possibly get. I think it's important to make sure that that's something that's put in a public museum or space to be exhibited, so that other people can enjoy it and connect with that history. And obviously we know a lot of fantastic private collectors that loan out their collections for public display. I mean, the museum we're sitting in right now at Pigeon Forge has a number, dozens and dozens of items that have been loaned from private collections. So it's just when it's something unique like this, we really feel strongly that it should be on public display.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when something goes into private hands and then disappears and no one is allowed access to it, not even historians who are trying to convey the history of it. So nothing against collectors in general, because like Tad said, we know so many who are so generous with their materials, and in fact, we're collectors too. We always try to share what we collect with others, with the public, and share the information that comes along with those pieces, those connections to history.
Mr. Gutty 117 says, I think what's important and compelling is everyone's reverence and empathy for these folks who sacrificed and suffered through this terrible tragedy. History cannot exist without memory. Thank you, Mr. Gutty. Well said. Dave Gardner, when Don was struggling with the Wi-Fi and he had disconnected, says, somebody FedEx Don a jetpack. Mark Jazik says, have you considered showing portions of the animation without the lighting, other than the stars or the ship itself, as a more accurate POV? So I think they mean darkening it.
Yeah, we actually brightened the footage this year because in previous years we had viewers who were complaining they couldn't see anything. Like it or not, the animations are a visual thing.
Yeah.
And if we darken it too much, just so it's more like reality, in some cases, it becomes something that would be very visually boring to watch, because the human eye can make much more out of the scene and the lighting than we can do in the animation. So we actually have to brighten it so that viewers can see what's going on.
Another factor is we have to brighten it because when we originally exported this animation way back when we first did this version of it in 2021, the way it was exported was much darker, but the live stream software or the coding in YouTube itself didn't like that. It was too dark, and it heavily compressed it even further. So it was blocks. That's how it was coming through, because it was too dark, and it couldn't differentiate the shades going through a smaller bandwidth. So we ended up having to brighten it, or else you'd be seeing very low resolution, grainy stuff being distorted even further. So unfortunately, for a video, that's why if you watch the video that we uploaded years back, it's darker. So, but anyway, it's definitely been thought, but I wouldn't do it for a live stream. I think it kind of defeats the purpose of being able to tell and show. Joey the Cat says, a site specifically for the Titanic boat train claims that it was a King Arthur class locomotive, but the first engine of that class was built in 1918. All right, well then it's not. So, but that was back when we were discussing the boat train. Alejandro Flores Ibarra, who has been very generous this live stream, asks, this was the question again. What is your favorite and least favorite film about it, or screen depiction? So I guess including shows. Yeah, let's do that question. Let's just try to be quick though, and get through that. Let's start with Levi.
Favorite or not, or least
Both.
favorite?
Give me both.
Favorite is the 97 film. I mean, I don't think anything in the future or past, top that. I mean, I think for the James Horner score alone, that movie wins my favorite. But I mean, it's the one that for a lot of us, that film is the reason why. Between that and Ken's painting, the only reason why I'm working and doing these things. So, and least favorite, I would say there's some documentaries, no, because it seems like the documentary land just kind of crashed and burned after the 90s, but there's some recent ones which I really don't care for. But for films, I mean, I don't know, every film has its merits. I think there's ones which I don't particularly care for, but yeah, it's 97 film, nope, hands down for me.
What about you, Alex?
Oh, that's a hard one. Definitely the 97 is up there. It is it's hard to beat, But I think if I had to pick another one apart from the 97, I think SOS Titanic.
Okay.
It was definitely a later discovery for me, but when I first watched it and then later watchings, I just really appreciated it. I realized it's a pretty good film for what they tried to do in it and what they tried to portray. I think it's a hidden gem.
Okay. Hey, Mark, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, tough call, I think. I think for favorite, it would probably be a toss-up between the Cameron film and A Night to Remember. So my ideal would be somehow to combine both of those. And A Night to Remember was actually what I saw first. So it makes it a bit of a harder decision for me. But I think in terms of how the ship was depicted, the Cameron film, definitely. As for least favorite in terms of movies, I mean, I'd probably say the Nazi propaganda film. Because of course that's what it was. It was propaganda, and in terms of its depiction of history, there was no interest in any kind of accurate portrayal. Quite the opposite. So it would be Goebbels' film for me. That's definitely the least favorite.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Ken?
Oh gosh, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the 1953 Fox movie, as inaccurate as it was in terms of sets. It was very involving emotionally, and it was the movie that set me on my Titanic course. That's when I really discovered Titanic, and I wanted to learn more about it. Stanwyck's, gripping emotional scenes at the end are just very, very affecting. I think the German one is probably my least favorite, just because there was just zero effort to recreate Titanic accurately at all. And of course, it was just all so over the top propaganda. And then the Cameron movie, obviously, I have a spot in my heart for that as well. Although I've seen it screened just so many times that, I roll my eyes now. It's like, when I see it coming on TV, I just flip the channel to something else because, oh God, no. You can't have steak for dinner every night forever. Eventually you want something else. So I don't want it to get ruined by me seeing it too many times. The score, Celine Dion's singing at the end, despite everybody saying it's just awful. I love it. The music is just fabulous for that film. So I'll shut up.
And of course, James Horner isn't with us anymore either.
Yeah.
What about you, George?
I'm going to give you three. I basically agree with Ken. That my least favorite would be the German propaganda film. My three favorites would be the 1953 film for the plot, A Night to Remember for the mood, and Cameron's film for the sets.
That's definitely fair. Kent?
I go back and forth a bit. I have a soft spot in my heart for SOS Titanic. And when I say that the name of that film, I don't mean the short version, I mean the extended version, the one that starts on the Carpathia that has a flashback, to the voyage. It really tells the story and gets into the nitty-gritty of the personal details. There are mistakes in there, but I think it's the best and most even portrayal of Bruce Ismay. He's not cast as a villain. Ian Holm was the actor that played him, and he's such a good actor. He played it straight. He played it, he's a businessman. He's excited about the maiden voyage, and he's not a bad guy. So for those reasons, I do like SOS Titanic. Of course, the James Cameron film, for me, experiencing that in theaters, in surround sound with the Horner score, myself being a film score fan, it was just so powerful seeing that ship, breaking up and sinking. I remember I couldn't speak when I came out of the theater. And then, like George, I'll throw a third positive one there. That's the 1958 A Night to Remember. I just love that movie. That's one of my all-time favorites. And for least favorite, it's a coin toss for me between the Nazi film and some of these very, very poor quality programs that have been produced in the last 20 years, where the facts really don't seem to matter, and the producers seem to be more intent on weaving a story that keeps people past the next commercial break rather than telling something that's accurate.
I just want to chime in really quick, and yeah, I agree with Kent on, because there's two versions of SOS. There's the television version, which is the full one, and the theatrical cut. The theatrical cut, they cut out a lot of really kind of interesting and more, I guess, human scenes. I guess you could say you see more of the passenger lives. So if you ever get the chance to take a look at the television, the original cut, that's the one you want to watch. And I also just remembered, I forgot to mention my least favorite Titanic film, and that's the one with the octopus, the animated one.
Don't forget the rapping dog as well. We gotta give a special shout out to both of them.
The rapping dog is better than the octopus one.
I have no idea, and I'm glad I don't know.
It's best you don't know. And to keep that one far away as you possibly can.
Wasn't that the one co-produced by North Korea?
It was, yeah. It was animated. It was animated in North Korea.
Yep. Tad, what about you?
I have kind of a three-way tie, and the three that I really like, I like for different reasons. The 1958 A Night to Remember, I think, has the most, I agree, somebody said mood, it might have been George, but also I feel the most overall true amount of true stories packed into it, despite how they play up Lightoll's role just for simplicity for the movie and some other flaws. But that one I really enjoy. The extended version of SOS Titanic I used to watch repeatedly when I was a child, and I think that one, because they did it get a lot of factual stories into it. Visually, there's a lot to be desired, because obviously it's filmed on the Queen Mary partially, and the sets don't really resemble Titanic. A lot of the people don't visually resemble who they're supposed to be, but there was a lot of stories and information that really did happen that they incorporated, which for the scale of the movie, I appreciated it. And then Cameron's movie, which is an all-time classic. I'm admittedly a sucker for James Cameron films, going back years and years to some of his sci-fi and action movies, but Titanic, it's the visuals, the James Horner soundtrack, and then I do love, even though it's a fictional story, that is the centerpiece for it, how he weaved in all these true stories in the background or here or there that you can, as a historian, recognize, oh, that's this person or this person. And I think there's a certain level of skill required to make that work as a movie. I think you guys had said earlier Romeo and Juliet on Titanic, but that's kind of how it works. So those three would be my favorite. And then hands down, anytime there's a Nazi produced film, that's got to be the absolute worst. And then nobody's mentioned it, maybe because they blocked it out of their minds because it's horrendous, but I believe it was a 1996 TV movie.
I was going to mention that one.
I kind of want to talk about that one.
I will.
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, the 1996 movie which was on TV, it was supposed to be the first film depiction of the breakup of the ship. So I was really looking forward to see how they did that. They completely ruined it. They'd used a lot of quick cuts and fuzzy things on, and you see people kind of floundering around. I wanted to see the ship break up, and they showed me junk. The background stories, well, it had Catherine Zeta-Jones, and I do like her. But I was looking so forward to seeing the ship break up, and it just ruined it. Now, when Cameron did it, it worked perfectly.
There was also a very disturbing rape scene in that.
Well, yeah, there was. That was that
It was
too.
fictional, but it was very disturbing. Completely unnecessary to the plot of the movie.
And unfortunate because Tim Curry plays that character, and I actually enjoy Tim Curry as an actor. And there's ridiculous things in the movie, like where they have officers. They portray First Officer Murdoch committing suicide, which certainly from a historic standpoint, you can debate whether that's true or not and validate that. But like, they have like officers on the ship that were long gone off the ship at that point in time. Like they put no effort into really getting the facts true. They have Captain Smith lambasting Boxall for not firing red rockets, and that red rockets are the signal for distress. I don't know what reality that's taken from, but just mistake after mistake after mistake, and it's just a ludicrous portrayal, in my opinion.
Didn't they combine Smith and Tom Sanders into kind of one character? Like, there's no Tom Sanders in the film, if I'm not
I believe
mistaken.
you're right.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I watched it, though.
You're hitting all of the nice buzzwords for YouTube demonetization here, guys. So thank you. All right. So next up, what do we got? We have. I lost my place in the super chats.
One last point, you guys. Shout out to John Barry's score in Raise the Titanic.
Ah, yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
That one's pretty good.
Mateo Villacorta asks, is May a hero or villain? Is he misunderstood or cowardly? We had touched on that one already, so I'm going to pass on that, but thank you very much for that super chat. Freedom-loving loyalist says, oh, we already read that one. Yeah, like I said, I did lose my spot. Hang on, I'm sorry about that. Oh, no, that is a new one. I'm sorry. No, it's not. Never mind. I'm getting tired here. Oh man. Okay. Here, guys. Yeah. Okay. I really lost my spot here.
Yeah, Tom. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll
found
see.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go.
Yes. Legal vices. That's right. Such a treat to hear world-class experts talking on this important subject in real time. It is truly a pleasure. Also, Tom, I sent you an email. Yep, I got the email and I already read it. Actually, shouldn't be an issue. But I'll write back to you. Yeah, I've seen your stuff. I've seen you. I've seen some of your streams, and what he does on his channel. I haven't had time to sit through a full one because they're fairly lengthy because they go into nice detail. But you know, he's a maritime lawyer, from what I understand, or an attorney, and basically reviews historical maritime disasters and talks about them from his perspective, which I think is pretty cool. I know he's streamed my Arctic documentary and I think Eastland. I don't know. He pauses when I look very weird, but aside from that, good videos. So yeah, I'll write back. And we'll figure something out. Tribe fan 9112003. Question for the panel. A lot of research over the course of time has helped us solve mysteries regarding the Titanic disaster. What specific things still puzzle you that you want to see solved? We'll just take a couple answers here. I don't think we have time to go through everybody, but go ahead, jump in, guys.
Well, one of the ones that we talked about yesterday on our roundtable panel here in Pigeon Forge was the question of the gunshots that were fired and who was pulling the trigger and who was standing in the way of those bullets. What's really frustrating for us is that, you know, even over time, we've gotten more and more accounts to give us a more detailed or accurate picture of what happened, and yet it's just gnawingly short of giving us a definitive on this or that. And it's so frustrating for us because it would be nice to be able to lay some of these controversies and myths to rest, and to just say, well, yeah, this is what happened. We can say it for sure now, and yet at this point we just don't have firm enough evidence to draw all the lines.
I could think of a much more mundane question that I've always had, and I think several of us have had, and it's not as impactful as the gunshot conclusions, but Quartermaster Oliver was handed a note by Captain Smith to deliver to Chief Engineer Bell. Didn't open it, just as he shouldn't have. He took it down to the engine room and handed it to him, and Bell read it and basically relayed, tell him I'll take care of it, or tell him I'll do that. And we have no idea what the context of that note was, and there's a lot of speculation, but it's probably something very routine or mundane given what was going on below, but it's just kind of intriguing because it's not answered.
Yeah, there's so many.
I've got one.
Yeah,
I've got
go ahead.
one.
Go for it.
It's not going to be historical or about people, of course. It's structural stuff, but I would love to know exactly what color White Star painted their funnels at that time. I think we've got it really narrowed down and pretty close, but it's still a mystery exactly what hue of buff that was. Was it this shade of, was it fleshy? Was it pinky? Did it have a little more yellow in it, more light beige or tan? Goes all over the map. And when you look at all the period artwork that's been done, original paintings, oil, watercolor, you have to be careful of watercolor because watercolor really fades in UV light. But, putting all this together over all these years, I think I've got it narrowed down to what I think is pretty much the correct color. But damn, I would love to have a swatch of that paint as it really was used.
Yeah. Visually speaking, there's a million mysteries that will be fantastic to solve.
Right. Where are all the bronze cherubs from the staircases? We found so much stuff in the debris field, and we found a short one from probably the aft staircase, but where are the bigger ones? They're just conspicuously absent. And there are many other debris items like that I wonder whatever became of this or that or the other thing.
Taylor LeBeau says, I watched your animation side by side with the THG stream tonight. It was quite remarkable how things lined up, but also differed. But the silence in the last 10 minutes was beyond words. Have you guys watched the streams? Kent, I think you had something you wanted to say here.
Yeah, I saw this in advance. Every year, what we do on our live stream is a massive technical challenge for us. It's something that we're very nervous about. We're worried and fretting that the technology is going to fail us. We are stressed that all of our panel members are in our meeting, and are here. And of course, we had Don, who lost his internet partway through, and we were doing our pre-show here, and we were running behind schedule and trying to get our equipment set up. We are very, very stressed just trying to do our own work here on Titanic. And we don't have time to go over and look at other live streams, whether they're THG or whether they're anyone else. And so it's not high in our priority list to go back and look at their stuff. In fact, I haven't watched one of their streams since we did our own, as a matter of fact. I'm not even in an archive version. And tonight I was very disappointed. I knew that they had adopted some new theories regarding some specific timeline events that in all of the research that we've done for the 4th edition of On a Sea of Glass, we know that those theories are incorrect about the changes to the launching of certain lifeboats, the times for those changes. We know that the theories are incorrect. We just haven't completed the research and put it all together in one spot, and that's something that we're working on very hard for the next edition of the book. So we were very disappointed. They say that they appreciate our work, in On a Sea of Glass so much, but we were disappointed to see them adopt something that completely countered the evidence that we have in hand. And so we felt that it would be best to push, as we always do, just push forward with our own work, just keep going forward and let the viewers decide, if they want to watch one in real time and watch the other the next day, that's fine with us. We have no problem with that. But no, we don't watch there and compare side by side. We're not looking over at what they're doing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's their stream, it's their choice. That's their prerogative, and yeah, good for them. But yeah, I've been asked actually on a similar note. so in my documentaries, I'll talk about shipwrecks, different disasters like that. And I always love it when I'm telling a story that's never been told on YouTube before. But obviously some of them have been. When I tell the Titanic, or when the Eastland, for example, had been told previously on YouTube, and or in Ghost Towns, the Centralia, Pennsylvania, that had been told on YouTube before. But I try not to watch any of them prior to making that video, because I don't want to be biased towards or against other things that I've seen. I want to tell it uniquely my own way, and then I'll watch it, other stuff. And usually it's quite good. But I like to just try to make sure that whatever I put out there is my own. And if it coincidentally follows somebody else, then I know it's a coincidence. But it's not likely to do so, because I know it was purely just my own research, my own investigations, my own visiting the sites. So similar to these other streams, we like to try to just focus on our own stuff, do our own research, see other people's research, absolutely, because, we're not infallible here. But we're not so into other people's final product. So anyway, Batgoat says, thank you, Tom. Freedom-loving loyalist says, a bit off topic, but do you plan to visit Ontario in the near future? I bet you will find Muskoka interesting. I probably will. I don't know. I've been to Ontario, but I haven't done videos. It's a beautiful province. David Chalmers says, if you could change one thing from your book. Let's keep this one quick, but I'm assuming that's referring to On a Sea of Glass.
We're going to assume that was for On a Sea of Glass too. Bill heard that and he laughed and he said, one?
Yeah.
The whole book.
Yeah. Every edition that's come out, we've made numerous changes, and we're working on a 4th edition now, which has a substantial amount of changes based on the last 10 years of research we've done or nearly 10 years of research since the 2015 edition.
Some of which you actually got a taste of in this video tonight, because some of the time cards and the action cue cards reflect the research that we have done into the 4th edition. So, we have many changes in store for the 4th edition. It's probably going to be the largest wholesale change. Easily. Many readers will be surprised by what stays the same, but others will be really shocked at the number of changes that they're going to see.
And we also need to say that we have not finished our research yet, and even once we do finish it, we don't know when the publisher will put it out.
American Loyalist says, it's sad what happens to Ismay. You had people like William Carter, who was a terrible human being. It is sad what happened to Ismay. That reminds me, though, I forgot to answer the films question. Jumping back, because he mentioned the Wehrmacht in his post, and I don't quite get the context, so I skipped that part. But I'm not going to say the Nazi one was the worst for the film-wise. As an actual finished product, yeah, it was pretty bad. And it was pure propaganda. But we got to see the Capricorn out of that, which was a historical ship in its own right, and met a disaster with 3 times the death toll just a few years later. So just as a pure historical artifact, a glimpse into a really distorted ideology, and a archive, if you will, a cataloging of this ship. I think that's quite interesting. I would not say it's best. Maybe it's bumps it up to like second worst, but I do think that's a interesting redeeming factor there.
Interesting perspective.
Yeah. But also, to be fair, I've never sat down and watched it straight through, so I'm not even going to rank it. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to add that in there, because I don't want to completely disregard that film. Also, the drama behind the production of that was amazing. There's a book out on it that was actually published in Germany, and it goes into some good detail about crew members disappearing because they said things against the party, or just all sorts of ridiculous things that were happening during the production of that. And I think it's an interesting read, and it's an interesting story in its own right, just from a film history point of view. A Prada says, Tom, I appreciate the streams to keep Titanic alive. Question for Ken. Based on today's new information on how the sinking likely happened, if you could do a new Titanic painting for a book, what type of painting would you do?
Oh no.
This is going to help us figure out which one to commission from you.
This is where my perfectionism comes in, because I just am so allergic to giving off the cuff, shoot from the hip answers. I would want to think about it and give you this doctorate thesis response about which painting would be best. Gosh, I don't know. I'll tell you this. I always try, whenever I am commissioned to do a painting, and 98% of the paintings I've ever done in my life were for clients, either for publishers or for private, commissions for clients. Very, very few did I just sit down and felt inspired and decided to do a Titanic painting. Less than a handful. So I try to, whenever somebody asks me to do a painting, I always, let's say they want a certain angle. What I do is I compare it with the paintings I've done in the past from that angle, and I make sure, I insist that the new one is going to have different lighting, different wind direction, different sea conditions, slightly different angle on the ship, to a certain extent. I've had a few people say, I want a perfect broadside. And I've just put my foot down. No, I'm not going to do a technical, boring, static side view rendering of the ship. This is going to be a photorealistic scene, and we've got to have some drama. The bow turned toward us a little bit, or the stern a little bit. And sometimes I've had to, argue with clients. But in the end, we work out a compromise, and I've never had a client walk away and say, well, forget it then. But I just don't know. I don't know what I would do. I would try to do something I have absolutely not done before as much as possible. There's my answer.
Interesting answer. Thank you, Ken.
Yes,
Celeste says, oh, yeah.
Well, I was just going to ask, could I ask you a quick question? A
Sure.
moment ago, you made a comment about William Carter being a real louse. I was curious what you were referring to in that regard.
I was reading the super chat. That wasn't me saying it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I wasn't quite sure what he was referring to either.
I'm guessing it might have been based on his later divorce, and where his wife claimed that he left the ship before she did and all that, which was nonsense. If you read her interviews, her first one, she described how her husband put her and her son into the lifeboat, and then left and went over to the other side and got into collapsible sea. But you still see people quote her statement saying that he abandoned them on the Titanic, and there's a version of their reunification on the Carpathia where he seems totally uncaring. And I think she was lying about that, just like she was lying about him abandoning them on the sinking Titanic.
Well, didn't that also get into the British Inquiry lifeboat lowering timeline? They deduced that C left before whatever lifeboat she was.
Yeah, I think then during the divorce, when it got ugly, she latched onto that and used that as quote unquote evidence against him.
Yeah,
I do too.
that's what I'm recalling.
All right, so Celeste Leframbois says, thanks for everything you all do to keep the memory of the Titanic alive. You're all incredible researchers, and our community is all the richer thanks to contributions you've all done, including being inspirations. Ken, thanks for another great year. She wrote the Ken insert. That wasn't me there.
Yeah. So, thank you, Celeste.
Yeah, Celeste is a good friend of ours, and often will be generous enough to critique our work, and she finds little details and things that we missed. So thank you, Celeste. We appreciate that very much.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to keep getting hand slaps for what I said on this.
Yes, you will.
And rightly so.
Feeling obsolete a little bit because of all the advances in CGI. And Jim Cameron is the same way. He's always saying, "Can you put yourself down too much? Knock it off."
You do.
So I need to get that through my head.
A lot of people are always excited when you join us. A lot. Actually, I wanted to tell you this. I was going to tell you it privately in the pre-call, but it didn't come up. A lot of us have started with, a lot of us got into the Titanic thanks to your paintings, or at least remember it from an early age looking at it. Well, my son is 19 months old. He's not even talking yet. He points at things and gets very excited and says, "Ooh," and all. Well, he loves your paintings already. I actually haven't shown him Titanic once yet. What he loves is the Inside the Hindenburg book. He loves that book, carries it around with him, hands it to my mom or to me sometimes, and just wants everyone to sit down and read it, and he'll flip through the pages. He loves the paintings. He also really loves the photo of that burn victim, but that's beside the point. It's a bit weird, but he loves the paintings that you have in there. All the vibrant colors and the blue sky and the red flames are obviously very vibrant and exciting as well, but he just loves it. So yeah, you still have that.
He will love, someday going to Pigeon Forge and seeing those the cutaway model there. That Kent showed earlier in the pre-show. I mean, he'll love that.
Oh yeah, he will.
The other thing that we always appreciate, Ken, is how much you help us with getting these computer animations correct. Like Levi mentioned before, how you helped us with the sun data for Lusitania. You're always willing to share that experience that you have. So you continue to shape the visual narrative of these liners moving forward, even if it isn't directly through brushstrokes, but through your knowledge of the ships, the color schemes, the way they looked. You've been generous enough to help us, and so you're continuing to shape that.
And also, like with that, like we did all the data, we put everything in there, and then we did the sun independent, and then we had plotted out the ship's course independently on all that. And then we sat back and we closed our eyes and it's like, okay, let's go to the two paintings, the torpedo and the final plunge. And we looked and we just jaw dropped, like, he's got it. He said he did it in a rush, but the sun, it's there. It's accurate. And it was like,
that's 100% true story.
Yeah, 100% true. We were like, oh my goodness, look, he got it exactly right.
Yeah, well, that was no accident. I mean, I was out there in '93 with Bob Ballard diving on the wreck, and as I think I might have said last year, the date was exactly the same number of days post summer solstice as May 7th was pre-summer solstice. So, here we were on the exact spot. The sun was coursing through the sky on the same course. And we just, we checked, daylight savings time, removed the hour so that it was the same time of day. And I went out there with my friend Eric Sauter, and we had a model kit with us, the NTEX model kit. And he was, I think, holding it carefully, a little bit more to the left, okay. Yeah, and then I would take a picture and take another picture and take another picture, just as the sun was at the right angle. So that was very carefully done, very carefully plotted out, actually.
It made us so happy.
Yeah.
now the painting was, I might have said the painting was done quickly because it was done for the book, Exploring the Lusitania, or whatever the title was, Bob Ballard's book. And there's always deadlines coming up, and I hate it because I have to crank out painting after painting after painting in so many months. And that's difficult for me because, again, I'm kind of a nut. I'm a perfectionist. And like I said, I've been working on a painting now for years, and the client is still waiting for it. but it's going to be good. It's going to be really authoritative. So that's the good thing about it.
Good, good. Justin C. asks, when did the rusticles start to form after it sank?
After it hit the bottom. That's a good answer, Bill.
Surprisingly quickly, guys, really. I mean, you can look at shipwrecks that are being examined just 6 months after they've gone down. You know, somebody finally finds the wreck and they're going down and looking at it, and rusticles are already forming.
Mm-hmm.
So correct me if I'm wrong too, but hasn't recently they've proved that damaged steel that broke or was subjected to stress tends to form rusticles and corrode more quickly than
I believe, I'm not an expert on the science here, but yes, I believe that's true. If the hull is damaged or an area collapses that has been very well preserved all this time, and it finally cracks or breaks away, you'll find that the deterioration accelerates very quickly after that.
That makes sense. As it breaks, there's a whole bunch of like micro cracks going through, and that gives better access to the deterioration throughout it. Taylor LeBeau says, another question: what are the most historically accurate portrayals of Smith, Ismay, and Andrews in film and TV? Let's just take a couple quick thoughts here.
My personal favorite portrayal of Andrews is from SOS Titanic. There's just something about his demeanor and his authenticity. And I think my second favorite is probably Victor Garber in the James Cameron film.
Yeah, I Garber, I think, just is Andrews in a lot of ways. I very much liked him, and also in A Night to Remember. I forget the actor's name, but those two I feel like were very good Andrews. Freedom-loving loyalist again. Oh, yes?
I agree with you. Yeah, the Andrews in A Night to Remember, excellent. Slender. Victor Garber, his face was a little too broad, but an excellent characterization, I thought.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Freedom-loving loyalist says, with the new photos, do you believe there is more real footage of the Titanic out there? According to Titanic and Silent Cinema, there were a couple of clips of Titanic being built from keel to near end. Yeah, I have no doubt that there is more Titanic footage out there, such as the launch. No doubt in my mind that it's out there and surviving. So, maybe there's more. There's probably more, but I was just thinking about this earlier when I was seeing these photos for the first time. It makes me think of how much else there was that doesn't exist today. Film reels especially. Someone finds film reels in their attic, there's easily a 40 or 50% chance someone's going to look at that and be like, I have no way to even see what's on this, and just throw it out.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Plus the fact that nitrate film deteriorates. Yes. My mouth isn't working. Deteriorates badly over time. It just turns into a gummy mess, and it takes real experts and a lot of money to soak it in particular solutions and separate the film.
Absolutely. What's up, Alex?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the footage, the famous only footage of Titanic we have currently, wasn't that found in the shed? Or am I crazy? Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
I feel like I heard that at some point, but I can't verify that.
It was in the shed of the gentleman who filmed,
right?
Or he either owned it or somehow acquired it, and they just found it in there, and that
was in the UK, and I believe it was a newsreel, including a lot of other clips of Olympic and other things, but it also maybe had that actual Titanic footage in it, or maybe I'm misremembering it. If it's solely the footage of Titanic entering the dry dock, then I think I'm mistaken.
I think it was the news footage. It sounds, I think it was the news footage, or Yeah.
The one with Captain Smith and various
No,
clips.
no, that's newsreel stuff with Olympic. But you're talking right about the only existing known footage of Titanic herself
Correct.
Oh, yeah, I
entering
know that.
entering
But
the.
I think the one that was found in the shed was another version of this newsreel, though, if I'm not mistaken.
That was my memory too. But
Oh,
I could be wrong.
But
And of
also there
course,
was
both versions have been around, for decades. So this thing that had this discovery in the shed that only happened 15, 20 years ago was just a copy of other footage that is around.
oh, right. Because yeah, that footage. Okay, that's right. That's right.
there was
I have
also
an
like was it
8mm version of that newsreel thing that I bought 50 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Black Hawk Films.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
there was also like that new Hindenburg footage that was found like 2 years ago of the whole
Yes.
beginning to end. So you never
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Exactly. From an angle never shot before.
Mm.
I mean, it was fabulous.
It's very possible too. There's footage out there someone took, and Titanic's in the background. It's just
Yep.
there, but no one ever thinks about it. And it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. Rails and Rust says, "Are you aware that Mauritania's whistle still exists? It's the same model as Titanic's."
Yes, there's one photo of it from like 95, and I've been desperately for years been looking for it. It was at like some whistle festival, and I've asked a bunch of different people, and no one knows where it is. So
Whistles have festivals?
it was, yeah, it was. I mean, I'm sure it was a real hip crowd, but it
A
was
bunch of
just it was
whistles.
yeah, it was just in a group with a whole bunch of others, and so it's I've tried to see where it's gone, but I'm assuming it's either in storage or in a collection or something.
This is why
Mosh
we
pit of
do this
whistles.
live stream with you gentlemen, because at 3:09 in the morning, we find out that whistles have festivals.
That's a big revelation.
8 o'clock tomorrow morning, will we remember?
That's a good
8 o'clock
question
tomorrow
too.
morning will probably be.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm feeling that already. This is the last super chat. It's from Guy K, and he says, "Story of Joseph Mulholland and Jenny the cat. Thoughts?"
I'm
Well,
not sure.
the story is a combination of two different stories. It's the Jenny portion of it came from the stewardess. What's her name? Violet Jessup. Her book. The part about the cat carrying its kittens ashore came from James Mulholland, but he also, in one version of the story, he watched the cat carry its kittens ashore and thought, "Uh-oh, that cat knows something that I don't," and he followed the cat ashore and was saved, from making the maiden voyage. But another version of the story, he said the real reason that he left the Titanic was because he had a major argument with the chief engineer. So I think that the Jenny story is basically nonsense, just a legend.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting, George. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, all right, everybody. That's the end of it. That's the last of the super chats. We've told the story, and it was just fantastic to have so many people here. There were a lot of great comments going in the chat, not just super chats. I tried to address some of those as well, and was answering some in the chat, and I read a few of them out loud. So it was great to have so many people join us. We still have a lot. I'm always astonished at the end, several hours after the ship has disappeared and already sank, and we still have hundreds of people just tuning in to hear you guys talking.
Did you happen to notice what the highest number was at some point of viewers?
So something like 1,400, I think, at one point, and it was the final plunge. The streaming software I have has a slightly higher number than what's publicly shown on the page, and I think it was about 14, a little over 14. I think I can get an exact number after it ends, but anyway, yeah, so thank you all for joining us. It was to have so many people from all over the North America, and then also coming in from Belfast. It's just fantastic to have everyone here. So I want to thank Mark especially for staying up so late. Thank you for joining us.
So early. It's early now.
Early, yes. I hope you go get a good breakfast. You've certainly earned it. Thank you for joining us. Definitely thank Don.
You.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Don as well for trying and for popping in for a few minutes at the beginning. And then, of course, Ken, thank you, and Vern for helping set up the stream over there. It's just always a pleasure to have you.
You're welcome. I'm the farthest west of any of you, I guess, in Southern California.
I think so. We do have Levi up in BC. But you're definitely in the warmest place.
Yeah, that's true.
George, thank you very much for joining as well. It was great having you on for a second time.
It was nice being here. I'm grateful that you invited me. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank also all of our friends here at the Titanic Museum in Pigeon Forge that really rolled out the red carpet for us this weekend and made this event possible. I think this was our most ambitious stream yet, where we had setups across 9 time zones, everywhere from where Titanic was built to one of the most popular Titanic museums in the world, all the way out to the West Coast and the Queen Mary. Even though the Queen Mary end of it didn't work quite as well as we'd hoped, we do appreciate that Don was able to join us briefly.
Yeah.
And we appreciate all the hard work that you, Tom, did, and all the work you did, Levi, in getting the animation ready for us. And thank you, everyone, for helping make this a reality. We hope we told their story well.
Well, you as well, Kent, for putting so much into making this year a little bit more than it was planned to be. And for putting so much effort into editing, and of course, Levi helping with gathering the footage. Alex and Tad and Bill, thank you all as well. And I also want to shout out Tess for helping moderate the chat, and of course, Amos as well for moderating the chat and sending over the super chats and keeping track of them so we didn't lose them as the night went on. Am I missing anybody? I really want to make sure I don't leave anybody out, but I think
Patience of Emma and Tommy, perhaps.
Oh, they went to sleep. They're out. They bailed, and rightly slow.
Yeah.
So
yes. Yeah.
Hey Tom, I have a PSA before we go. If everybody has said their
absolutely.
Piece. Yeah, it's just that number one, thank you very much to you for these supplemental B-roll clips that you've been running throughout for the last hour or so. Whatever it is. I mean, these are all just great views and ones that we haven't seen before. From seeing the sinking from all these different angles is really, really interesting. I can't wait to look at it again on YouTube. And the other thing, the PSA, is that Don got cut off, lost the connection. So if anyone is interested in hearing Don and some fellow extras from the movie Titanic, relating their stories and their tales about their experience working with Jim Cameron and everything. They shot a YouTube live stream earlier today on the Queen Mary. And I think it's the Titanic Book Club group that arranged this thing. And so I don't know exactly how to search for it. I don't know how to tell you to search for it. I've got it in my history, but if anybody's interested in hearing that, just go on YouTube, but later today, tomorrow, and just look for Titanic Book Club live stream. Hopefully they'll put it on YouTube quickly and you can really hear some great stories.
That's wonderful.
That's excellent.
And that reminds me, we need to thank Jill Carlier of the Titanic Book Club for all the work that she put into putting an amazing group, an event together on the Queen Mary for their group, and for working with us so closely and getting Don set up and so many other wonderful things. Thank you very much, Jill, and all the other members of the book club.
She's always been very supportive. All right, well, good night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, of course. Thank you for all of the wonderful chats. And you're probably sick of hearing me say thank you, but it was a pleasure, and looking forward to next year.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.